Preface of Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy by Anonymous. Preface. Shipwreck may be ranked among the greatest evils which man can experience. It is never void of danger, frequently of fatal issue, and invariably productive of regret. It is one against which there is the least resource, where patience, fortitude, and ingenuity are in most cases unavailing, except to protract a struggle with destiny which at length proves irresistible. But amidst the myriads unceasingly swallowed up by the deep, it is not by the numbers that we are to judge the miseries endured. Hundreds may at once meet an instantaneous fate, hardly conscious of its approach, while a few individuals may linger out existence daily in hope of succor, and at length be compelled to the horrible alternative of preying on each other for the support of life. Neither is it by the narratives about to be given that we are to calculate on the frequency of shipwreck. It is an event that has been of constant occurrence since a period long anterior to what the earliest records can reach. In England it is calculated that about 5,000 natives of British Isles yearly perish at sea. This perpetual exposure to peril, however, materially contributes to the formation of character, and hence are sailors preeminently distinguished by courage, endurance, and ready invention. Habituated to the instability of the ocean, they make little account of danger, and are invariably the first in matters of the most daring enterprise. Incessantly subjected to toil, they labor long and patiently without murmur, and the prompt and vigorous measures which are indispensable to their security teach them the immediate application of whatever means are within their power. A natural desire to know the fate of their fellow creatures seems implanted in the breast of mankind, and the most powerful sympathies are excited by listening to the misfortunes of the innocent. To record some impressive examples of calamity, or unlooked for deliverance, is the object of these pages, and it will be seen of what astonishing advantage are the virtues of decision, temperance, perseverance, and unwavering hope in moments of extreme peril and despair. End of Preface.
Chapter 1 of Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phxtopdog. Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy by Anonymous. Chapter 1. Adventures of Captain Woodward and 5 seamen in the Island of Celebes. In the year 1791, Woodward sailed from Boston in the ship Robert Morris, Captain Hay, for the East Indies. On his arrival there he was employed in making country voyages until the 20th of January, when he sailed as chief mate in an American ship from Batavia bound to Manila. In passing through the Straits of Macassar, they found the wind and current both against them, and after beating up for 6 weeks they fell short of provision. Captain Woodward and 5 seamen were sent to purchase some from a vessel about 4 leagues distant. They were without water, provisions, or compass, having on board only an axe, a boat hook, 2 penknives, a useless gun, and $40 in cash. They reached the ship at sunset, and were told by the captain that he had no provision to spare, as he was bound to China and was victualled for only 1 month. He advised them to stay until morning, which they did. But when morning dawned, their own ship was out of sight even from the masthead, and with a fair wind for her to go through the Straits of Macassar. Being treated coolly by the captain, they agreed with one voice to leave the ship in search of their own. On leaving the vessel, the captain gave them 12 musket cartridges and a round bottle of brandy, but neither water nor provision of any sort. They rowed till 12 o'clock at night in hopes of seeing their own vessel, and then drawing near an island, they thought it prudent to go there to get some fresh water. They landed and made a large fire in hopes their ship might see it. but not being able to see anything of her in the morning, and finding no water or provisions on the island, they continued their course in the middle of the straits 6 days longer, without going on shore, or tasting of anything but brandy. They soon had the shore of Celebes in sight, where they determined to go in search of provisions, and then to proceed to Macassar. As they approached the shore, they saw 2 proas full of natives, who immediately put themselves in a posture of defence. The sailors made signs to them that they wanted provisions, but instead of giving it, the Malays began to brandish their cresses, or steel daggers. 3 of the men jumped on board a proa to beg some Indian corn, and got 3 or 4 small ears. The chief seemed quite friendly, and agreed to sell Captain Woodward 2 cocoanuts for $1, but as soon as he had received the money, he immediately began to strip him in search of more. Captain Woodward defended himself with a hatchet, and ordered the boat to be shoved off. The chief levelled a musket at him, but fortunately it missed him. They then stood off, went round a point of land, and landed out of sight of the proas, where they found a plenty of cocoanut trees. Captain Woodward, while engaged in cutting them down, heard the man whom he had left to take care of the boat scream out in a most bitter manner. He ran immediately to the beach, where he saw his own boat off at some distance full of Malays, and the poor fellow who guarded it lying on his back with his throat cut, and his body stabbed in several places. They now fled immediately to the mountains, and finding that they had lost their boat, money, and most of their clothes, they concluded that their only chance of escape was to get to Macassar by land. Being afraid to travel in the daytime, they set out in the evening, taking a star for their guide bearing south. But they soon lost sight of the star, and at daylight found themselves within a few rods of the place where they had set out. They had travelled on the side of a mountain, and had gone quite round it, instead of going straight over it. They started again, and travelled by the seashore 6 nights successively, living on berries and water found in the hollows of trees. On the 6th they arrived at a bay, where they saw a party of the Malays fishing. Here Captain Woodward found some yellowish berries, which were to him quite palatable, but his men not liking them, eat some of the leaves. On the next day they concluded to make a raft, and go to the small island on which they first landed, thinking that they might be taken off from it by some ship passing that way. But they were obliged to abandon this project, for in the evening the men who had eaten the leaves were attacked with violent pains, and were crying out in torture during the whole night. Although they got better towards evening, yet they were so weak and dejected that Captain Woodward was convinced that they could not reach the island, and asked them if they were willing to surrender themselves to the Malays. On reflection, they all thought this the best course which they could take, and forthwith proceeded to the bay where they had seen the Malays in the morning, in order at once either to find friends, or to meet their fate. At first they saw no one, but Captain Woodward soon saw 3 of the natives approaching him, and ordering his men to keep quiet, he advanced alone until he had come within a short distance of them, where they stopped and drew out their cresses, or knives. Captain Woodward fell on his knees and begged for mercy. The Malays looked at him for about 10 minutes with their knives drawn, when one of them came towards him, knelt in the same manner, and offered both his hands. More natives now came up and stripped them of their hats and handkerchiefs, and even the buttons on their jackets, which they took for money. They were now taken to Tyrrel, and carried to the court-house or judgment hall, accompanied by a great concourse of people, including women and children, who made a circle at some distance from them. The chief soon entered, looking as wild as a madman, carrying in his hand a large drawn cress, or knife, the blade of which was 2 feet and a half long, and very bright. Captain Woodward approached so near to him as to place the foot of the chief on his own head, as a token that he was completely under his power and protection. The chief, after holding a short consultation, returned to his house and brought out 5 pieces of betel nut, which he gave to the sailors as a token of friendship. They were now permitted to rest until about 8 o'clock, when they were carried to the Rajah's house, where they found a supper provided for them of sago bread and peas, but in all hardly enough for one man. Their allowance afterwards was for each man a cocoanut and an ear of Indian corn at noon, and the same at night. In this manner they lived about 20 days, but were not allowed to go out except to the water to bathe. The natives soon began to relax their vigilance over them, and in about 4 months they were conveyed to the head Rajah of Parlo. They had not been there long when the head Rajah sent to a Dutch port called Phrygia, which is at the head of a deep bay on the east side of the island, and which is under the care of a commandant who was a Frenchman, and had been 30 years in the Dutch service. He arrived at Parlo and sent for Captain Woodward. He wished him to go with him to Phrygia, where he resided, but Captain Woodward refused, being apprehensive that he should be forced into the Dutch service. The commandant then inquired where he intended to go. He answered, to Batavia or Macassar, and thence to Bengal. He did not offer Captain Woodward or his people either money, assistance, or clothes, but seemed quite affronted. The Rajah now gave him the liberty of returning to Travalla, taking care, however, to send him in the night for fear that he should get sight of Dungally, where there lived a Mohammedan priest called Juan Hadji. This priest had been at Travalla, and offered a ransom for Captain Woodward and his men, but the natives were unwilling to take it, and were fearful that their captives would try to escape to the town where the priest lived. It happened, however, that they were becalmed off Dungally, so that Captain Woodward could observe its situation. On arriving at Travalla, he attempted to escape alone by water, but the canoe being leaky, he came very near losing his life. But not discouraged, he started immediately for Dungally by land, and reached it just as the day dawned. Juan Hadji received him kindly, and provided him with food and clothing. In the course of 3 days the chief of Travalla learned that he had gone to Dungally, sent after him, but the old priest and the Rajah of Dungally refused to let him go. They told him that in the course of 3 months they would convey him to Batavia or Macassar, and also desired him to send for the 4 men he had left at Travalla. This he did by means of a letter which he wrote with a pen of bamboo, and sent by the captain of a proa, who delivered it secretly. The men made their escape from Parlo at the time of a feast, early in the evening, and arrived at Dungally at 12 o'clock the next day. They were received with great rejoicing by the natives, who immediately brought them plenty of victuals, and this unfortunate circumstance revived their hopes of reaching some European settlement, after many narrow escapes and difficulties. Juan Hadji now informed Captain Woodward that he should set off in about 2 months, but that he must first make a short voyage for provisions, which he did, leaving Captain Woodward in his house with his wife and 2 servants. They soon began to suffer exceedingly for want of provisions, so that the natives were obliged to convey them up the country, there to be supplied by some of the same tribe, who regularly went from the village into the country at a certain season to cultivate rice and Indian corn. But the Rajah of Parlo making war on the Rajah of Dungally, because the latter would not deliver them up, they were soon brought back to Dungally. There was but one engagement, and then the men of Parlo were beaten and driven back to their own town. Provisions again growing scarce, Juan Hadji was bound for another port called Soya, situated about 2 degrees north of the line. He gave Captain Woodward permission to accompany him, provided the Rajah was willing, but the latter refused, saying that he must stay there and keep guard. Captain Woodward now mustered his men, and taking their guns, they went to the house of the Rajah and told him they would stand guard no longer, for they wished to go to Macassar. He immediately replied that they should not. Being determined not to live longer in this manner, and finding no other means of escaping, Captain Woodward came to the resolution of stealing a canoe, to which all the men agreed. They were lucky enough to obtain one, and seemed in a fair way to make their escape, but just as they were getting into it, they were surrounded by about 20 natives and carried before the Rajah, who ordered them to account for their conduct. They told him they could get nothing to eat, and were determined to quit the place on the first opportunity that offered. Nothing of consequence resulted from this. Knowing the language and people, they had now become fearless of danger. The Rajah refusing to let them go with Juan Hadji, they determined to run away with him, which they were enabled to do, as the old man set out at 12 o'clock at night, and there happened luckily to be a canoe on the beach near his own. This they took, and followed him as well as they could, but they soon parted from him, and in the morning discovered a proa close by them filled with Malays. They told them that they were bound with the old man to Soya. The Malays took them at their word and carried them there instead of to Dungally, which was a lucky escape to them for that time. Whilst residing at Solya, the old priest carried Captain Woodward to an island in the bay of Solya, which he granted to him, and in compliment called it Steersman's Island, steersman being the appellation by which Captain Woodward was distinguished by the natives. After staying some time in Solya and making sago, which they bartered for fish and cocoanuts, they left the place, and proceeded to Dumpolis, a little to the southward of Solya. Juan Hadji soon left the place for Tomboo, about a day's sail south, where he had business. Here Captain Woodward and his men also followed him. The old priest was willing to assist them to escape from here, but was evidently unable to do it, Tomboo being under the direction of the Rajah of Dungally. Fortunately, they succeeded in stealing a canoe in the night, and once more shoving off, they directed their course to a small island in the bay, where they landed at daybreak. Not being able to find water here as they expected, they landed at another point of land which they knew to be uninhabited. Having obtained water and repaired their canoe, they directed their course to Macassar, which was then about 5 degrees to the southward. After coasting along the island for the space of 8 days, during which time they were twice very nearly taken by the Malays, they arrived at a part of the island of Celebes which was very thickly inhabited. They passed many towns and saw many proas within the harbors. Having observed a retired place, they landed to procure some fresh water, but they had hardly got a draught each when 2 canoes were seen coming to the very place where they were. They immediately shoved off, and kept on their course all day. Just as the sun went down, they discovered 2 canoes not far from them fishing. As soon as the natives saw them, they made the best of their way to the shore. Captain Woodward wished to inquire the distance to Macassar, but not being able to stop them, he made for one of 2 canoes which he saw at a distance lying at anchor. Being told that the captain was below and asleep, he went down and awakened him. He came on deck with 3 or 4 men, all armed with spears, and inquired where they were going. Captain Woodward told him to Macassar, and inquired of him the distance to that place. He answered that it would take a month and a day to reach it. Captain Woodward told him it was not true, and made the best of his way off. The Malays, however, made chase, but Captain Woodward and his men, by putting out to sea and making great exertion, soon lost sight of them, and were able again to stand in towards the land. At daylight they discovered a number of fishing canoes, 2 of which made towards them. They let them come alongside, as there was only 1 man in each. One of them came on board, and Captain Woodward put the same question to him respecting Macassar. He first said it would take 30 days to reach there, and asked them to go on shore and see the Rajah. But they declined doing this, and he afterwards acknowledged that a proa could go there in 2 days. They then left the canoe and sailed along the coast. At evening they perceived a proa full of Malay men set off from the shore. It was soon alongside, and 4 of them jumping into the boat nearly upset her, and thus Captain Woodward and his men were again prisoners of the Malays. They were carried to a town called Pamboon, and then conducted to the Rajah's house. The Rajah demanded of them whence they came and whither they were going. Captain Woodward answered the same as before. He also told him that they must go immediately and must not be stopped. They had now become so familiar with dangers and with captures, and were also so much nearer Macassar than they could have expected after so many narrow escapes, that they became more and more desperate and confident from the persuasion that they should at last reach their destined port. In the morning Captain Woodward again waited on the Rajah, and begged to be sent to Macassar, telling him that the governor had sent for them, who would stop all his proas at Macassar if he detained them. After thinking on it a short time, he called the captain of a proa, and delivered the prisoners to him, telling him to carry them to Macassar, and if he could get anything for them to take it, but if not, to let them go. The proa not being ready, they stayed in the canoe 3 days, quite overcome by their many hardships and fatigues. Captain Woodward having had no shirt, the sun had burnt his shoulder so as to lay it quite bare and produce a bad sore. Here he caught cold, and was attacked with a violent fever, so that by the time the proa was ready to sail he was unable to stand. he was carried and laid on the deck without a mat or any kind of clothing. The cold nights and frequent showers of rain would without a doubt have killed him, had he not been kept alive by the hopes of reaching Macassar, the thoughts of which kept up all their spirits. They landed at Macassar on the 15th of June, 1795, after a voyage of about 19 days from Tomboo, and after having been 2 years and 5 months in captivity, the reckoning which Captain Woodward kept during that time being wrong only 1 day. End of Chapter 1. Recording by DrPGould.
Chapter 2 of the thrilling narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by D. Scott, Los Angeles, California. Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy by Anonymous. Chapter 2. An Occurrence at Sea. In June 1824, I embarked at Liverpool on board the Vibelia transport with the headquarters of my regiment, which was proceeding to Halifax, Nova Scotia. Our passage across the Atlantic was smooth, though long and tedious. After passing over the Great Bank of Newfoundland, catching large quantities of codfish and halibut, and encountering the usual fogs, we were one morning, about the end of July, completely becalmed. All who have performed a voyage know the feeling of listlessness to which a landsman abandons himself during a calm. The morning was slowly passed in looking for appearances of a breeze, whistling for a wind, and the other idle pursuits usual on such occasions. Towards noon, a sailor from aloft pointed out to our observation a vessel at a distance, also, of course, becalmed. All eyes and glasses were immediately directed towards her, but she was too far off for the most experienced to determine whether she was an English or foreign, man-of-war or merchantman. After a time it occurred to me that it was a favorable opportunity for breaking in upon the monotony of the day. My influence with our captain obtained permission for the small cutter to be lowered, but he would not allow a single seaman to leave the ship. I therefore became the coxswain of the boat, and accompanied by 4 of my brother officers as rowers, we pushed off, determined to pay a visit to the strange sail. To our landsman's eyes and judgment, she had appeared to be about 4 miles from us, but we found ourselves to be very much out in our calculation. It was more than double that distance. The rowers, however, pulled on bravely. We neared the stranger, making her out to be a large American merchantman, and, as he was approached, we observed a number of persons on deck reconnoitering us through glasses. At length we were alongside, and I passed on board, followed by 3 of my companions, one remaining in charge of the boat. On reaching the deck, we found it crowded with men, who seemed to regard us with wondering looks. I stepped forward and was received by the captain, who acquainted me that his vessel was the American ship Cadmus, on her passage from Havre de Grace to New York, with General the Marquis de Lafayette and suite as passengers. A noble, venerable-looking veteran advanced from the poop toward us, and offered us his greetings with the courtesy of the old French school. He was Lafayette. My explanation of who we were and the motive of our visit appeared to excite his surprise. That 5 officers of the land service, unaccompanied by a single sailor, should leave their vessel on the open ocean and from mere curiosity visit a strange sail at such a distance was, he declared, most extraordinary. He said they had observed our ship early in the morning, had been occupied, like ourselves, in vain endeavors to make us out, had remarked an object a mere speck upon the sea leave the vessel and move toward them, and when at length it was made out to be a boat, the probable cause of such a circumstance had given rise to many surmises. I told him in mitigation of what he deemed our rashness, that we were, as a nation, so essentially maritime that every man in England was more or less a sailor. At all events, I ventured to add that if we had encountered some little risk, we had been amply repaid in seeing a man so celebrated, and of whom we had all heard and read. Our comrade being relieved by an American sailor in the care of the boat, we accepted the general's offer of refreshment, proceeded to the cabin, and passed a most agreeable hour. The fast approach of evening and appearances of a breeze springing up induced us to take leave. We separated from the old chief not as the acquaintance of an hour, but with all of the warmth, the grasp and pressure of hand of old friends. As I parted from him at the gangway, he mentioned having caused a case of claret to be lowered onto our boat, which he begged us to present to our colonel and the other officers of our mess. We pulled cheerily back, but it was not until long after dark that we reached the Vibelia, and which we perhaps could not have accomplished but for their having exhibited blue lights every few minutes to point out her position. We found our comrades had been in great alarm for our safety. Various had been the surmises. That we had boarded a pirate and been sacrificed or made prisoners was the most prevalent, and a breeze was anxiously prayed for that they might bear down and release or revenge us. Half an hour after we returned to our ship, a light wind sprang up, which very shortly freshened into a gale, so that in the morning we had completely lost sight of the Cadmus. End of chapter.
Section 3 of Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Gould. Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy by Anonymous. Section 3. Account of the loss of His Majesty's ship Phœnix. The Phœnix of 44 guns, Captain Sir Hyde Parker, was lost in a hurricane off Cuba in the West Indies in the year 1780. The same hurricane destroyed the Thunderer, 74, Stirling Castle, 64, La Blanche, 42, Laurel, 28, Andromeda, 28, Dee's Castle, 24, Scarborough, 20, Beaver's Prize, 16, Barbados, 14, Chameleon, 14, Endeavour, 14, and Victor, 10 guns. Lieutenant Archer was first lieutenant of the Phœnix at the time she was lost. His narrative in a letter to his mother contains a most correct and animated account of one of the most awful events in the service. It is so simple and natural as to make the reader feel himself as on board the Phœnix. Every circumstance is detailed with feeling, and powerful appeals are continually made to the heart. It must likewise afford considerable pleasure to observe the devout spirit of a seaman frequently bursting forth, and imparting sublimity to the relation. At Sea, June 30th, 1781. My dear Mother, I am now going to give you an account of our last cruise in the Phœnix, and must premise that should any one see it besides yourself, they must put this construction on it: that it was originally intended for the eyes of a mother, and a mother only, as upon that supposition my feelings may be tolerated. You will also meet with a number of sea terms which, if you don't understand, why, I cannot help you, as I am unable to give a sea description in any other words. To begin, then, on the 2nd of August, 1780, we weighed and sailed for Port Royal, bound for Pensacola, having 2 storeships under convoy and to sea safe in, then cruise off the Havana and in the Gulf of Mexico for 6 weeks. In a few days we made the 2 sandy islands that look as if they had just risen out of the sea or fallen from the sky, inhabited nevertheless by upwards of 300 English, who get their bread by catching turtle and parrots, and raising vegetables, which they exchange with ships that pass for clothing and a few of the luxuries of life, as rum, etc. About the 12th we arrived at Pensacola without anything remarkable happening, except our catching a vast quantity of fish, sharks, dolphins, and bonettos. On the 13th sailed singly, and on the 14th had a very heavy gale of wind at north, right off the land, so that we soon left the sweet place Pensacola at a distance astern. We then looked into the Havana, saw a number of ships there, and knowing that some of them were bound round the bay, we cruised in the track. A fortnight, however, passed, and not a single ship hove in sight to cheer our spirits. We then took a turn or 2 round the Gulf, but not near enough to be seen from the shore. Vera Cruz, we expected, would have made us happy, but the same luck still continued. Day followed day, and no sail. The dollar bag began to grow a little bulky, for every one had lost 2 or 3 times, and no one had won. This was a small gambling party entered into by Sir Hyde and ourselves. Every one put $1 into a bag and fixed on a day when we should see a sail, but no 2 persons were to name the same day, and whoever guessed right first was to have the bag. Being now tired of our situation, and glad the cruise was almost out, for we found the navigation very dangerous owing to unaccountable currents, we shaped our course for Cape Antonio. The next day the man at the masthead, at about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, called out, "A sail upon the weather bow! Ha, ha, Mr. Spaniard, I think we have you at last! Turn out all hands, make sail, all hands give chase!" There was scarcely any occasion for this order, for the sound of a sail being in sight flew like wildfire through the ship, and every sail was set in an instant, almost before the orders were given. A lieutenant at the masthead, with a spy glass, "What is she?" "A large ship, studding athwart right before the wind." "Port! Keep her away! Set the studding sails ready!" Up comes the little doctor, rubbing his hands. "Ha, ha! I have won the bag!" "The devil take you in the bag! Look, what's ahead will fill all our bags." Masthead again. "2 more sail on the larboard beam. Archer, go up and see what you can make of them." Upon deck there I see a whole fleet of 20 sail coming right before the wind. Confound the luck of it, this is some convoy or other, but we must try if we can pick some of them out. "Haul down the studding sails, luff, bring her to the wind, let us see what we can make of them." About 5 we got pretty near them, and found them to be 26 sail of Spanish merchantmen under convoy of 3 line of battle ships, one of which chased us. But when she found we were playing with her, for the old Phœnix had heels, she left chase and joined the convoy, which they drew up into a lump, and placed themselves at the outside. But we still kept smelling about till after dark. Oh, for the Hector, the Albion, and a frigate, and we should take the whole fleet in convoy, worth some millions. About 8 o'clock perceived 3 sail at some distance from the fleet, dashed in between them and gave chase, and were happy to find they steered from the fleet. About 12 came up with a large ship of 26 guns. "Archer, every man to his quarters, run the lower deck guns out and light the ship up. Show this fellow our force. It may prevent his firing into us and killing a man or 2. No sooner said than done. "Ho, the ship ahoy! Lower all your sails down and bring to instantly, or I'll sink you." Clatter, clatter went the blocks, and away flew all their sails in proper confusion. "What ship is that?" "The Polly." "Whence came you?" "From Jamaica." "Where are you bound?" "To New York." "What ship is that?" "The Phœnix." "Huzza 3 times by the whole ship's company." An old grum fellow of a sailor standing close by me, "Oh, damn your 3 cheers! We took you to be something else." Upon examination we found it to be as he reported, and that they had fallen in with the Spanish fleet that morning, and were chased the whole day, and that nothing saved them but our stepping in between, for the Spaniards took us for 3 consorts, and the Polly took the Phœnix for a Spanish frigate till we hailed them. The other vessel in company was likewise bound to New York. Thus was I, from being worth thousands in idea, reduced to the old 4s. 6d. a day again, for the little doctor made the most prized money of all of us that day, by winning the bag, which contained between $30 and $40. But this is nothing to what we sailors sometimes undergo. After parting company, we steered south-southeast to go round Antonio, and so to Jamaica, our cruise being out, with our fingers in our mouths, and all of us as green as you please. It happened to be my middle watch, and about 3 o'clock, when a man upon the forecastle bawls out, "Breakers ahead, and land upon the lee bow." I looked out, and it was so, sure enough. "Ready about, put the helm down, helm a lee." Sir Hyde, hearing me put the ship about, jumped up on deck. "Archer, what's the matter?" "You are putting the ship about without my orders." "Sir, 'tis time to go about, the ship is almost ashore, there's the land." "Good God, so it is! Will the ship stay?" "Yes, sir, I believe she will, if we don't make any confusion. She's all aback." "Forward now." "Well," he says, "work the ship, I will not speak a single word." The ship stayed very well. Then heave the lead, see what water we have, 3 fathom. Keep the ship away, west-northwest. By the mark 3. This won't do, Archer. No, sir, we had better haul more to the northward. We came south-southeast, and we had better steer north-northwest. Steady and a quarter 3. This may do, as we deepen a little. By the deep 4. Very well, my lad, heave quick. 5 fathom. That's a fine fellow. Another cast nimbly. Quarter less 8. That will do. Come, we shall get clear by and by. Mark under water 5. What's that? Only 5 fathom, sir. Turn all hands up, bring the ship to an anchor, boy. Are the anchors clear? In a moment, sir. All clear. What water have you in the chains now? 8, half 9. Keep fast the anchors till I call you. Aye, aye, sir, all fast. I have no ground with this line. How many fathoms have you out? Pass along the deep sea line. Aye, aye, sir. Come, are you all ready? All ready, sir. Heave away. Watch, watch, bear away, veer away. No ground, sir, with 100 fathom. That's clever. Come, Madam Phœnix, there is another squeak in you yet. All down but the watch. Secure the anchors again. Heave the main topsail to the mast. Luff and bring her to the wind. I told you, madam, that you should have a little sea jargon. If you can understand half of what is already said, I wonder at it, though it is nothing to what is to come yet when the old hurricane begins. As soon as the ship was a little to rights and all quiet again, Sir Hyde came to me in the most friendly manner, the tears almost starting from his eyes. Archer, we ought all to be much obliged to you for the safety of the ship, and perhaps of ourselves. I am particularly so. Nothing but that instantaneous presence of mind and calmness saved her. Another ship's length and we should have been fast on shore. Had you been the least diffident, or made the least confusion, so as to make the ship balk in her stays, she must have been inevitably lost. Sir, you are very good, but I have done nothing that I suppose anybody else would not have done in the same situation. I did not turn all the hands up, knowing the watch able to work the ship. Besides, had it spread immediately about the ship that she was almost ashore, it might have created a confusion that was better avoided. Well, he says, 'tis well indeed. At daylight we found that the current had set us between the Colorado Rocks and Cape Antonio, and that we could not have got out any other way than we did. There was a chance, but Providence is the best pilot. We had sunset that day 20 leagues to the southeast of our reckoning by the current. After getting clear of this scrape, we thought ourselves fortunate and made sail for Jamaica, but misfortune seemed to follow misfortune. The next night, my watch upon deck too, we were overtaken by a squall like a hurricane while it lasted. For though I saw it coming and prepared for it, yet when it took the ship it roared and laid her down so that I thought she would never get up again. However, by keeping her away and clewing up everything, she righted. The remainder of the night we had very heavy squalls, and in the morning found the mainmast sprung half the way through. 123 leagues to the leeward of Jamaica, the hurricane months coming on, the head of the mainmast almost off, and at short allowance. Well, we must make the best of it. The mainmast was well fished, but we were obliged to be very tender of carrying sail. Nothing remarkable happened for 10 days afterwards, when we chased a Yankee man-of-war for 6 hours, but could not get near enough to her before it was dark to keep sight of her, so that we lost her because unable to carry any sail on the mainmast. In about 12 days more, made the island of Jamaica, having weathered all the squalls and put into Montego Bay for water, so that we had a strong party for kicking up a dust on shore, having found 3 men of war lying there. Dancing, etc., etc., till 2 o'clock every morning, little thinking what was to happen in 4 days' time. For out of the 4 men of war that were there, not one was in being at the end of that time, and not a soul alive but those left of our crew. Many of the houses where we had been so merry were so completely destroyed that scarcely a vestige remained to mark where they had stood. Thy works are wonderful, O God, praised be thy holy name. September the 30th, weighed, bound for Port Royal, round the eastward of the island. The Barbados and Victor had sailed the day before, and the Scarborough was to sail the next. Moderate weather until October the 2nd. Spoke to the Barbados off Port Anthony in the evening. At 11 at night it began to snuffle, with a monstrous heavy appearance from the eastward. Close reefed the topsails. Sir Hyde sent for me. "What sort of weather have we, Archer?" "It blows a little, and has a very ugly look. If in any other quarter but this, I should say we were going to have a gale of wind." "Aye, it looks so very often here, when there is no wind at all. However, don't hoist the topsails till it clears a little, there is no trusting any country." At 12 I was relieved. The weather had the same rough look. However, they made sail upon her, but had a very dirty night. At 8 in the morning I came up again, found it blowing hard from the east-northeast, with close reefed topsails upon the ship, and heavy squalls at times. Sir Hyde came up on deck. "Well, Archer, what do you think of it?" "Oh, sir, 'tis only a touch of the times. We shall have an observation at 12 o'clock. The clouds are beginning to break. It will clear up at noon, or else blow very hard afterwards." "I wish it would clear up, but I doubt it much. I was once in a hurricane in the East Indies, and the beginning of it had much the same appearance as this. So take in the topsails, we have plenty of sea room." At 12 the gale still increasing, wore ship to keep as near mid-channel between Jamaica and Cuba as possible. At 1 the gale increasing still. At 2 harder yet. It still blows harder. Reefed the courses and furled them, brought to under a foul mizzen staysail, head to the northward. In the evening no sign of the weather taking off, but every appearance of the storm increasing. Prepared for a proper gale of wind. Secured all the sails with spare gaskets, good rolling tackles upon the yards, squared the booms, saw the boats all made fast, new lashed the guns, double breeched the lower deckers, saw that the carpenters had the tarpaulins and battens all ready for hatchways, got the top gallant mast down upon the deck, jib boom and sprit sail yard fore and aft, in fact, everything we could think of to make a snug ship. The poor devils of birds now began to find the uproar in the elements, for numbers both of sea and land kinds came on board of us. I took notice of some, which happening to be to leeward, turned to windward like the ship, tack and tack, for they could not fly against it. When they came over the ship, they dashed themselves down upon the deck without attempting to stir till picked up, and when let go again, they would not leave the ship, but endeavored to hide themselves from the wind. At 8 o'clock, a hurricane, the sea roaring, but the wind still steady to a point. Did not ship a spoonful of water. However, got the hatchways all secured, expecting what would be the consequence should the wind shift. Placed the carpenters by the mainmast with broadaxes, knowing from experience that at the moment you may want to cut it away to save the ship, an axe may not be found. Went to supper, bread, cheese, and porter. The purser frightened out of his wits about his bread bags, the 2 marine officers as white as sheets, not understanding the ship's working so much, and the noise of the lower deck guns, which by this time made a pretty screeching to people not used to it. It seemed as if the whole ship's side was going at each roll. Wooden, our carpenter, was all this time smoking his pipe and laughing at the doctor, the second lieutenant upon deck, and the third in his hammock. At 10 o'clock I thought to get a little sleep. Came to look into my cot, it was full of water, for every seam by the straining of the ship had begun to leak. Stretched myself therefore upon deck between 2 chests, and left orders to be called should the least thing happen. At 12 a midshipman came to me. "Mr. Archer, we are just going to wear ship, sir." "Oh, very well, I'll be up directly. What sort of weather have you got?" "It blows a hurricane." Went up on deck, found Sir Hyde there. "It blows damned hard, Archer." "It does indeed, sir. I don't know that I ever remember its blowing so hard before. But the ship makes a good weather of it upon this tack, as she bows the sea. But we must wear her, as the wind has shifted to the southeast, and we were drawing right upon Cuba. So do you go forward and have some hands stand by. Loose the lee yard arm of the foresail, and when she is right before the wind, whip the clew garnet close up and roll up the sail."
"Sir, there is no canvas can stand against this a moment. If we attempt to loose him, he will fly into ribbons in an instant, and we may lose 3 or 4 of our people. She'll wear by manning the 4 shrouds. No, I don't think she will. I'll answer for it, sir. I have seen it tried several times on the coast of America with success." "Well, try it. If she does not wear, we can only loose the foresail afterwards."
This was a great condescension from such a man as Sir Hyde.
However, by sending about 200 people into the fore rigging after a hard struggle, she wore. Found she did not make so good weather on this tack as on the other, for as the sea began to run across, she had not time to rise from one sea before another lashed against her. Began to think we should lose our masts, as the ship lay very much along by the pressure of the wind constantly upon the yards and masts alone. For the poor mizzen staysail had gone in shreds long before, and the sails began to fly from the yards through the gaskets into coach whips. My God, to think that the wind could have such force!
Sir Hyde now sent me to see what was the matter between decks, as there was a good deal of noise. As soon as I was below, one of the marine officers calls out, "Good God, Mr. Archer, we are sinking. The water is up to the bottom of my cot." "Pooh, pooh, as long as it is not over your mouth you are well off. What the devil do you make this noise for?" I found there was some water between decks, but nothing to be alarmed at. Scuttled the deck and let it run into the well. Found she made a good deal of water through the sides and decks. Turned the watch below to the pumps, though only 2 feet of water in the well. But expected to be kept constantly at work now, as the ship laboured much, with scarcely a part of her above water but the quarter-deck, and that but seldom. "Come, pump away, my boys. Carpenters, get the weather chain pump rigged." "All ready, sir." "Then man it and keep both pumps going." At 2 o'clock the chain pump was choked. Set the carpenters at work to clear it, the 2 head pumps at work upon deck. The ship gained on us while our chain pumps were idle. In a quarter of an hour they were at work again, and we began to gain upon her. While I was standing at the pumps cheering the people, the carpenter's mate came running to me with a face as long as my arm. "Oh, sir, the ship has sprang a leak in the gunner's room." "Go then and tell the carpenter to come to me, but don't speak a word to any one else. Mr. Goodenough, I am told there is a leak in the gunner's room. Go and see what is the matter, but don't alarm anybody, and come and make your report privately to me." In a short time he returned. "Sir, there's nothing there. 'Tis only the water washing up between the timbers that this booby has taken for a leak." "Oh, very well. Go up on deck and see if you can keep any of the water from washing down below." "Sir, I have had 4 people constantly keeping the hatchways secure, but there is such a weight of water upon the deck that nobody can stand it when the ship rolls." The gunner soon afterwards came to me. "Mr. Archer, I should be glad if you would step this way into the magazine for a moment." I thought some damn thing was the matter, and ran directly. "Well, what is the matter here?" "The ground tier of powder is spoiled, and I want to show you that it is not out of carelessness in stowing it, for no powder in the world could be better stowed. Now, sir, what am I to do? If you don't speak to Sir Hyde, he will be angry with me." I could not forbear smiling to see how easy he took the danger of the ship, and said to him, "Let us shake off this gale of wind first, and talk of the damaged powder afterwards." At 4 we had gained upon the ship a little, and I went up on deck, it being my watch. The second lieutenant relieved me at the pumps. Who can attempt to describe the appearance of things upon deck? If I was to write forever, I could not give you an idea of it. A total darkness all above, the sea on fire, running as it were in Alps or peaks of Teneriffe. Mountains are too common an idea. The wind roaring louder than thunder, absolutely no flight of imagination. The whole made more terrible, if possible, by a very uncommon kind of blue lightning. The poor ship very much pressed, yet doing what she could, shaking her sides and groaning at every stroke. Sir Hyde upon deck, lashed to windward. I soon lashed myself alongside of him, and told him the situation of things below, saying the ship did not make more water than might be expected in such weather, and that I was only afraid of a gun breaking loose. "I am not in the least afraid of that. I have commanded her 6 years, and have had many a gale of wind in her.
so that her ironwork, which always gives way first, is pretty well tried. Hold fast, that was an ugly sea. We must lower the yards, I believe, Archer. The ship is much pressed. If we attempt it, sir, we shall lose them, for a man aloft can do nothing. Besides, their being down would ease the ship very little. The mainmast is a sprung mast. I wish it was overboard without carrying anything else along with it, but that can soon be done. The gale cannot last forever. 'Twill soon be daylight now. Found by the master's watch that it was 5 o'clock, though but a little after 4 by ours. Glad it was so near daylight, and looked for it with much anxiety. Cuba, thou art much in our way. Another ugly sea. Sent a midshipman to bring news from the pumps. The ship was gaining on them very much, for they had broken one of their chains, but it was almost mended again. News from the pump again. She still gains a heavy lee. Backwater from leeward, halfway up the quarter-deck, filled one of the cutters upon the booms, and tore her all to pieces, the ship lying almost on her beam ends, and not attempting to right again. Word from below that the ship still gained on them, as they could not stand to the pumps, she lay so much along. I said to Sir Hyde, "This is no time, sir, to think of saving the masts. Shall we cut the mainmast away?" "Aye, as fast as you can." I accordingly went into the weather chains with a pole-axe to cut away the lanyards. The boatswain went to leeward, and the carpenter stood by the mast. We were all ready, when a very violent sea broke right on board of us, carried everything upon deck away, filled the ship with water, the main and mizzen mast went, the ship righted, but was in the last struggle of sinking under us. As soon as we could shake our heads above water, Sir Hyde exclaimed, "We are gone at last, Archer, foundered at sea." "Yes, sir, farewell, and the Lord have mercy upon us." I then turned about to look forward at the ship, and thought she was struggling to get rid of some of the water, but all in vain. She was almost full below. Almighty God, I thank Thee that now I am leaving this world, which I have always considered as only a passage to a better, I die with a full hope of the mercies, through the merits of Jesus Christ, Thy Son, our Saviour. I then felt sorry that I could swim, as by that means I might be a quarter of an hour longer dying than a man who could not, and it is impossible to divest ourselves of a wish to preserve life. At the end of these reflections, I thought I heard the ship thump and grinding under our feet. It was so. "Sir, the ship is ashore!" "What do you say?" "The ship is ashore, and we may save ourselves yet." By this time the quarter-deck was full of men who had come up from below, and the Lord have mercy upon us, flying about from all quarters. The ship now made everybody sensible that she was ashore, for every stroke threatened a total dissolution of her whole frame. Found she was stern ashore, and the bow broke the sea a good deal, though it was washing clean over at every stroke. Sir Hyde cried out, "Keep to the quarter-deck, my lads, when she goes to pieces 'tis your best chance." Providentially got the foremast cut away, that she might not pay round broadside. Lost 5 men cutting away the foremast, by the breaking of a sea on board just as the mast went. That was nothing. Every one expected it would be his own fate next. Looked for daybreak with the greatest impatience. At last it came, but what a scene did it show us! The ship upon a bed of rocks, mountains of them on one side, and cordillas of water on the other. Our poor ship grinding and crying out at every stroke between them, going away by piecemeal. However, to show the unaccountable workings of Providence, that which often appears to be the greatest evil proved to be the greatest good. That unmerciful sea lifted and beat us up so high among the rocks, that at last the ship scarcely moved. She was very strong, and did not go to pieces at the first thumping, though her decks tumbled in. We found afterwards that she had beat over a ledge of rocks, almost a quarter of a mile in extent beyond us, where, if she had struck, every soul of us must have perished. I now began to think of getting on shore, so stripped off my coat and shoes for a swim, and looked for a line to carry the end with me. Luckily could not find one, which gave me time for recollection. This won't do for me to be the first man out of the ship, and first lieutenant. We may get to England again, and people may think I paid a great deal of attention to myself, and did not care for anybody else. No, that won't do. Instead of being the first, I'll see every man sick and well out of her before me." I now thought there was no probability of the ship's soon going to pieces, therefore had not a thought of instant death. Took a look round with a kind of philosophic eye to see how the same situation affected my companions, and was surprised to find the most swaggering, swearing bullies in fine weather, now the most pitiful wretches on earth, when death appeared before them. However, two got safe, by which means with a line we got a hawser on shore, and made fast to the rocks, upon which many ventured and arrived safe. There were some sick and wounded on board, who could not avail themselves of this method. We therefore got a spare topsail yard from the chains, and placed one end ashore, and the other on the cabin window, so that most of the sick got ashore this way. As I had determined, so I was the last man out of the ship. This was about 10 o'clock. The gale now began to break. Sir Hyde came to me, and taking me by the hand, was so affected that he was scarcely able to speak. "Archer, I am happy beyond expression to see you on shore, but look at our poor Phœnix." I turned around, but could not say a single word, being too full. My mind had been too intensely occupied before, but everything now rushed upon me at once, so that I could not contain myself, and I indulged for a full quarter of an hour in tears. By 12 it was pretty moderate. Got some nails on shore and made tents. Found great quantities of fish driven up by the sea into the holes of the rocks. Knocked up a fire and had a most comfortable dinner. In the afternoon made a stage from the cabin windows to the rocks, and got out some provisions and water, lest the ship should go to pieces, in which case we must all have perished of hunger and thirst, for we were upon a desolate part of the coast, and under a rocky mountain that could not supply us with a single drop of water. Slept comfortably this night and the next day, the idea of death vanishing by degrees. The prospect of being prisoners during the war at the Havana, and walking 300 miles to it through the woods, was rather unpleasant. However, to save life for the present, we employed this day in getting more provisions and water on shore, which was not an easy matter, on account of decks, guns, and rubbish, and 10 feet water that lay over them. In the evening I proposed to Sir Hyde to repair the remains of the only boat left, and to venture in her to Jamaica myself, and in case I arrived safe, to bring vessels to take them all off, a proposal worthy of consideration. It was next day agreed to, therefore got the cutter on shore, and set the carpenters to work on her. In 2 days she was ready, and at 4 o'clock in the afternoon I embarked with 4 volunteers and a fortnight's provision, hoisted English colours as we put off from the shore, and received 3 cheers from the lads left behind, which we returned, and set sail with a light heart, having not the least doubt that with God's assistance we should come and bring them all off. Had a very squally night, and a very leaky boat, so as to keep 2 buckets constantly bailing. Steered her myself the whole night by the stars, and in the morning saw the coast of Jamaica distant 12 leagues. At 8 in the evening arrived at Montego Bay. I must now begin to leave off, particularly as I have but half an hour to conclude, else my pretty little short letter will lose its passage, which I should not like, after being 10 days at different times writing it, beating up with the convoy to the northward, which is a reason that this epistle will never read well, as I never set down with a proper disposition to go on with it. But as I knew something of the kind would please you, I was resolved to finish it. Yet it will not bear an overhaul, so don't expose your son's nonsense. But to proceed. I instantly sent off an express to the Admiral, another to the Porcupine man of war, and went myself to Martha Brae to get vessels, for all their vessels here, as well as many of their houses, were gone to Moco. Got 3 small vessels, and set out back again to Cuba, where I arrived the 4th day after leaving my companions. I thought the ship's crew would have devoured me on my landing. They presently whisked me up on their shoulders, and carried me to the tent where Sir Hyde was. I must omit many little occurrences that happened on shore for want of time, but I shall have a number of stories to tell when I get alongside of you, and the next time I visit you I shall not be in such a hurry to quit you as I was the last, for then I hoped my nest would have been pretty well feathered. But my tale is forgotten. I found the Porcupine had arrived that day, and the lads had built a boat almost ready for launching that would hold 50 of them, which was intended for another trial in case I had foundered. Next day embarked all our people that were left, amounting to 250, for some had died of their wounds they received in getting on shore, others of drinking rum, and others had straggled into the country. All our vessels were so full of people that we could not take away the few clothes that were saved from the wreck, but that was a trifle, since we had preserved our lives and liberty. To make short of my story, we all arrived safe at Montego Bay, and shortly after at Port Royal in the Janus, which was sent on purpose for us, and were all honorably acquitted for the loss of the ship. I was made Admiral's aide-de-camp, and a little time afterwards sent down to San Juan's as captain of the Resource, to bring what were left of the poor devils to Blue Fields, on the Mosquito shore, and then to Jamaica, where they arrived after 3 months' absence, and without a prize, though I looked out hard off Portobello and Carthagena. Found in my absence that I had been appointed captain of the Tobago, where I remain His Majesty's most true and faithful servant, and my dear mother's most dutiful son, Archer. End of chapter 3. Recording by Philip Gould.
Chapter 4 of Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Thaler. Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy by Anonymous. An account of the whale fishery, with anecdotes of the dangers attending it. Historians in general have given to the Biscayans the credit of having first practiced the fishery for the whale. The English, and afterwards the Dutch, are supposed to have followed in the pursuit. It was prosecuted by the Norwegians so early as the 9th century, and by the Icelanders about the 11th. It was not till the 17th century, however, that the whale fishery was engaged in by the maritime nations of Europe as an important branch of commerce. The crew of a whale ship usually consists of 40 to 50 men, comprising several classes of officers, such as harpooners, boat steerers, line managers, etc., together with foremastmen, landmen, and apprentices. As a stimulus to the crew in the fishery, every individual, from the master down to the boys, besides his monthly pay, receives either a gratuity for every size fish caught during the voyage, or a certain sum for every ton of oil which the cargo produces. Masters and harpooners receive a small sum before sailing, in place of monthly wages, and if they procure no cargo whatever, they receive nothing more for their voyage. But in the event of a successful fishing, their advantages are considerable. The crow's nest is an apparatus placed on the main topmast, or topgallant mast head, as a watchtower for the officer on the lookout. It is closely defended from the wind and cold, and is furnished with a speaking trumpet, a telescope, and rifle. The most favorable opportunity for prosecuting the fishery in the Greenland seas commonly occurs with north, northwest, or west winds. At such times, the sea is smooth, and the atmosphere, though cloudy and dark, is generally free from fog and snow. The fishers prefer a cloudy to a clear sky, because in very bright weather the sea becomes illuminated, and the shadows of the whaleboats are so deeply impressed in the water by the beams of the sun that the whales are apt to take alarm. Fogs are only so far unfavorable as being liable to endanger the boats by shutting out the sight of the ship. A well-constructed whaleboat floats lightly and safely on the water, is capable of being rowed with great speed and readily turned round. It is of such capacity that it carries 6 or 7 men, 7 or 8 hundredweight of whale lines, and various other materials, and yet retains the necessary properties of safety and speed. Whaleboats being very liable to receive damage, both from whales and ice, are always carver-built, a structure which is easily repaired. The instruments of general use in the capture of the whale are the harpoon and lance. There is, moreover, a kind of harpoon which is shot from a gun, but being difficult to adjust, it is seldom used. Each boat is likewise furnished with a jack or flag fastened to a pole, intended to be displayed as a signal whenever a whale is harpooned. The crew of a whale ship are separated in divisions, equal in number to the number of boats. Each division, consisting of a harpooner, a boat steerer, and a line manager, together with 3 or 4 rowers, constitutes a boat's crew. On fishing stations, when the weather is such as to render the fishery practicable, the boats are always ready for instant service. The crow's nest is generally occupied by one of the officers, who keeps an anxious watch for the appearance of the whale. The moment that a fish is seen, he gives notice to the watch upon deck, part of whom leap into a boat, are lowered down, and push off toward the place. If the fish be large, a second boat is dispatched to the support of the other, and when the whole of the boats are sent out, the ship is said to have a loose fall. There are several rules observed in approaching a whale to prevent the animal from taking the alarm. As the whale is dull of hearing, but quick of sight, the boat steerer always endeavors to get behind it, and in accomplishing this, he is sometimes justified in taking a circuitous route. In calm weather, where guns are not used, the greatest caution is necessary before a whale can be reached. Smooth, careful rowing is always requisite, and sometimes sculling is practiced. It is a primary consideration with the harpooner always to place his boat as near as possible to the spot in which he expects the fish to rise, and he conceives himself successful in the attempt when the fish comes up with a start, that is, within the distance of about 200 yards. Whenever a whale lies on the surface of the water, unconscious of the approach of its enemies, the hardy fisher rows directly upon it, and an instant before the boat touches it, buries his harpoon in the back. The wounded whale, in the surprise and agony of the moment, makes a convulsive effort to escape. Then is the moment of danger. The boat is subjected to the most violent blows from its head, or its fins, but particularly from its ponderous tail, which sometimes sweeps the air with such tremendous fury that the boat and men are exposed to one common destruction. The head of the whale is avoided, because it cannot be penetrated with the harpoon, but any part of the body between the head and the tail will admit of the full length of the instrument, without danger of obstruction. The moment that the wounded whale disappears, a flag is displayed, on sight of which those on watch in the ship give the alarm by stamping on the deck, accompanied by shouts of "A fall!" At the sound of this, the sleeping crew are roused, jump from their beds, rush upon deck, and crowd into the boats. The alarm of "a fall" has a singular effect on the feelings of a sleeping person unaccustomed to hearing it. It has often been mistaken as a cry of distress. A landsman, seeing the crew, on an occasion of a fall, leap into the boats in their shirts, imagined that the boat was sinking. He therefore tried to get into a boat himself, but every one of them being fully manned, he was refused. After several fruitless endeavors to gain a place among his comrades, he cried out, in evident distress, "What shall I do? Will none of you take me in?" The first effort of a fast fish, or whale that has been struck, is to escape from the boat by sinking under water. After this, it pursues its course downward, or reappears at a little distance, and swims with great celerity near the surface of the water. It sometimes returns instantly to the surface, and gives evidence of its agony by the most convulsive throes. The downward course of a whale is, however, the most common. A whale, struck near the edge of any large sheet of ice, and passing underneath it, will sometimes run the whole of the lines out of one boat. The approaching distress of a boat, for want of line, is indicated by the elevation of an oar, to which is added a second, a third, or even a fourth, in proportion to the nature of the exigence. The utmost care and attention are requisite, on the part of every person in the boat, when the lines are running out, fatal consequences having been sometimes produced by the most trifling neglect. When the line happens to run foul, and cannot be cleared on the instant, It sometimes draws the boat under water, on which, if no auxiliary boat or convenient piece of ice be at hand, the crew are plunged into the sea, and are obliged to trust to their oars, or their skill in swimming, for supporting themselves on the surface. Captain Scoresby relates an accident of this kind, which happened on his first voyage to the whale fishery. 1,000 fathoms of line were already out, and the fast boat was forcibly pressed against the side of a piece of ice. The harpooner, in his anxiety to retard the flight of the whale, applied too many turns of the line round the bollard, which, getting entangled, drew the boat beneath the ice. Another boat, providentially, was at hand, into which the crew had just time to escape. The whale, with near 2 miles' length of line, was, in consequence of the accident, lost, but the boat was recovered. The average stay under water of a wounded whale is about 30 minutes. When it reappears, the assisting boats make for the place with their utmost speed, and as they reach it, each harpooner plunges his harpoon into its back, to the amount of 3, 4, or more, according to the size of the whale. It is then actively plied with lances, which are thrust into its body, aiming at its vitals. The sea, to a great extent around, is dyed with its blood, and the noise made by its tail in its dying struggle may be heard several miles. In dying, it turns on its back or on its side, which circumstance is announced by the capturers with the striking of their flags, accompanied by 3 lively huzzas. Whales are sometimes captured with a single harpoon in the space of 15 minutes. Sometimes they resist 40 or 50 hours, and at times they will break 3 or 4 lines at once, or tear themselves clear off the harpoons by the violence of their struggles. Generally, the capture of a whale depends on the activity of the harpooner, the state of the wind and weather, or the peculiar conduct of the animal itself. Under the most favorable circumstances, the length of time does not exceed an hour. The general average may be stated at 2 hours. Instances have occurred where whales have been taken without being struck at all, simply by entangling themselves in the lines that had been used to destroy others, and struggling till they were drowned or died of exhaustion. The fishery for whales, when conducted at the margin of those wonderful sheets of ice, called fields, is, when the weather is fine and the refuge for ships secure, the most agreeable and sometimes the most productive of all other ways. When the fish can be observed blowing in any of the holes of a field, the men travel over the ice and attack it with lances to turn it back. As connected with this subject, Captain Scoresby relates the following circumstance, which occurred under his own observation. On the 8th of July, 1813, the ship Esk lay by the side of a large sheet of ice, in which there were several thin parts and some holes. Here, a whale being heard blowing, a harpoon with a line fastened to it was conveyed across the ice, from a boat on guard, and the harpooner succeeded in striking the whale at a distance of 350 yards from the verge. It dragged out 10 lines, 2,400 yards, and was supposed to be seen blowing in different holes in the ice. After some time, it made its appearance on the exterior, and was again struck at the moment it was about to go under the second time. About 100 yards from the edge, it broke the ice where it was a foot thick with its head, and respired through the opening. It then pushed forward, breaking the ice as it advanced, in spite of the lances constantly directed against it. At last it reached a kind of basin in the field, where it floated on the surface without any encumbrance from ice. Its back being fairly exposed, the harpoon struck from the boat on the outside was observed to be so slightly entangled that it was ready to drop out. Some of the officers lamented this circumstance, and wished that the harpoon might be better fast, at the same time observing that if it should slip out, either the fish would be lost, or they should be under the necessity of flensing it where it lay, and of dragging the blubber over the ice to the ship, a kind and degree of labour everyone was anxious to avoid. No sooner was the wish expressed, and its importance explained, Then a young and daring sailor stepped forward and offered to strike the harpoon deeper. Not at all intimidated by the surprise manifested on every countenance at such a bold proposal, he leaped on the back of the living whale and cut the harpoon out with his pocket knife. Stimulated by his gallant example, one of his companions proceeded to his assistance. While one of them hauled upon the line and held it in his hands, the other set his shoulder against the end of the harpoon, and though it was without a stock, contrived to strike it again into the fish more effectually than at first. The whale was in motion before they had finished. After they got off its back, it advanced a considerable distance, breaking the ice all the way, and survived this novel treatment 10 or 15 minutes. This daring deed was of essential service. The whale fortunately sunk spontaneously after it expired, on which it was hauled out under the ice by a line and secured without farther trouble. It proved a mighty whale, a very considerable prize. When engaged in the pursuit of a large whale, it is necessary precaution for 2 boats at all times to proceed in company, that the one may be able to assist the other on any emergency. With this principle in view, 2 boats from the Esk were sent out in chase of some large whales on the 13th of June, 1814. No ice was within sight. The boats had proceeded some time together, when they separated in pursuit of 2 whales, not far distant from each other. When, by a singular coincidence, the harpooners each struck his fish at the same moment. They were a mile from the ship. Urgent signals for assistance were displayed by each boat, and in a few minutes one of the harpooners was obliged to slip the end of his line. Fortunately, the other fish did not descend so deep, and the lines in the boat proved adequate for the occasion. One of the fish, being then supposed to be lost, 5 of the boats out of 7 attended on the fish which yet remained entangled, and speedily killed it. A short time afterwards, the other fish supposed to be lost was descried at a little distance from the place where it was struck. 3 boats proceeded against it. It was immediately struck, and in 20 minutes also killed. Thus were fortunately captured 2 whales, both of which had been despaired of. They produced near 40 tons of oil, value at that time 1,400 pounds. The lines attached to the last fish were recovered with it. Before a whale can be flensed, as the operation of taking off the fat and whalebone is called, some preliminary measures are requisite. These consist in securing the whale to the boat, cutting away the attached whale lines, lashing the fins together, and towing it to the ship. Some curious circumstances connected with these operations may be mentioned here. In the year 1816, a fish was to all appearance killed by the crew of the Esk. The fins were partly lashed, and the tail on the point of being secured, and all the lines excepting one were cut away, the fish meanwhile lying as if dead. To the alarm, however, of the sailors, it revived, began to move, and pressed forward in a convulsive agitation. Soon after, it sunk in the water to some depth, and then died. One line fortunately remained attached to it, by which it was drawn to the surface and secured. A suspension of labour is generally allowed after the whale has been secured aside of the ship, and before the commencement of the operation of flensing. An unlucky circumstance once occurred in an interval of this kind. At that period of the fishery, 40 or 50 years ago, when a single stout whale, together with the bounty, was found sufficient to remunerate the owners of the ship for the expenses of the voyage, great joy was exhibited on the capture of a whale by the fishers. They were not only cheered by a dram of spirits, but sometimes provided with some favourite mess on which to regale themselves before they commenced the arduous task of flensing. At such a period, the crew of an English vessel had captured their first whale. It was taken to the ship, placed on the lee side, and though the wind blew a strong breeze, it was fastened only by a small rope attached to the fin. In this state of supposed security, all hands retired to regale themselves, the captain himself not excepted. The ship being at a distance from any ice, and the fish believed to be fast, they made no great haste in their enjoyment. At length, the specksioneer, or chief harpooner, Having spent sufficient time in indulgence and equipment, with an air of importance and self-confidence proceeded on deck, and naturally turned to look on the whale. To his astonishment, it was not to be seen. In some alarm, he looked astern, ahead, on the other side, but his search was useless. The ship, drifting fast, had pressed forcibly upon the whale, the rope broke, the fish sunk, and was lost. The mortification of this event may be conceived, but the termination of their vexation will not easily be imagined, when it is known that no other opportunity of procuring a whale occurred during the voyage. The ship returned home clean. Flensing in a swell is a most difficult and dangerous undertaking, and when the swell is at all considerable, it is commonly impracticable. No ropes or blocks are capable of bearing the jerk of the sea. The harpooners are annoyed by the surge, and repeatedly drenched in water, and are likewise subject to be wounded by the breaking of ropes or hooks of tackles, and even by strokes from each other's knives. Hence, accidents in this kind of flensing are not uncommon. The harpooners not unfrequently fall into the whale's mouth when it is exposed by the removal of a surface of blubber, where they might easily be drowned but for the prompt assistance which is always at hand. One of the laws of the fishery universally adhered to is that whenever a whale is loose, whatever may be the case or circumstances, it becomes a free prize to the first person who gets hold of it. Thus, when a whale is killed and the flensing is prevented by a storm, it is usually taken in tow. If the rope by which it is connected with the ship should happen to break, and the people of another ship should seize upon it while disengaged, it becomes their prize. The following circumstance, which occurred a good many years ago, has a tendency to illustrate the existing Greenland laws. During a storm of wind and snow, several ships were beating to windward under easy sail, along the edge of a pack. When the storm abated and the weather cleared, the ships steered towards the ice. Two of the fleet approached it, about a mile asunder, abreast of each other, when the crews of each ship accidentally got sight of a dead fish at a little distance within some loose ice. Each ship now made sail to endeavour to reach the fish before the other, which fish being loose, it would be a prize to the first who could get possession of it. Neither ship could outsail the other, but each contrived to press forward towards the prize. The little advantage one of them had in distance, the other compensated with velocity. On each bow of the two ships was stationed a principal officer, armed with a harpoon in readiness to discharge. But it so happened that the ships came in contact with each other, when within a few yards of the fish, and in consequence of the shock with which their bows met, they rebounded to a considerable distance. The officers at the same moment discharged their harpoons, but all of them fell short of the fish. A hardy fellow, who was second mate of the leeward ship, immediately leaped overboard, and with great dexterity swam to the whale, seized it by the fin, and proclaimed it his prize. It was, however, so swollen that he was unable to climb upon it, but was obliged to remain shivering in the water until assistance should be sent. His captain, elated with his good luck, forgot, or at least neglected his brave second mate, and before he thought of sending a boat to release him from his disagreeable situation, prepared to moor his ship to an adjoining piece of ice. Meanwhile, the other ship tacked, and the master himself stepped into a boat, pushed off, and rowed deliberately towards the dead fish. Observing the trembling seaman still in the water holding by the fin, he addressed him with, "Well, my lad, you have got a fine fish here." To which, after a natural reply in the affirmative, he added, "But don't you find it very cold?" "Yes," replied the shivering sailor, "I'm almost starved. I wish you would allow me to come into your boat until ours arrives." This favour needed no second solicitation. The boat approached the man, and he was assisted into it. The fish being again loose and out of possession, the captain instantly struck his harpoon into it, hoisted his flag, and claimed his prize. Mortified and displeased as the other master felt at this trick, for so it certainly was, he had nevertheless no redress, but was obliged to permit the fish to be taken on board of his competitor's ship, and to content himself with abusing the second mate for want of discretion, and condemning himself for not having more compassion on the poor fellow's feeling, which would have prevented the disagreeable misadventure. Those employed in the occupation of killing whales are, when actually engaged, exposed to danger from 3 sources, that is, from the ice, from the climate, and from the whales themselves. The ice is a source of danger to the fishers from overhanging masses falling upon them, from the approximation of large sheets of ice to each other, which are apt to crush or upset the boats, from their boats being stove or sunk by large masses of ice agitated by a swell, and from the boats being enclosed and beset in a pack of ice, and their crews thus prevented from joining their ships. On the commencement of a heavy gale of wind, May 11th, 1813, 14 men put off in a boat from the Volunteer of Whitby, with the view of setting an anchor in a large piece of ice, to which it was their intention of mooring the ship. The ship approached on a signal being made, the sails were clewed up, and a rope fixed to the anchor, but the ice shivering with the violence of the strain when the ship fell astern, the anchor flew out, and the ship went adrift. The sails being again set, the ship was reached to the eastward, wind at north, the distance of about 2 miles, but in attempting to wear and return, the ship, instead of performing the evolution, scudded a considerable distance to the leeward, and was then reaching out to sea, leaving thus 14 of her crew to a fate most dreadful, the fulfilment of which seemed almost inevitable. The temperature of the air was 15 or 16 of Fahrenheit, when these poor wretches were left upon a detached piece of ice, of no considerable magnitude, without food, without shelter from the inclement storm, deprived of every means of refuge except in a single boat, which, on account of the number of men and the violence of the storm, was incapable of conveying them to their ship. Death stared them in the face whichever way they turned, and a division in opinion ensued. Some were wishful to remain on the ice, but the ice could afford them no shelter to the piercing wind, and would probably be broken to pieces by the increasing swell. Others were anxious to attempt to join their ship while she was yet in sight, but the force of the wind, the violence of the sea, the smallness of the boat in comparison to the number of men to be conveyed, were objections which would have appeared insurmountable to any person but men in a state of despair. Judging that by remaining on the ice death was but retarded for a few hours, as the extreme cold must eventually benumb their faculties, and invite a sleep which would overcome the remains of animation, they determined on making the attempt of rowing to their ship. Poor souls, what must have been their sensations at that moment, when the spark of hope yet remaining was so feeble, that a premature death even to themselves seemed inevitable. They made the daring experiment, when a few minutes' trial convinced them that the attempt was utterly impracticable. They then, with longing eyes, turned their efforts towards recovering the ice they had left, but their utmost exertions were unavailing. Every one now viewed his situation as desperate, and anticipated as certain the fatal event which was to put a period to his life. How great must have been their delight, and how overpowering their sensations, when at this most critical juncture a ship appeared in sight. She was advancing directly toward them. Their voices were extended and their flag displayed. But although it was impossible they should be heard, it was not impossible they should be seen. Their flag was descried by the people on board the ship. Their mutual courses were so directed as to form the speediest union, and in a few minutes they found themselves on the deck of the Lively of Whitby, under circumstances of safety. They received from their townsmen the warmest congratulations, and while each individual was forward in contributing his assistance toward the restoration of their benumbed bodies, each appeared sensible that their narrow escape from death was highly providential. The forbearance of God is wonderful. Perhaps these very men, a few hours before, were impiously invoking their own destruction, or venting imprecations upon their fellow beings. True it is that the goodness of the Almighty extendeth over all his works, and that while mercy is his darling attribute, Judgment is his strange work. The most extensive source of danger to the whale fisher, when actively engaged in his occupation, arises from the object of his pursuit. Excepting when it has young under its protection, the whale generally exhibits remarkable timidity of character. A bird perching on its back alarms it, hence the greater part of the accidents which happen in the course of its capture must be attributed to adventitious circumstances on the part of the whale, or to mismanagement or foolhardiness on the part of the fishers. A harpooner belonging to the Henrietta of Whitby, when engaged in lancing a whale into which he had previously struck a harpoon, incautiously cast a little line under his feet that he had just hauled into the boat, after it had been drawn out by the fish. A painful stroke of his lance induced the whale to dart suddenly downward. His line began to run out from beneath his feet, and in an instant caught him by a turn round his body. He had but just time to cry out, "Clear away the line! Oh dear!" when he was cut almost asunder, dragged overboard, and never seen afterwards. The line was cut at that moment, but without avail. The fish descended a considerable depth and died, from whence it was drawn to the surface by the lines connected with it, and secured. While the ship Resolution navigated an open lake of water in the 81st degree of north latitude during a keen frost and strong north wind on the 2nd of June 1806, a whale appeared, and a boat put off in pursuit. On its second visit to the surface of the sea, it was harpooned. A convulsive heave of the tail, which succeeded the wound, struck the boat at the stern, and by its reaction projected the boat steerer overboard. As the line in a moment dragged the boat beyond his reach, the crew threw some of their oars toward him for his support, one of which he fortunately seized. The ship and boats, being at a considerable distance, and the fast boat being rapidly drawn away from him, the harpooner cut the line with the view of rescuing him from his dangerous situation. But no sooner was this act performed than to their extreme mortification they discovered that in consequence of some oars being thrown toward their floating comrade, and others being broken or unshipped by the blow from the fish, one oar only remained, with which, owing to the force of the wind, they tried in vain to approach him. A considerable period elapsed before any boat from the ship could afford him assistance, though the men strained every nerve for the purpose. At length, when they reached him, he was found with his arms stretched over an oar, almost deprived of sensation. On his arrival at the ship, he was in a deplorable condition. His clothes were frozen like mail, and his hair constituted a helmet of ice. He was immediately conveyed into the cabin, his clothes taken off, his limbs and body dried and well rubbed, and a cordial administered, which he drank. A dry shirt and stockings were then put upon him, and he was laid in the captain's bed. After a few hours' sleep he awoke, and appeared considerably restored, but complained of a painful sensation of cold. He was therefore removed to his own berth, and one of his messmates ordered to lie on each side of him, whereby the diminished circulation of the blood was accelerated, and the animal heat restored. The shock on his constitution, however, was greater than was anticipated. He recovered in the course of a few days, so as to be able to engage in his ordinary pursuits, but many months elapsed before his countenance exhibited its usual appearance of health. The Aimwell of Whitby, while cruising the Greenland seas in the year 1810, had boats in chase of whales on the 26th of May. One of them was harpooned, but instead of sinking immediately on receiving the wound, as is the most usual manner of the whale, this individual only dived for a moment, and rose again beneath the boat, struck it in the most vicious manner with its fins and tail, stove it, upset it, and then disappeared. The crew, 7 in number, got on the bottom of the boat, but the unequal action of the lines, which for some time remained entangled with the boat, rolled it occasionally over, and thus plunged the crew repeatedly into the water. 4 of them, after each immersion, recovered themselves and clung to the boat, but the other 3, one of whom was the only person acquainted with the art of swimming, were drowned before assistance could arrive. The 4 men on the boat being rescued and conveyed to the ship, the attack on the whale was continued, and 2 more harpoons struck. But the whale, irritated, instead of being enervated by its wounds, recommenced its furious conduct. The sea was in a foam, its tail and fins were in awful play, and in a short time harpoon after harpoon drew out, the fish was loosened from its entanglements and escaped. In the fishery of 1812, the Henrietta of Whitby suffered a similar loss. A fish, which was struck very near the ship by a blow of its tail, stove a small hole in the boat's bow. Every individual, shrinking from the side on which the blow was impressed, aided the influence of the stroke, and upset the boat. They all clung to it while it was bottom up, but the line having got entangled among the thwarts, suddenly drew the boat under water, and with it part of the crew. Excessive anxiety among the people in the ship occasioned delay in sending assistance, so that when the first boat arrived at the spot, 2 survivors only out of 6 men were found. During a fresh gale of wind in the season of 1809, one of the Resolution's harpooners struck a sucking whale. Its mother being near, all the other boats were disposed around with the hope of entangling it. The old whale pursued a circular route round its cub and was followed by the boats, but its velocity was so considerable that they were unable to keep pace with it. Being in the capacity of harpooner on this occasion myself, I proceeded to the chase, after having carefully marked the proceedings of the fish. I selected a situation in which I conceived the whale would make its appearance, and was in the act of directing my crew to cease rowing, when a terrible blow was struck on the boat. The whale I never saw, but the effect of the blow was too important to be overlooked. About 15 square feet of the bottom of the boat were driven in. It filled, sunk, and upset in a moment. Assistance was providentially at hand, so that we were all taken up without injury, after being but a few minutes in the water. The whale escaped. The boat's lines fell out and were lost, but the boat was recovered. A remarkable instance of the power which the whale possesses in its tail was exhibited within my own observation in the year 1807. On the 29th of May, a whale was harpooned by an officer belonging to the Resolution. It descended a considerable depth, and on its reappearance evinced an uncommon degree of irritation. It made such a display of its fins and tail that few of the crew were hardy enough to approach it. The captain, Captain Scoresby's father, observing their timidity, called a boat and himself struck a second harpoon. Another boat immediately followed, and unfortunately advanced too far. The tail was again reared into the air in a terrific attitude. The impending blow was evident. The harpooner, who was directly underneath, leaped overboard, and the next moment the threatened stroke was impressed on the center of the boat, which it buried in the water. Happily, no one was injured. The harpooner who leaped overboard escaped certain death by the act, the tail having struck the very spot on which he stood. The effects of the blow were astonishing. The keel was broken, the gunwales and every plank, excepting 2, were cut through, and it was evident that the boat would have been completely divided had not the tail struck directly upon a coil of lines. The boat was rendered useless. Instances of disasters of this kind, occasioned by blows from the whale, could be adduced in great numbers. Cases of boats being destroyed by a single stroke of the tail are not unknown. Instances of boats having been stove or upset, and their crews wholly or in part drowned, are not infrequent. And several cases of whales have been made a regular attack upon every boat which came near them, dashed some in pieces, and killed or drowned some of the people in them, have occurred within a few years even under my own observation. The Dutch ship, Gortmolen, commanded by Cornelius Gerard Overcas, with a cargo of 7 fish, was anchored in Greenland in the year 1660. The captain, perceiving a whale ahead of his ship, beckoned his attendants and threw himself into a boat. He was the first to approach the whale, and was fortunate enough to harpoon it before the arrival of the second boat, which was on the advance. Jacques Vinques, who had the direction of it, joined his captain immediately afterwards, and prepared to make a second attack on the fish, when it should remount again to the surface. At the moment of its ascension, the boat of Vincas, happening unfortunately to be perpendicularly above it, was so suddenly and forcibly lifted up by a stroke of the head of the whale that it was dashed to pieces before the harpooner could discharge his weapon. Vincas flew along with the pieces of the boat and fell upon the back of the animal. This intrepid seaman, who still retained his weapon in his grasp, harpooned the whale on which he stood, and by means of the harpoon and the line, which he never abandoned, he steadied himself firmly upon the fish, notwithstanding his hazardous situation, and regardless of a considerable wound that he received in his leg in his fall, along with the fragments of the boat. All the efforts of the other boats to approach the whale and deliver the harpooner were futile. The captain, not seeing any other method of saving his unfortunate companion, who was in some way entangled with the line, called to him to cut it with his knife and betake himself to swimming. Vincas, embarrassed and disconcerted as he was, tried in vain to follow this counsel. His knife was in the pocket of his drawers, and being unable to support himself with one hand, he could not get it out. The whale, meanwhile, continued advancing along the surface of the water with great rapidity, but fortunately never attempted to dive. While his comrades despaired of his life, the harpoon by which he held at length disengaged itself from the body of the whale. Vincas, being thus liberated, did not fail to take advantage of this circumstance. He cast himself into the sea, and by swimming endeavored to regain the boats which continued the pursuit of the whale. When his shipmates perceived him struggling with the waves, they redoubled their exertions. They reached him just as his strength was exhausted, and had the happiness of rescuing this adventurous harpooner from his perilous situation. Captain Lyons, of the Wraith of Leith, while prosecuting the whale fishery on the Labrador coast in the season of 1802, discovered a large whale at a short distance from the ship. 4 boats were dispatched in pursuit, and 2 of them succeeded in approaching it so closely together that 2 harpoons were struck in the same moment. The fish descended a few fathoms in the direction of another of the boats, which was on the advance, rose accidentally beneath it, struck it with its head, and threw the boat, men, and apparatus about 15 feet into the air. It was inverted by the stroke, and fell into the water with its keel upwards. All the people were picked up alive by the 4th boat, which was just at hand, excepting one man, who, having got entangled in the boat, fell beneath it, and was unfortunately drowned. The fish was soon afterwards killed. In 1822, 2 boats belonging to the ship Baffin went in pursuit of a whale. John Carr was harpooner and commander of one of them. The whale they pursued led them into a vast shoal of his own species. They were so numerous that their blowing was incessant, and they believed that they did not see fewer than 100. Fearful of alarming them without striking any, they remained for a while motionless. At last one rose near Carr's boat, and he approached, and fatally for himself harpooned it. When he struck, the fish was approaching the boat, and passing very rapidly, jerked the line out of its place over the stern, and threw it upon the gunwale. Its pressure in this unfavorable position so careened the boat that the side was pulled under water, and it began to fill. In this emergency, Carr, who was a brave, active man, seized the line and endeavored to relieve the boat by restoring it to its place. But by some circumstance which was never accounted for, a turn of the line flew over his arm, dragged him overboard in an instant, and drew him under the water, never more to rise. So sudden was the accident that only one man who was watching him saw what had happened, so that when the boat righted, which it immediately did, though half full of water, the whole crew, on looking round, inquired what had become of Carr. It is impossible to imagine a death more awfully sudden and unexpected. The invisible bullet could not have effected more instantaneous destruction. The velocity of the whale at its first descent is from 13 to 15 feet per second. Now, as this unfortunate man was adjusting the line at the water's very edge, where it must have been perfectly tight, owing to its obstruction in running out of the boat, the interval between the fastening of the line about him and his disappearance could not have exceeded the third part of a second of time, for in 1 second only he must have been dragged 10 or 12 feet deep. Indeed, he had not time for the least exclamation, and the person who saw his removal observed that it was so exceeding quick that though his eye was upon him at the moment, he could scarcely distinguish his figure as he disappeared. As soon as the crew recovered from their consternation, they applied themselves to the needful attention which the lines required. A second harpoon was struck from the accompanying boat on the raising of the whale to the surface, and some lances were applied, but this melancholy occurrence had cast such a damp on all present that they became timid and inactive in their subsequent duties. The whale, when nearly exhausted, was allowed to remain some minutes unmolested, till having recovered some degree of energy, it made a violent effort and tore itself away from both harpoons. The exertions of the crews thus proved fruitless, and were attended with serious loss. Innumerable instances might be adduced of the perils and disasters to which our whalemen are subject, of their never-tiring fortitude and daring enterprise, but we believe the examples we have given alone will sufficiently convey a full and correct idea of the customs and dangers of the whale fishery. Some notes on the narwhal. The narwhal, or sea unicorn, is a species of the whale, and seldom exceeds 22 feet long. Its body is slenderer than that of the whale, and its fat not so great abundance. But this great animal is sufficiently distinguished from all others of the deep by its tooth or teeth, which stand pointing directly from their upper jaw, and are from 9 to 10 feet long. In all the variety of weapons with which nature has armed her various tribes, there is not one so large or so formidable as this. This terrible weapon is generally found single, and some are of opinion that the animal is furnished with but one by nature. But there is at present the skull of a narwhal at the Stadthouse at Amsterdam, with 2 teeth. The tooth, or as some are pleased to call it, the horn of the narwhal, is as straight as an arrow, about the thickness of the small of a man's leg, wreathed as we sometimes see twisted bars of iron. It tapers to a sharp point, and is whiter, heavier, and harder than ivory. It is generally seen to spring from the left side of the head, directly forward in a straight line with the body, and its root enters into the socket above 1.5 feet. Notwithstanding its appointments for combat, this long and pointed tusk, amazing strength, and matchless celerity, the narwhal is one of the most harmless and peaceful inhabitants of the ocean. It is seen constantly and inoffensively sporting among the other great monsters of the deep, no way attempting to injure them, but pleased in their company. The Greenlanders call the narwhal the forerunner of the whale, for whenever it is seen, the whale is shortly after sure to follow. This may arise as well from the natural passion for society in these animals, as from both living upon the same food. These powerful fishes make war upon no other living creature, and though furnished with instruments to spread general destruction, are as innocent and as peaceful as a drove of oxen. The narwhal is much swifter than the whale, and would never be taken by the fishermen but for those very tusks, which at first appear to be its principal defense. These animals are always seen in herds of several at a time, and whenever they are attacked they crowd together in such a manner that they are mutually embarrassed by their tusks. By these they are often locked together, and are prevented from sinking to the bottom. It seldom happens, therefore, but the fishermen make sure of 1 or 2 of the hindmost, which very well reward their trouble. End of chapter 4.
Section 5 of Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Gould.
Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy by Anonymous. Chapter 5. Loss of the Brig Tyrrel. In addition to the many dreadful shipwrecks already narrated, the following, which is a circumstantial account given by T. Purnell, chief mate of the brig Tyrrel, Arthur Cochlan, commander, and the only person among the whole crew who had the good fortune to escape, claims our particular attention. On Saturday, June 29th, 1759, they sailed from New York to Sandy Hook, and there came to an anchor, waiting for the captain's coming down with a new boat, and some other articles. Accordingly, he came on board early the succeeding morning, and the boat cleared, hoisted in, stowed, and lashed. At 8 o'clock a.m. they weighed anchor, sailed out of Sandy Hook, and the same day at noon took their departure from the high land never sunk, and proceeded on their passage to Antigua. As soon as they made sail, the captain ordered the boat to be cast loose, in order that she might be painted, with the oars, rudder, and tiller, which job he, Captain Cochlan, undertook to do himself. At 4 p.m. they found the vessel made a little more water than usual, but as it did not cause much additional labor at the pump, nothing was thought of it. At 8 the leak did not seem to increase. At 12 it began to blow very hard in squalls, which caused the vessel to lie down very much, whereby it was apprehended she wanted more ballast. Thereupon the captain came on deck, being the starboard watch, and close reefed both topsails. At 4 a.m. the weather moderated, let out both reefs. At 8 it became still more moderate, and they made more sail, and set top gallant sails. The weather was still thick and hazy. There was no further observation taken at present, except that the vessel made more water. The captain was now chiefly employed in painting the boat, oars, rudder, and tiller. On Monday, June 30th, at 4 p.m., the wind was at east-northeast, freshened very much, and blew so very hard as occasioned the brig to lie along in such a manner as caused general alarm. The captain was now earnestly entreated to put for New York, or steer for the Capes of Virginia. At 8 took in top gallant sail, and close reefed both topsails, still making more water. Afterwards the weather became still more moderate and fair, and they made more sail. July 1st, at 4 a.m., it began to blow in squalls very hard, took in one reef in each topsail, and continued so until 8 a.m., the weather being still thick and hazy. No observation. The next day she made still more water, but as every watch pumped it out, this was little regarded. At 4 p.m. took second reef in each topsail, close reefed both, and sent down the top gallant yard, the gale still increasing. At 4 a.m. the wind got round to north, and there was no appearance of its abating. At 8 the captain, well satisfied that she was very crank and ought to have had more ballast, agreed to make for Bacon Island Road in North Carolina, and in the very act of wearing her, a sudden gust of wind laid her down on her beam end, and she never rose again. At this time Mr. Purnell was lying in the cabin with his clothes on, not having pulled them off since they left land. Having been rolled out of his bed on his chest, with great difficulty he reached the roundhouse door. The first salutation he met with was from the step ladder that went from the quarter-deck to the poop, which knocked him against the companion. A lucky circumstance for those below, as, by laying the ladder against the companion, it served both him and the rest of the people who were in the steerage as a conveyance to windward. Having transported the two after guns forward to bring her more by the head in order to make her hold a better wind, thus they got through the aftermost gun port on the quarter-deck, and being all on her broadside, every movable rolled to leeward, and as the vessel overset, so did the boat, and turned bottom upwards, her lashings being cast loose by order of the captain, and having no other prospect of saving their lives but by the boat, Purnell, with two others and the cabin boy, who were excellent swimmers, plunged into the water, and with difficulty righted her, when she was brim full, and washing with the water's edge. They then made fast the end of the main sheet to the ring in her stern post, and those who were in the forechain sent down the end of the boom tackle, to which they made fast the boat's painter, and by which they lifted her a little out of the water, so that she swam about 2 or 3 inches free, but almost full. They then put the cabin boy into her, and gave him a bucket that happened to float by, and he bailed away as quick as he could, and soon after another person got in with another bucket, and in short time got all the water out of her. They then put 2 long oars that were stowed in the larboard quarter of the Tyrrel into the boat, and pulled or rowed right to windward, for as the wreck drifted, she made a dreadful appearance in the water, and Mr. Purnell and 2 of the people put off from the wreck in search of the oars, rudder, and tiller. After a long while they succeeded in picking them all up, one after another. They then returned to their wretched companions, who were all overjoyed to see them, having given them up for lost. By this time night drew on very fast. While they were rowing in the boat, some small quantity of white biscuit, Mr. Purnell supposed about half a peck, floated in a small cask out of the roundhouse, but before it came to hand it was so soaked with salt water that it was almost in a fluid state, and about double the quantity of common ship biscuit likewise floated, which was in like manner soaked. This was all the provision that they had. Not a drop of fresh water could they get, neither could the carpenter get at any of his tools to scuttle her sides, for could this have been accomplished, they might have saved plenty of provisions and water. By this time it was almost dark. Having got one compass, it was determined to quit the wreck and take their chance in the boat, which was 19 feet 6 inches long, and 6 feet 4 inches broad. Mr. Purnell supposes it was now about 9 o'clock. It was very dark. They had run about 360 miles by their dead reckoning on a south-east by east course. The number in the boat was 17 in all. The boat was very deep, and little hopes were entertained of either seeing land or surviving long. The wind got round to westward, which was the course they wanted to steer, but it began to blow and rain so very hard that they were obliged to keep before the wind and sea in order to preserve her above water. Soon after they had put off from the wreck, the boat shipped 2 heavy seas one after another, so that they were obliged to keep her before the wind and sea, for had she shipped another sea she certainly would have swamped with them. By sunrise the next morning, July 3rd, they judged that they had been running east-southeast, which was contrary to their wishes. The wind dying away, the weather became very moderate. The compass which they had saved proved of no utility, one of the people having trod upon and broken it. It was accordingly thrown overboard. They now proposed to make a sail of some frocks and trousers, but they had got neither needles nor sewing twine. One of the people, however, had a needle in his knife, and another several fishing lines in his pockets, which were unlaid by some, and others were employed in ripping the frocks and trousers. By sunset they had provided a tolerable lug sail, having split one of the boat's thwarts, which was of yellow deal, with a very large knife which one of the crew had in his pocket. They made a yard and lashed it together by the strands of the 4 top gallant halyards that were thrown into the boat promiscuously. They also made a mast of one of the long oars, and set their sails with sheets and tacks made out of the top gallant halyards. Their only guide was the North Star. They had a tolerable good breeze all night, and the whole of the next day, July the 4th, the weather continued very moderate, and the people were in as good a spirits as their dreadful situation would admit. July 5th, the wind and weather continued much the same, and they knew by the North Star that they were standing in for the land. The next day Mr. Purnell observed some of the men drinking salt water, and seeming rather fatigued. At this time they imagined the wind was got round to the southward, and they steered, as they thought, by the North Star, to the northwest quarter. But on the 7th they found the wind had got back to the northward, and blew very fresh. They got their oars out the greatest part of the night, and the next day, the wind still dying away, the people laboured alternately at the oars, without distinction. About noon the wind sprung up, so that they laid in their oars, and, as they thought, steered about north-northwest, and continued so until about 8 or 9 in the morning of July the 9th, when they all thought they were upon soundings, by the coldness of the water. They were, in general, in very good spirits. The weather continued still thick and hazy, and by the North Star they found that they had been steering about north by west. July 10th. The people had drank so much salt water that it came from them as clear as it was before they drank it, and Mr. Purnell perceived that the second mate had lost a considerable share of his strength and spirits, and also at noon that the carpenter was delirious, his malady increasing every hour. About dusk he had almost overset the boat by attempting to throw himself overboard, and otherwise behaving quite violent. As his strength, however, failed him, he became more manageable, and they got him to lie down in the middle of the boat among some of the people. Mr. Purnell drank once a little salt water, but could not relish it. He preferred his own urine, which he drank occasionally as he made it. Soon after sunset the second mate lost his speech. Mr. Purnell desired him to lean his head on him. He died, without a groan or struggle, on the 11th of July, being the 9th day they were in the boat. In a few minutes after, the carpenter expired almost in a similar manner. These melancholy scenes rendered the situation of the survivors more dreadful. It is impossible to describe their feelings. Despair became general. Every man imagined his own dissolution was near. They now all went to prayers. Some prayed in the Welsh language, some in Irish, and others in English. Then, after a little deliberation, they stripped the 2 dead men and hove them overboard. The weather being now very mild and almost calm, they turned to, cleaned the boat, and resolved to make their sail larger out of the frocks and trousers of the 2 deceased men. Purnell got the captain to lie down with the rest of the people, the boatswain and 1 man excepted, who assisted him in making the sail larger, which they had completed by 6 or 7 o'clock in the afternoon, having made a shroud out of the boat's painter, which served as a shifting backstay. Purnell also fixed his red flannel waistcoat at the masthead, as a signal the most likely to be seen. Soon after this, some of them observed a sloop at great distance, coming, as they thought, from the land. This roused every man's spirits. They got out their oars, at which they labored alternately, exerting all their remaining strength to come up with her. But night coming on, and the sloop getting a fresh breeze of wind, they lost sight of her, which occasioned a general consternation. However, the appearance of the North Star, which they kept on their starboard bow, gave them hopes that they stood in for land. This night one William Wathing died. He was 64 years of age, and had been to sea 50 years. Quite worn out with fatigue and hunger, he earnestly prayed to the last moment for a drop of water to cool his tongue. Early the next morning Hugh Williams also died, and in the course of the day another of the crew, entirely exhausted. They both expired without a groan. Early in the morning of July 13th it began to blow very fresh, and increased so much that they were obliged to furl their sail and keep the boat before the wind and sea, which drove them off soundings. In the evening their gunner died. The weather now becoming moderate, and the wind in the southwest quarter, they made sail, not one being able to row or pull an oar at any rate. They ran all this night with a fine breeze. The next morning, July 14th, 2 more of the crew died, and in the evening they also lost the same number. They found they were on soundings again, and concluded the wind had got round to the northwest quarter. They stood in for the land all this night, and early on July 12th 2 others died. The deceased were thrown overboard as soon as their breath had departed. The weather was now thick and hazy, and they were still certain they were on soundings. The cabin boy was seldom required to do anything, and as his intellects at this time were very good, and his understanding clear, it was the opinion of Mr. Purnell that he would survive them all, but he prudently kept his thoughts to himself. The captain seemed likewise tolerably well, and to have kept up his spirits. On account of the haziness of the weather, they could not so well know how they steered in the daytime as at night, for whenever the North Star appeared, they endeavoured to keep it on their starboard bow, by which means they were certain of making the land some time or other. In the evening 2 more of the crew died. Also before sunset 1 Thomas Philpot, an old experienced seaman and very strong. He departed rather convulsed, having latterly lost the power of articulation. His meaning could not be comprehended. He was a native of Belfast, Ireland, and had no family. The survivors found it a difficult task to heave his body overboard, as he was a very corpulent man. Purnell now prevailed upon the captain and boatswain of the boat to lie down in the forepart of the boat to bring her more by the head, in order to make her hold a better wind. In the evening the cabin boy, who lately appeared so well, breathed his last, leaving behind the captain, the boatswain, and Mr. Purnell. The next morning, July 17th, Mr. Purnell asked his 2 companions if they thought they could eat any of the boy's flesh, and having expressed an inclination to try, and the body being quite cold, He cut the inside of his thigh a little above his knee, and gave a piece to the captain and the boatswain, reserving a small piece for himself. But so weak were their stomachs that none of them could swallow a morsel of it. The body was therefore thrown overboard. Early in the morning of the 18th, Mr. Purnell found both of his companions dead and cold. Thus destitute, he began to think of his own dissolution. Though feeble, his understanding was still clear, and his spirits as good as his forlorn situation could possibly admit. By the colour and coldness of the water he knew he was not far from land, and still maintained hopes of making it. The weather continued very foggy. He lay to all this night, which was very dark, with the boat's head to the northward. In the morning of the 19th it began to rain. It cleared up in the afternoon, and the wind died away. Still Mr. Purnell was convinced he was on soundings. On the 20th in the afternoon he thought he saw land, and stood in for it, but night coming on, and it being now very dark, he lay to, fearing he might get on some rocks and shoals. July 21st. The weather was very fine all the morning, but in the afternoon it became thick and hazy. Mr. Purnell's spirits still remained good, but his strength was almost exhausted. He still drank his own water occasionally. On the 22nd he saw some barnacles on the boat's rudder, very similar to the spawn of an oyster, which filled him with greater hopes of being near land. He unshipped the rudder, and scraping them off with his knife, found they were of a salty fishy substance, and eat them. He was now so weak, the boat having a great motion, that he found it a difficult task to ship the rudder. At sunrise, July 23rd, he became so sure that he saw land that his spirits were considerably raised. In the middle of this day he got up, leaned his back against the mast, and received succour from the sun, having previously contrived to steer the boat in this position. The next day he saw at a very great distance some kind of a sail, which he judged was coming from the land, which he soon lost sight of. In the middle of the day he got up, and received warmth from the sun as before. He stood on all night for the land. Very early in the morning of the 25th, after drinking his morning draught, to his inexpressible joy he saw, while the sun was rising, a sail, and when the sun was up, found she was a two-mast vessel. He was, however, considerably perplexed, not knowing what to do, as she was a great distance astern and to the leeward. In order to watch her motions better, he tacked about. Soon after this he perceived she was standing on her starboard tack, which had been the same he had been standing on for many hours. He saw she approached him very fast, and he lay to for some time, till he believed she was within 2 miles of the boat, but still to leeward. Therefore he thought it best to steer larger, when he found she was a topsail schooner nearing him very fast. He continued to edge down towards her until he had brought her about 2 points under his lee bow, having it in his power to spring his luff or bear away. By this time she was within half a mile, and he saw some of her people standing forwards on her deck, and waving for him to come under their lee bow. At a distance of about 200 yards they hove the schooner up in the wind, and kept her so until Purnell got alongside, when they threw him a rope, still keeping the schooner in the wind. They now interrogated him very closely. By the manner the boat and oars were painted, they imagined she belonged to a man of war, and that they had run away with her from some of his Majesty's ships at Halifax, consequently that they would be liable to some punishment if they took him up. They also thought, as the captain and boatswain were lying dead in the boat, they might expose themselves to some contagious disorder. Thus they kept Purnell in suspense for some time. They told him they had made the land that morning from the masthead, and that they were running along shore for Marblehead, to which place they belonged, and where they expected to be the next morning. At last they told him he might come on board, which, as he said, he could not without assistance. The captain ordered 2 of his men to help him. They conducted him aft on the quarter-deck, where they left him resting on the companion. They were now for casting the boat adrift, but Mr. Purnell told them she was not above a month old, built at New York, and if they would hoist her in, it would pay them well for their trouble. To this they agreed, and having thrown the 2 corpses overboard and taken out the clothes that were left by the deceased, they hoisted her in and made sail. Being now on board, Purnell asked for a little water. Captain Castleman, for that was his name, ordered one of his sons, having 2 on board, to fetch him some. When he came with the water, his father looked to see how much he was bringing him, and thinking it too much, threw some of it away, and desired him to give the remainder, which he drank, being the first fresh water he had tasted for 23 days. As he leaned all this time against the companion, he became very cold, and begged to go below. The captain ordered 2 men to help him down to the cabin, where they left him sitting on the cabin deck, leaning upon the lockers, all hands being now engaged in hoisting in and securing the boat. This done, all hands went down to the cabin for breakfast, except the man at the helm. They made some soup for Purnell, which he thought very good, but at present he could eat very little, and in consequence of his late draughts he had broke out in many parts of his body, so that he was in great pain whenever he stirred. They made a bed for him out of an old sail, and behaved very attentive. While they were at breakfast, a squall of wind came on, which called them all upon deck. During their absence, Purnell took up a stone bottle, and without smelling or tasting it, but thinking it was rum, took a hearty draught of it, and found it to be sweet oil. Having placed it where he found it, he lay down. They still ran along shore with the land in sight, and were in great hopes of getting into port that night, but the wind dying away, they did not get in till 9 o'clock the next night. All this time Purnell remained like a child. Someone was always with him to give him whatever he wished to eat or drink. As soon as they came to anchor, Captain Castleman went on shore, and returned on board the next morning with the owner, John Pickett, Esquire. Soon after they got Purnell into a boat, and carried him on shore, but he was still so very feeble that he was obliged to be supported by 2 men. Mr. Pickett took a very genteel lodging for him, and hired a nurse to attend him. He was immediately put to bed, and afterwards provided with a change of clothes. In the course of the day he was visited by every doctor in the town, who all gave him hopes of recovering, but told him it would be some time, for the stronger the constitution, the longer, they said, it took to recover its lost strength. Though treated with the utmost tenderness and humanity, it was 3 weeks before he was able to come downstairs. He stayed in Marblehead 2 months, during which he lived very comfortably, and gradually recovered his strength. The brig's boat and oars were sold for $95, which paid all his expenses, and procured him a passage to Boston. The nails of his fingers and toes withered away almost to nothing, and did not begin to grow for many months after. End of chapter 5. Recording by DrPGould.
Chapter 6 of Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Maxwell. Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy by Anonymous. Chapter 6. The Loss of the Peggy. On the 28th of September, 1785, the Peggy, commanded by Captain Knight, sailed from the harbor of Waterford Island for the port of New York, in America. Here it is necessary to observe that the Peggy was a large, unwieldy, Dutch-built ship, about 800 tons burden, and had formerly been in the Norway and timber trade, for which, indeed, she seemed, from her immense bulk, well calculated. There being no freight in readiness for America, we were under the necessity of taking in ballast, which consisted of coarse gravel and sand, with about 50 casks of stores, fresh stock, and vegetables, sufficient to last during the voyage, having plenty of room, and having been most abundantly supplied by the hospitable neighborhood of which we were about to take our leave. We weighed anchor, and with the assistance of a rapid tide and pleasant breeze, soon gained a tolerable offing. We continued under easy sail the remaining part of the day, and towards sunset lost sight of land. September 29th made the old head of Kinsale. The weather continuing favorable, we shortly came within sight of Cape Clear, from whence we took our departure from the coast of Ireland. Nothing material occurred for several days, during which time we traversed a vast space of the Western Ocean. October 12th, the weather now became hazy and squally. All hands turned up to reef topsails and strike top-gallant yards. Towards night the squalls were more frequent, indicating an approaching gale. We accordingly clewed, reefed topsails, and struck top-gallant masts, and having made all snug aloft, the ship weathered the night very steadily. On the 13th, the crew were employed in setting up the rigging and occasionally pumping, the ship having made much water during the night. The gale increasing as the day advanced, occasioned the vessel to make heavy rolls, by which an accident happened, which was near doing much injury to the captain's cabin. A puncheon of rum, which was lashed on the larboard side of the cabin, broke loose, a sudden jerk having drawn asunder the cleats to which it was fastened. By its velocity it stove in the staterooms, and broke several utensils of the cabin furniture. The writer of this, with much difficulty, escaped with whole limbs, but not altogether unhurt, receiving a painful bruise on the right foot. Having, however, escaped from the cabin, the people on deck were given to understand that the rum was broken loose. The word rum soon attracted the sailors' attention, and this cask being the ship's only stock, they were not tardy, as may be supposed, in rendering their assistance to double lash, what they anticipated, the delight of frequently splicing the mainbrace therewith during their voyage. On the 14th the weather became moderate, and the crew were employed in making good the stowage of the stores in the hold, which had given way during the night, shaking reefs out of the topsails, getting up topgallant masts and yards, and rigging out studding sails. All hands being now called to dinner, a bustle and confused noise took place on deck. The captain, who was below, sent the writer of this to discover the cause thereof, but before he could explain, a voice was crying out in a most piteous and vociferous tone. The captain and chief mate jumped on deck, and found the crew had got the cook laid on the windlass, and were giving him a most severe cobbing with a flat piece of his own firewood. As soon as the captain had reached forward, he was much exasperated with them for their precipitate conduct, in punishing without his knowledge and permission, and having prohibited such proceedings in future cases, he inquired the cause of their grievance. The cook, it seems, having been served out fresh water to dress vegetables for all hands, had inadvertently used it for some other purpose, and boiled the greens in a copper of salt water, which rendered them so intolerably tough that they were not fit for use. Consequently, the sailors had not their expected garnish, and a general murmur taking place, the above punishment was inflicted. A steady breeze ensuing, all sails filled and the ship made way with a lofty and majestic air, and at every plunge of her bows, which was truly Dutch built, rose a foam of no small appearance. During 4 days the weather continued favorable, which flattered the seamen with a speedy sight of land. On the 19th we encountered a very violent gale, with an unusual heavy sea. The ship worked greatly, and took in much water through her seams. The pumps were kept frequently going. At midday, while the crew were at dinner, a tremendous sea struck the ship right aft, which tore in the cabin windows, upset the whole of the dinner, and nearly drowned the captain, mate, and myself, who was at that time holding a dish on the table, while the captain was busily employed in carving a fine goose, which, much to our discomfiture, was entirely drenched by salt water. Some of the coops were washed from the quarter-deck, and several of the poultry destroyed. In consequence of the vessel shipping so great a quantity of water, the pumps were doubly manned, and soon gained on her. The gale had not in the least abated during the night. The well was plumbed, and there was found to be a sudden and alarming increase of water. The carpenter was immediately ordered to examine the ship below, in order to find the cause of the vessel's making so much water. His report was, she being a very old vessel, her seams had considerably opened by her laboring so much, therefore, could devise no means at present to prevent the evil. He also reported the mizzen-mast to be in great danger. The heel of the mizzen-mast being stepped between decks, a very unusual case, but probably it was placed there in order to make more room for stowage in the afterhold, was likely to work from its step, and thereby might do considerable damage to the ship. The captain now held a consultation with the officers, when it was deemed expedient to cut the mast away without delay. This was accordingly put into execution the following morning, as soon as the day made its appearance. The necessary preparations having been made, the carpenter began hewing at the mast, and quickly made a deep wound. Some of the crew were stationed ready to cut away the stays and lanyards, whilst the remaining part was anxiously watching the momentary crash which was to ensue. The word being given to cut away the weather lanyards, as the ship gave a lee lurch, the whole of the wreck of the mast plunged, without further injury, into the ocean. The weather still threatening a continuance, our principal employ was at the pumps, which were kept continually going. The sea had now rose to an alarming height, and frequently struck the vessel with great violence. Towards the afternoon, part of the starboard bulwark was carried away by the shock of a heavy sea, which made the ship broach to, and before she could answer her helm again, a sea broke through the forechains, and swept away the caboose and all its utensils from the deck. Fortunately for the cook, he was assisting at the pumps at the time, or he inevitably must have shared the same fate as his galley. Notwithstanding the exertions of the crew, the water gained fast, and made its way into the hold, which washed a great quantity of the ballast through the timber holes into the hull, by which suckers of the pumps were much damaged, and thereby frequently choked. By such delays the leaks increased rapidly. We were under the necessity of repeating hoisting the pumps on deck, to apply different means which were devised to keep the sand from entering, but all our efforts proved ineffectual, and the pumps were deemed of no further utility. There was now no time to be lost. Accordingly, it was agreed that the allowance of fresh water should be lessened to a pint a man. The casks were immediately hoisted from the hold, and lashed between decks. As the water was started from 2 of them, they were sawed in 2, and formed into buckets, there being no other casks on board fit for that purpose. The whips were soon applied, and the hands began bailing at the fore and after hatchways, which continued without intermission the whole of the night, each man being suffered to take 1 hour's rest in rotation. The morning of the 22nd presented to our view a most dreary aspect, a dismal horizon encircling, not the least appearance of the gale abating. On the contrary, it seemed to come with redoubled vigor, the ballast washing from side to side of the ship at each roll, and scarce a prospect of freeing her. Notwithstanding these calamities, the crew did not relax their efforts. The main hatchway was opened, and fresh buckets went to work, the captain and mate alternately relieving each other at the helm. The writer's station was to supply the crew with grog, which was plentifully served to them every 2 hours. By the motion of the ship, the buckets struck against the coamings of the hatchways with great violence, and in casting them in the hold to fill, they frequently stuck on the floating pieces of timber which were generally used as chocks in stowing the hold. By such accidents the buckets were repeatedly stove, and we were under the necessity of cutting more of the water casks to supply their place. Starting the fresh water overboard was reluctantly done, particularly as we now felt the loss of the caboose, and were under the necessity of eating the meat raw, which occasioned us to be very thirsty. Night coming on, the crew were not allowed to go below to sleep. Each man, when it came his turn, stretched himself on the deck. October 23rd. Notwithstanding the great quantity of water bailed from the vessel, she gained so considerably that she had visibly settled much deeper in the water. All hands were now called aft, in order to consult on the best measures. It was now unanimously resolved to make for the island of Bermudas, it being the nearest land. Accordingly we bore away for it, but had not sailed many leagues before we found that the great quantity of water in the vessel had impeded her steerage so much that she would scarcely answer her helm, and making a very heavy lurch, the ballast shifted, which gave her a great lift to the starboard, and rendered it very difficult to keep a firm footing on deck. The anchors which were stowed on the larboard bow were ordered to be cut away, and the cables which were on the orlop deck to be hove overboard in order to right her, but all this had a very trifling effect, for the ship was now becoming quite a log. The crew were still employed in bailing, one of whom, in preventing a bucket from being stove against the coamings, let go his hold and fell down the hatchway. With great difficulty he escaped being drowned or dashed against the ship's sides. Having got into a bucket which was instantly lowered, he was providentially hoisted on deck without any injury. During the night the weather became more moderate, and on the following morning, October 25th, the gale had entirely subsided, but left a very heavy swell. 2 large whales approached close to the ship. They sported around the vessel the whole day, and after dusk disappeared. Having now no further use of the helm, it was lashed down, and the captain and mate took their spell at the buckets. My assistance having been also required, a boy of less strength, whose previous business was to attend the cook, now took my former station of serving the crew with refreshments. This lad had not long filled his new situation of drawing out rum from the cask, before he was tempted to taste it, and which having repeatedly done, he soon became intoxicated, and was missed on deck for some time. I was sent to look for him. The spigot I perceived out of the cask, and the liquor running about, but the boy I could not see for some time. However, looking down the lazaretto, the trap door which was lying open, I found him fast asleep. He had luckily fallen on some sails which were stowed there, or he must have perished. On the 26th and 27th of October, the weather continued quite clear, with light baffling winds. A man was constantly kept aloft to look out for a sail. The rest of the crew were employed at the whips. On the 28th the weather began to lower, and appeared inclined for rain. This gave some uneasiness, being apprehensive of a gale. The captain therefore directed the carpenter to overhaul the longboat, caulk her, and raise a streak, which orders were immediately complied with, but when he went to his locker for oakum, he found it plundered of nearly the whole of his stock. All hands therefore were set to picking, by which means he was soon supplied. It was totally clear on the 29th, with a fresh breeze, but the ship heeled so much that her gunwale at times was under water, and the crew could scarcely stand on deck. All hands were now ordered to assemble aft, when the captain, in a short address, pointed out the most probable manner by which they could be saved. All agreed in opinion with him, and it was resolved that the longboat should be hoisted out as speedily as possible, and such necessaries as could be conveniently stowed, to be placed in her. Determined no longer to labor at the buckets, the vessel, which could not remain above water many hours after we had ceased bailing, was now abandoned to her fate. I now began to reflect on the small chance we had of being saved. 22 people in an open boat, upwards of 300 miles from the land, in a boisterous climate, and the whole crew worn out with fatigue. The palms of the crew's hands were already so flayed it could not be expected that they could do much execution with the oars. While thus reflecting on our perilous situation, one of our oldest seamen, who at this moment was standing near me, turned his head aside to wipe away a tear. I could not refrain from sympathizing with him. My heart was already full. The captain, perceiving my despondency, bade me of good cheer, and called me a young lubber. The boat having been hoisted out, and such necessaries placed in her as were deemed requisite, one of the hands was sent aloft to lash the colors downwards to the main topmast shrouds, which having done, he placed himself on the cross trees to look around him, and almost instantly hallooed out, "A sail!" It would be impossible to describe the ecstatic emotions of the crew. Every man was aloft, in order to be satisfied, though a minute before not one of the crew was able to stand upright. The sail was on our weather bow, bearing right down on us with a smart breeze. She soon perceived us, but hauled her wind several times, in order to examine our ship. As she approached nearer, she clearly perceived our calamitous situation, and hastened to our relief. She proved to be a Philadelphia schooner, bound to Cape Francois in St. Domingo. The captain took us all on board in the most humane and friendly manner, and after casting our boat adrift, proceeded on his voyage. When we perceived our ship from the vessel in which we were now happily on board, her appearance was truly deplorable. The captain of the schooner congratulated us on our fortunate escape, and expressed his surprise that the ship should remain so long on her beam ends in such a heavy sea, without capsizing. We soon began to distance the wreck, by this time very low in the water, and shortly after lost sight of her. The evening began to approach fast, when a man loosing the main topsail descried a sail directly in the same course on our quarter. We made sail for her, and soon came within hail of her. She proved to be a brig from Glasgow, bound to Antigua. It was now determined between the captains that half our people should remain in the schooner, and the captain, mate, 8 of the crew and myself, should get on board the brig. On our arrival at Antigua, we met with much kindness and humanity. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Franziska Powell. Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy by Anonymous. Chapter 7. Loss of His Majesty's ship Litchfield. The Litchfield, Captain Barton, left Ireland on the 11th of November, 1758, in company with several other men of war and transports, under the command of Commodore Capt, intended for the reduction of Goree. The voyage was prosperous till the 28th, when at 8 in the evening I took charge of the watch, and the weather turned out very squally with rain. At 9 it was extremely dark, with much lightning, the wind varying from southwest to west-northwest. At 9:30 had a very hard squall. Captain Barton came upon deck and stayed till 10, then left orders to keep sight of the Commodore, and to make what sail the weather would permit. At 11 saw the Commodore bearing south, but the squalls coming on so heavy, were obliged to hand the main topsail, and at 12 o'clock were under our courses. November the 29th, at 1 in the morning, I left the deck in charge of the first lieutenant. The light, which we took to be the Commodore's right ahead, bearing south wind west-southwest, blowing very hard. At 6 in the morning I was awakened by a great shock, and the confused noise of the men on deck. I ran up, thinking some ship had run foul of us, for, by my own reckoning, and that of every other person in the ship, we were at least 35 leagues distant from land. But, before I could reach the quarterdeck, the ship gave a great stroke upon the ground, and the sea broke all over her. Just after this, I could perceive the land, rocky, rugged, and uneven, about 2 cables' lengths from us. The ship lying with her broadside to windward, the mast soon went overboard, carrying some men with them. It is impossible for any one but a sufferer to feel our distress at this time. The masts, yards, and sails hanging alongside in a confused heap, the ship beating violently upon the rocks, the waves curling up to an incredible height, then lashing down with such force as if they would immediately have split the ship to pieces, which we, indeed, every moment expected. Having a little recovered from our confusion, saw it necessary to get everything we could over to the larboard side, to prevent the ship from heeling off, and exposing the deck to the sea. Some of the people were very earnest to get the boats out contrary to advice, and after much entreaty, notwithstanding the most terrible sea, one of the boats was launched, and 8 of the best men jumped into her, but she had scarcely got to the ship's stern, when she was whirled to the bottom, and every soul in her perished. The rest of the boats were soon washed to pieces on the deck. We then made a raft of the davit, capstan bars, and some boards, and waited with resignation for divine providence to assist us. The ship soon filled with water, so that we had no time to get any provision up. The quarterdeck and poop were now the only place we could stand on with security, the waves being mostly spent by the time they reached us, owing to the fore part of the ship breaking them. At 4 in the afternoon, perceiving the sea to be much abated, one of our people attempted to swim, and got safe on shore. There were numbers of Moors upon the rocks ready to take hold of anyone, and beckoned much for us to come ashore, which at first we took for kindness, but they soon undeceived us, for they had not the humanity to assist any that was entirely naked, but would fly to those who had anything about them, and strip them before they were quite out of the water, wrangling among themselves about the plunder. In the meantime, the poor wretches were left to crawl up the rocks if they were able, if not, they perished unregarded. The second lieutenant and myself, with about 65 others, got ashore before dark, but were left exposed to the weather on the cold sand. To preserve ourselves from perishing of cold, were obliged to go down to the shore, and to bring up pieces of the wreck to make a fire. While thus employed, if we happened to pick up a shirt or a handkerchief, and did not give it to the Moors at the first demand, the next thing was a dagger presented to our breast. They allowed us a piece of an old sail, which they did not think worth carrying off. With this we made 2 tents, and crowded ourselves into them, sitting between one another's legs to preserve warmth and make room. In this uneasy situation, continually bewailing our misery and that of our poor shipmates on the wreck, we passed a most tedious night, without so much as a drop of water to refresh ourselves, excepting what we caught through our sailcloth covering. November the 30th, at 6 in the morning, went down with a number of our men upon the rocks, to assist our shipmates in coming ashore, and found the ship had been greatly shattered in the night. It being now low water, many attempted to swim ashore. Some got safe, but others perished. The people on board got the raft into the water, and about 15 men placed themselves upon it. They had no sooner put off from the wreck than it overturned. Most of the men recovered it again, but scarcely were they on before it was second time overturned. Only 3 or 4 got hold of it again, and all the rest perished. In the meantime, a good swimmer brought with much difficulty a rope ashore, which I had the good fortune to catch hold of just when he was quite spent and had thought of quitting it. Some people coming to my assistance, we pulled a large rope ashore with that, and made it fast round the rock. We found this gave great spirits to the poor souls upon the wreck, it being hauled taut from the upper part of the stern, made an easy descent to any who had art enough to walk or slide upon a rope, with a smaller rope fixed above to hold by. This was a means of saving a number of lives, though many were washed off by the impetuous surf and perished. The flood coming on raised the surf and prevented any more from coming at that time, so that the ropes could be of no further use. We then retired from the rocks, and hunger prevailing, set about boiling some of the drowned turkeys, etc., which with some flour mixed into a paste, and baked upon the coals, constituted our first meal upon this barbarous coast. We found a well of fresh water about half a mile off, which very much refreshed us. But we had scarcely finished this coarse repast, when the Moors, who were now grown numerous, drove us all down to the rocks to bring up empty iron-bound casks, pieces of the wreck which had the most iron about them, and other articles. About 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we made another meal on the drowned poultry, and finding this was the best provision we were likely to have, some were ordered to save all they could find, others to raise a larger tent, and the rest sent down to the rocks to look for people coming ashore. The surf greatly increased with the flood, and breaking upon the forepart of the ship, she was divided into 3 parts. The forepart turned keel up, the middle part soon dashed into 1,000 pieces. The forepart of the poop likewise fell at this time, and about 30 men with it, 8 of whom got ashore with our help, but so bruised that we despaired of their recovery. Nothing but the after part of the poop now remained above the water, and a very small part of the other decks, on which our captain and about 130 more remained, expecting every wave to be their last. Every shock threw some off, few or none of whom came on shore alive. During this distress the Moors laughed uncommonly, and seemed much diverted, when a wave larger than usual threatened the destruction of the poor wretches on the wreck. Between 4 and 5 o'clock the sea was decreased with the ebb. The rope being still secure, the people began to venture upon it. Some tumbled off and perished, but others reached the shore in safety. About 5 we beckoned as much as possible for the captain to come upon the rope, as this seemed to be as good an opportunity as any we had seen, and many arrived in safety with our assistance. Some told us that the captain was determined to stay till all the men had quitted the wreck. However, we still continued to beckon for him, and before it was dark, saw him come upon the rope. He was closely followed by a good able seaman, who did all he could to keep up his spirits and assist him in warping. As he could not swim, and had been so many hours without refreshment, with the surf hurling him violently along, he was unable to resist the force of the waves, had lost his hold of the great rope, and must inevitably have perished had not a wave thrown him within the reach of our ropes, which he had barely sufficient sense to catch hold of. We pulled him up, and after resting a short time on the rocks, he came to himself, and walked up to the tent, desiring us to continue to assist the rest of the people in coming on shore. The villains, the Moors, would have stripped him, though, he had nothing on but the plain waistcoat and breeches, if we had not plucked up a little spirit and opposed them, upon which they thought proper to desist. The people continued to come ashore, although many perished in the attempt. The Moors, at length, growing tired with waiting for so little plunder, would not suffer us to remain on the rocks, but drove us all away. I then, with the captain's approbation, went, and by signs made humble supplication to the bashaw, who was in the tent, dividing the valuable plunder. He understood us at last, and gave us permission to go down, at the same time sending us some Moors with us. We carried firebrands down to let the poor souls on the wreck see that we were still there in readiness to assist them. About 9 at night, finding that no more men would venture upon the rope, as the surf was again greatly increased, we retired to the tent, leaving, by the account of the last man arrived, between 30 and 40 souls still upon the wreck. We now thought of stowing everybody in the tent, and began by fixing the captain in the middle, then made every man lie down on his side, as we could not afford them each a breath, but, after all, many took easier lodging in empty casks. The next morning the weather was moderate and fair. We found the wreck all in pieces on the rocks, and the shore covered with lumber. The people upon the wreck all perished about 1 in the morning. In the afternoon we called a muster, and found the number of the survivors to be 220, so that 130 perished on this melancholy occasion. On the 2nd of December the weather still continued moderate. We subsisted entirely on the drowned stock, and the little pork to relish it, and the flour made into cakes, all of which we issued regularly and sparingly, being ignorant whether the Moors would furnish us with anything, they being still very troublesome, and even wanting to rob us of the canvas which covered our tent. At 2 in the afternoon a black servant arrived, sent by Mr. Butler, a Dane, factor to the African Company at Safi at the distance of about 30 miles, to inquire into our condition and to offer us assistance. The man having brought pens, ink, and paper, the captain sent back a letter by him. Finding there was one who offered us help, it greatly refreshed our afflicted hearts. In the afternoon of the following day we received a letter from Mr. Butler, with some bread and a few other necessaries. On the 4th the people were employed in picking up pieces of sails, and whatever else the Moors would permit them. We divided the crew into messes, and served the necessaries we received the preceding day. They had bread and the flesh of the drowned stock. In the afternoon we received another letter from Mr. Butler, and one at the same time from Mr. Andrews, an Irish gentleman, a merchant at Safi. The Moors were not so troublesome now as before, most of them going off with what they had got. On the 5th the drowned stock was entirely consumed, and at low water the people were employed in collecting mussels. At 10 in the morning Mr. Andrews arrived, bringing a French surgeon with medicines and plasters, of which some of the men who had been dreadfully bruised stood in great need. The following day we served out one of the blankets of the country to every 2 men, and pampouses, a kind of slippers, to those who were in most want of them. These supplies were likewise brought to us by Mr. Andrews. The people were now obliged to live upon mussels and bread, the Moors, who promised us a supply of cattle, having deceived us and never returned. The people on the 7th were still employed in collecting mussels and limpets. The Moors began to be a little civil to us, for fear the emperor should punish them for their cruel treatment to us. In the afternoon a messenger arrived from the emperor at Celebes, with general orders to the people to supply us with provisions. They accordingly brought to us some lean bullocks and sheep, which Mr. Andrews purchased for us. But at this time we had no pots to make broth in, and the cattle were scarcely fit for anything else. In the morning of the 10th we made preparations for marching to Morocco, the emperor having sent orders for that purpose, and camels to carry the lame and necessaries. At 9 set off with about 30 camels, having got all our liquor with us, divided into hogsheads for the convenience of carriage on the camels. At noon joined the crews of one of the transports and a bomb tender that had been wrecked about 3 leagues to the northward of us. We were then all mounted upon camels, excepting the captain, who was furnished with a horse. We never stopped till 7 in the evening, when they procured 2 tents only, which would not contain 1/3 of the men, so that most of them lay exposed to the dew, which was very heavy and extremely cold. We found our whole number to be 388, including officers, men, boys, 3 women, and a child, which one of the women brought ashore in her teeth. On the 11th continued our journey, attended by a number of Moors on horseback. At 6 in the evening we came to our resting place for that night, and were furnished with tents sufficient to cover all our men. At 5 in the morning of the 12th we set out as before, and, at 2 in the afternoon, saw the Emperor's cavalcade in the distance. At 3, a relation of the Emperor's, named Muley Adris, came to us, and told the captain it was the Emperor's orders. He should that instant write a letter to our governor at Gibraltar, to send to his Britannic Majesty to inquire whether he would settle a peace with him or not. Captain Barton immediately sat down upon the grass and wrote a letter, which, being given to Muley Adris, he went and joined the Emperor again. At 6 in the evening came to our resting place for the night, and were well furnished with tents, but very little provisions. We were, the following day, desired to continue on the same spot, till the men were refreshed, and this repose they greatly needed, and we received a better supply of provisions. That morning, Lieutenant Harrison, commanding the soldiers belonging to Lord Forbes' regiment, died suddenly in the tent. In the evening, while employed with his interment, the inhuman Moors disturbed us by throwing stones and mocking us. The next day we found that they had opened the grave and stripped the body. On the 16th we continued our journey, came to our resting place at 4 in the afternoon, pitched the tents, and served out the provision. Here our people were ill-treated by the country Moors. As they were taking water from a brook, the Moors would always spit into the vessel before they would suffer them to take it away. Upon this some of us went down to inquire into the affair, but were immediately saluted with a shower of stones. We ran in upon them, beat some of them pretty soundly, put them to flight, and brought away one who thought to defend himself with a long knife. This fellow was severely punished by the officer who had the charge of conducting us. The 2 succeeding days continued our journey, and, at 3 in the afternoon on the 18th, arrived at the city of Morocco, without having seen a single habitation during the whole journey. Here we were insulted by the rabble, and, at 5, were carried before the Emperor, surrounded by 500 or 600 of his guards. He was on horseback before the gate on his palace, that being the place where he distributes justice to his people. He told Captain Barton, by an interpreter, that he was neither at peace nor at war with England, and he would detain us till an ambassador arrived from the country to conclude a permanent treaty. The captain then desired that we might not be treated as slaves. He answered hastily that we should be taken care of. We were then immediately hurried out of his presence, conveyed to 2 old ruinous houses, shut up amidst dirt and innumerable vermin of every description. Mr. Butler, being in Morocco on business, came and supplied us with victuals and drink, and procured liberty for the captain to go home with him to his lodgings. He likewise sent some blankets for the officers, and we made shift to pass the night with tolerable comfort, being very much fatigued. At 9 in the morning of the 21st, the Emperor sent orders for the captain and every officer to appear before him. We immediately repaired to his palace. We remained waiting in an outer yard 2 hours. In the meantime he diverted himself with seeing a clumsy Dutch boat rowed about in a pond by 4 of our pretty officers. About noon we were called before him, and placed in a line about 30 yards from him. He was sitting in a chair by the side of the pond, accompanied only by 2 of his chief alcaides. Having viewed us some time, he ordered the captain to come forward, and after asking him a good many questions concerning our navy and the destination of the squadron to which we had belonged, we were also called forward by 2 and 3 at a time as we stood according to our rank. He then asked most of us some very insignificant questions, and took some to be Portuguese because they had black hair, and others to be Swedes because the hair was light. He judged none of us to be English, excepting the captain, the second lieutenant, the ensign of the soldiers, and myself. But assuring him we were all English, he cried Bono, and gave a nod for our departure, to which we returned a very low bow, and were glad to return to our old ruined houses again. Our total number amounted to 30. On the 25th, being Christmas Day, prayers were read to the people as usual in the Church of England. The captain this day received a present of tea and loaves of sugar from one of the queens, whose grandfather had been an English renegado. In the afternoon of the 26th, we received the disagreeable intelligence that the emperor would oblige all the English to work, like all the other Christian slaves, excepting the officers who were before him on the 21st. The next day this account was confirmed, for, at 7 in the morning, an alcalde came and ordered all our people out to work, excepting the sick. Upon our application, 8 were allowed to stay at home every day to cook for the rest, and this office was performed by turns throughout the whole number. At 4 in the afternoon the people returned, some having been employed in carrying wood, some in turning up the ground with hoes, and others in picking weeds in the emperor's garden. The victuals were prepared for them against their return. On the 28th all the people went to work as soon as they could see, and returned at 4 in the afternoon. 2 of the soldiers received 100 bastinadoes each, for behaving in a disrespectful manner while the emperor was looking at their work. On the 30th, Captain Barton received a kind message from the emperor, with permission to ride out or take a walk in his garden with his officers. From this time the men continued in the same state of slavery till the arrival, in April, of Captain Milbank, sent as an ambassador to the emperor. He concluded a treaty for the ransom of the crew of the Litchfield, together with the other English subjects in the emperor's power, and the sum stipulated to be paid for their release was $170,000. Our people accordingly set out for Celebes, attended by a bashaw and 2 soldiers on horseback. On the 4th day of their march, they had a skirmish with some of the country Moors. The dispute began in consequence of some of our men in the rear stopping at a village to buy some milk, for which, after they had drank it, the Moors demanded an exorbitant price. This our men refused to give, on which the Moors had recourse to blows, which our people returned, and others coming to their assistance, they maintained a smart battle till the enemy became too numerous. In the meantime, some rode off to call the guard, who instantly came up with their drawn scimitars, and dealt round them pretty briskly. During this interval we were not too idle, and had the pleasure to see the blood trickling down a good many of their faces. The guard seized the chief man of the village, and carried him before the bashaw, who was our conductor, and who, having heard the cause, dismissed him without further punishment, in consideration of his having been well drubbed by us. On the 22nd of April we arrived at Celebes, and pitched our tents in an old castle, whence we soon afterwards embarked on board the Gibraltar, which landed us at Gibraltar on the 27th of June. From that place the captain and crew were put on board the Marlborough storeship, prepared expressly for their reception, and arrived in England in the month of August 1760. End of Chapter 7. Recording by Franziska Powell.
Chapter 8 of Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy by Anonymous. Wreck of the Rothsay Castle Steamer. The Rothsay Castle was a steam packet which formerly traded on the Clyde. She belonged to the line of steamers which sailed from Liverpool to Beaumaris and Bangor, and was furnished with one engine only. She was commanded by Lieutenant Atkinson. At 10 o'clock on the of August 1831, the vessel was appointed to sail from the usual place, George's Pierhead, but a casual delay took place in starting, and it was 11 o'clock before she had got everything in readiness. Whilst taking passengers on board, a carriage arrived at the pierhead for embarkation. It belonged to M.W. Foster, Esquire, of Regent's Park, London, who with his wife and servant were conveyed in it to the packet, and took their passage at the same time. They were all subsequently drowned.
a little dog which accompanied them being the only survivor of this unfortunate group. When the steamer left the pierhead, her deck was thronged with passengers. The captain, crew, musicians, etc., amounted to 15, in addition to whom it was supposed by persons who saw the vessel sail that 110 or 120 souls were on board. The majority of the passengers consisted of holy-day and family parties, chiefly from country places, and in one of these companies, who came on a journey of pleasure from Bury, the hand of death committed a merciless devastation. It consisted of 26 persons. In the morning, joyous with health and hilarity, they set out upon the waves, and when the shades of that evening approached, every soul but 2 saw his last of sons go down. The weather was not particularly boisterous at the time she sailed. A severe storm, however, had raged in the morning, and must have agitated the water on the banks more than usual. The wind, too, blew strongly from the northwest, and the vessel had to contend with the tide, which began to flow soon after she passed the rock. When the steamer arrived off the Floating Light, which is stationed about 15 miles from Liverpool, the roughness of the sea alarmed many of the passengers. One of the survivors stated that Mr. Terry, of Bury, who with his family, consisting of himself, his wife, their 5 children, and servant, was on board, being in common with others greatly alarmed for his own safety, and the safety of those dear to him, went down to the cabin where the captain was at dinner, and requested him to put back. His reply was, "I think there is a great deal of fear on board, and very little danger. If we were to turn back with passengers, it would never do. We should have no profit." To another gentleman who urged him to put back, he is reported to have said very angrily, "I'm not one of those that turn back." He remained in the cabin 2 whole hours, and peremptorily refused to comply with the repeated requests made to him by the more timid of his passengers to return to Liverpool, observing that if they knew him they would not make the request. Before dinner his behaviour had been unexceptionable, but after he had dined a very striking difference was observed in his conduct. He became violent in his manner and abusive in his language to the men. When anxiously questioned by the passengers as to the progress the vessel was making, and the time at which she was likely to reach her destination, he returned trifling and frequently very contradictory answers. During the early part of the voyage he had spoken confidently of being able to reach Beaumaris by 7 o'clock, but the evening wore away, night came on, and the vessel was still a considerable distance from the termination of her voyage. It was near 12 o'clock when they arrived at the mouth of the Menai Strait, which is about 5 miles from Beaumaris. The tide, which had been running out of the strait, and which had consequently for some time previous retarded the steamer's progress towards her destination, was just on the turn. The vessel, according to the statement of 2 of the seamen and 1 of the firemen saved, had got round the buoy on the north end of the Dutchman's Bank, and had proceeded up the river as far as the tower on Puffin Island, when suddenly the steam got so low that the engine would not keep her on her proper course. When asked why there was not steam on, the fireman said that a deal of water had been finding its way into the vessel all day, and that some time before she got into the strait the bilge pumps were choked. The water in the hold then overflowed the coals, so that in renewing the fires a deal of water went in with the coals, and made it impossible to keep the steam up. It was the duty of the fireman to give notice of this occurrence, but he seems not to have mentioned it to the captain. The vessel, which had evidently come fair into the channel, though there was no light on the coast to guide her, now drifted, with the ebb tide and northwest wind, towards the Dutchman's Bank, on the north point of which she struck, her bow sticking fast in the sand. Lieutenant Atkinson immediately ordered the man at the helm to put the helm a starboard. The man refused to do so, but put it to port. The mate, perceiving this, ran aft, took the helm from the man, and put it to starboard again. In the meantime, the captain and some of the passengers got the jib up. No doubt he did this intending to wear her round and bring her head to the northward, but in the opinion of nautical men, It could not make the least difference which way her head was turned, as she was on a lee shore, and there was no steam to work her off. The captain also ordered the passengers first to run aft, in the hope, by removing the pressure from the vessel's stem, to make her float. This failing to produce the desired effect, he then ordered them to run forward. All the exertions of the captain, the crew, and passengers united were unavailing. The ill-fated vessel stuck still faster in the sands, and all gave themselves up for lost. The terror of the passengers became excessive. Several of them urged the captain to hoist lights and make other signals of distress, but he positively refused to do so, assuring the passengers that there was no danger, and telling them several times that the packet was afloat and doing well and on her way, when the passengers knew perfectly well that she was sticking fast in the sand, and her cabins rapidly filling with water. Doubtless the unfortunate man was perfectly aware of the imminence of the danger, but we may charitably suppose that he held such language for the purpose of preventing alarm, which might be fatal. The alarm bell was now rung with so much violence that the clapper broke, and some of the passengers continued to strike it for some time with a stone. The bell was heard, it is said, at Beaumaris, but as there was no light hoisted on the mast of the steamer, a fatal neglect, those who heard the signal were of course ignorant whence it proceeded. The weather, at this awful moment, was boisterous, but perfectly clear. The moon, though slightly overcast, threw considerable light on the surrounding objects, but a strong breeze blew from the northwest. The tide began to set in with great strength, and a heavy sea beat over the bank on which the steam packet was now firmly and immovably fixed. We cannot describe the scene which followed. Certain death seemed now to present itself to all on board, and the most effective scenes were exhibited. The females, in particular, uttered the most piercing shrieks. Some locked themselves in each other's arms, while others, losing all self-command, tore off their caps and bonnets in the wildness of despair. A Liverpool pilot, who happened to be in the packet, now raised his voice and exclaimed, "It is all over, we are all lost." At these words there was a universal despairing shriek. The women and children collected in a knot together, and kept embracing each other, keeping up all the time the most dismal lamentations. When tired with crying, they lay against each other, with their heads reclined like inanimate bodies. The steward of the vessel and his wife, who was on board, lashed themselves to the mast, determined to spend their last moments in each other's arms. Several husbands and wives also met their fate locked in each other's arms, whilst parents clung to their beloved children. Several mothers, it is said, having perished with their dear little ones firmly clasped in their arms. A party of the passengers, about 15 or 20, lowered the boat and crowded into it. It was impossible for any open boat to live in such a sea, even though not overloaded, and she immediately swamped and went to the bottom, with all who had made this last hopeless effort for self-preservation. For some time the vessel, though now irrecoverably lost, continued to resist the action of the waves, and the despairing souls on board still struggled with their doom. But hope had forever fled. The packet was beaten and tossed about by the tumultuous waters with a violence which threatened to dash her into fragments at every shock, and the sea now made a continual breach over her. The decks were repeatedly swept by the boiling ocean, and each billow snatched its victims to a watery grave. The unfortunate captain and his mate were among the first that perished. About 30 or 40 passengers were standing upon the poop, clinging to each other in hopeless agony, and occasionally uttering the most piteous ejaculations. Whilst trembling thus upon the brink of destruction, and expecting every moment to share the fate which had already overtaken so many of their companions in misery, the poop was discovered to give way. Another wave rolled on with impetuous fury, and the hinder part of the luckless vessel, with all who sought safety in its frail support, was burst away from its shattered counterpart, and about 40 wretched beings hurried through the foaming flood into an eternal world. Then rose from sea to sky the wild farewell, then shrieked the timid, and stood still the brave. Those who retained any degree of sensibility endeavored to catch at whatever was floating within their reach, with the vain hope of prolonging their lives, though it was certain that life could only lengthen their sufferings. Many grasped with frantic despair at the slightest object they could find, but were either too weak to retain their hold, or were forced to relinquish their grasp by the raging of the surge. The rudder was seized by 8 of the sinking creatures at the same time, and some of them were ultimately preserved. The number of those who clung to the portion of the wreck which remained upon the bank gradually grew thinner and thinner as they sunk under their fatigues or were hurled into the deep by the remorseless waves. At length, about an hour and a half from the time when she struck, the remnant of the Rothsay castle disappeared from the bosom of the ocean, and the remainder of her passengers and crew were precipitated into the foaming abyss. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy by Anonymous. Chapter 9. Shipwreck of the French ship Droits de l'Homme. On the 5th of January, 1797, returning home on leave of absence from the West Indies, in the Cumberland letter of marque, for the recovery of my health, saw a large man of war off the coast of Ireland, being then within 4 leagues of the mouth of the river Shannon. She hoisted English colours and decoyed us within gunshot, when she substituted the tricoloured flag and took us. She proved to be Les Droits de l'Homme, of 74 guns, commanded by the ci devant Baron, now Citizen Lacrosse, and had separated from a fleet of men of war, on board of which were 20,000 troops, intended to invade Ireland. On board of this ship was General Humbert, who afterwards effected a descent into Ireland in 1799 with 900 troops and 600 seamen. On the 7th of January went into Bantry Bay to see if any of the squadron was still there, and on finding none, the ship proceeded to the southward. Nothing extraordinary occurred until the evening of the 13th, when 2 men of war hove in sight, which afterwards proved to be the Indefatigable and Amazon frigates. It is rather remarkable that the captain of the ship should inform me that the squadron which was going to engage him was Sir Edward Pellows, and declared, as was afterwards proved by the issue, that he would not yield to any 2 English frigates, but would sooner sink his ship with every soul on board. The ship was then cleared for action, and we English prisoners, consisting of 3 infantry officers, 2 captains of merchantmen, 2 women, and 48 seamen and soldiers, were conducted down to the cabin tier at the foot of the foremast. The action began with opening the lower deck ports, which however were soon shut again on account of the great sea, which occasioned the water to rush in to that degree that we felt it running on the cables. I must here observe that this ship was built on a new construction, considerably longer than men of war of her rate, and her lower deck, on which she mounted 32-pounders French, equal to 40-pounders English, was 2 feet and a half lower than usual. The situation of the ship, before she struck on the rocks, has been fully elucidated by Sir Edward Pellow in his letter of the 17th of January to Mr. Nepo. The awful task is left for me to relate what ensued. At about 4 in the morning, a dreadful convulsion at the foot of the foremast roused us from a state of anxiety for our fate, to the idea that the ship was sinking. It was the foremast that fell over the side. In about a quarter of an hour, an awful mandate from above was re-echoed from all parts of the ship. Pouvoir anglais, pouvoir anglais. Montez bien vite, nous sommes tous perdus. Poor Englishmen, come on deck as fast as you can, we are all lost. Every one rather flew than climbed. Though scarcely able to move before from sickness, yet I now felt an energetic strength in all my frame, and soon gained the upper deck. But what a sight! Dead, wounded, and living, intermingled in a state too shocking to describe. Not a mast standing, a dreadful loom of the land, and breakers all around us. The Indefatigable, on the starboard quarter, appeared standing off, in a most tremendous sea, from the Penmark rocks, which threatened her with instant destruction. To the great humanity of her commander, those few persons who survived the shipwreck are indebted for their lives, for had another broadside been fired, the commanding situation of the Indefatigable must have swept off at least 1,000 men. On the starboard side was seen the Amazon within 2 miles, just struck on the shore. Our own fate drew near. The ship struck and immediately sunk. Shrieks of horror and dismay were heard from all quarters, while the merciless waves tore from the wreck many early victims. Daylight appeared, and we beheld the shore lined with people who could render us no assistance. At low water, rafts were constructed, and the boats were got in readiness to be hoisted out. The dusk arrived, and an awful sight ensued. The dawn of the second day brought with it still severer miseries than the first, for the wants of nature could scarcely be endured any longer, having been already near 30 hours without any means of subsistence, and no possibility of procuring them. At low water a small boat was hoisted out, and an English captain and 8 sailors succeeded in getting to the shore. Elated at the success of these men, all thought their deliverance at hand, and many launched out on their rafts. But alas, death soon ended their hopes. Another night renewed our afflictions. The morning of the 3rd, fraught with still greater evils, appeared. Our continued sufferings made us exert the last effort, and we English prisoners tried every means to save as many of our fellow creatures as lay in our power. Larger rafts were constructed, and the largest boat was got over the side. The first consideration was to lay the surviving wounded, the women and helpless men in the boat, but the idea of equality, so fatally promulgated among the French, destroyed all subordination, and nearly 120 having jumped into the boat, in defiance of their officers, they sunk her. The most dreadful of sea that I ever saw seemed at that moment to aggravate our calamity. Nothing of the boat was seen for a quarter of an hour, when the bodies floated in all directions. Then appeared, in all their horrors, the wreck, the shores, the dying, and the drowned. Indefatigable in acts of humanity, an adjutant general, Renier, launched himself into the sea to obtain succours from the shore, and perished in the attempt. Nearly 1/2 the people had already perished, when the horrors of the 4th night renewed all our miseries. Weak, distracted, and destitute of everything, we envied the fate of those whose lifeless corpse no longer wanted sustenance. The sense of hunger was already lost, but a parching thirst consumed our vitals. Recourse was had to urine and salt water, which only increased the wants. Half a hogshead of vinegar indeed floated up, of which each had half a wineglass. It afforded a momentary relief, but soon left us again in the same state of dreadful thirst. Almost at the last gasp, everyone was dying with misery, and the ship, now 1/3 shattered away from the stern, scarcely afforded a grasp to hold by, to the exhausted and helpless survivors. The 4th day brought with it a more serene sky, and the sea seemed to subside, but to behold, from fore to aft, the dying in all directions, was a sight too shocking for the feeling mind to endure. Almost lost to a sense of humanity, we no longer looked with pity on those whom we considered only as the forerunners of our own speedy fate, and a consultation took place to sacrifice someone to be food for the remainder. The die was going to be cast, when the welcome sight of a man-of-war brig renewed our hopes. A cutter speedily followed, and both anchored at a short distance from the wreck. They then sent their boats to us, and by means of large rafts, about 100 out of 400 who attempted were saved by the brig that evening. 380 were left to endure another night's misery, when, dreadful to relate, above 1/2 were found dead the next morning. I was saved about 10 o'clock on the morning of the 18th, with my brother officers, the captain of the ship, and General Humbert. They treated us with great humanity on board the cutter, giving us a little weak brandy and water every 5 or 6 minutes, and after that a basin of good soup. I fell on the locker in a kind of trance for near 30 hours, and swelled to such a degree as to require medical aid to restore my decayed faculties. Having lost all our baggage, we were taken to Brest, almost naked, where they gave us a rough shift of clothes, and in consequence of our sufferings, and the help we afforded in saving many lives, a cartel was fitted out by order of the French government to send us home without ransom or exchange. We arrived at Plymouth on the 7th of March following. To that Providence whose great workings I have experienced in this most awful trial of human afflictions, be it ever offered the tribute of my praise and thanksgiving. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy by Anonymous. The Loss of His Majesty's Ship, Queen Charlotte. The Queen Charlotte was, perhaps, one of the finest ships in the British Navy. She was launched in 1790, and her first cruise was with the fleet fitted out against Spain, in consequence of the dispute respecting Nootka Sound. Lord Howe, who was the commander-in-chief of the fleet, was then on board of her, and she also bore his lordship's flag on the 1st of June, after which she was sent to the Mediterranean and was the flagship of the commander-in-chief on that station. In March 1800, she was dispatched by that nobleman to reconnoitre the island of Cabrera, about 30 leagues from Leghorn, then in the possession of the French, and which it was his lordship's intention to attack. On the morning of the 17th, the ship was discovered to be on fire, at the distance of 3 or 4 leagues from Leghorn. Every assistance was promptly forwarded from the shore, but a number of boats, it appears, were deterred from approaching the wreck, in consequence of the guns, which were shotted, and which, when heated by the fire, discharged their contents in every direction. The only consolation that presents itself under the pressure of so calamitous a disaster is, that it was not the effect either of treachery or wilful neglect, as will appear by the following official statement of the carpenter. Mr. John Braid, carpenter of the Queen Charlotte, reports that 20 minutes after 6 o'clock in the morning, as he was dressing himself, he heard throughout the ship a general cry of fire, on which he immediately ran up the after ladder to get upon deck, and found the whole half-deck, the front bulkhead of the admiral's cabin, the mainmast's coat, and boat's covering on the booms, all in flames, which from every report and probability he apprehends was occasioned by some hay, which was lying under the half-deck, having been set on fire by a match in a tub, which was usually kept there for signal guns. The mainsail at this time was set, and almost entirely caught fire, the people not being able to come to the clew garnets on account of the flames. He immediately went to the forecastle and found Lieutenant Dundas and the boatswain encouraging the people to get water to extinguish the fire. He applied to Mr. Dundas, seeing no other officer in the fore part of the ship, and being unable to see any on the quarter-deck from the flames and smoke between them, to give him assistance to drown the lower decks and secure the hatches, to prevent the fire falling down. Lieutenant Dundas accordingly went down himself, with as many people as he could prevail upon to follow him, and the lower deck ports were opened, the scuppers plugged, the main and fore hatches secured, the cocks turned, and water drawn in at the ports, and the pumps kept going by the people who came down, as long as they could stand at them. He thinks that by these exertions the lower deck was kept free from fire, and the magazines preserved for a long time from danger. Nor did Lieutenant Dundas or he quit this station, but remained there with all the people who could be prevailed upon to stay, till several of the middle deck guns came through that deck. About 9 o'clock, Lieutenant Dundas and he, finding it impossible to remain any longer below, went out at the foremast lower deck port, and got upon the forecastle, on which he apprehends there were then about 150 of the people drawing water, and throwing it as far aft as possible upon the fire. He continued about an hour on the forecastle, and finding all efforts to extinguish the flames unavailing, he jumped from the jib boom and swam to an American boat approaching the ship, by which he was picked up and put in a tartan, then in the charge of Lieutenant Stewart, who had come off to the assistance of the ship. Signed, John Braid, Leghorn, March 18th, 1800. Captain Todd remained upon deck with his first lieutenant to the last moment, giving orders for saving the crew without thinking of his own safety. Before he fell a sacrifice to the flames, he had time and courage to write down the particulars of this melancholy event for the information of Lord Keith, of which he gave copies to different sailors, entreating them that whoever should escape might deliver it to the admiral. Thus fell victims to perhaps a too severe duty the captain and his first lieutenant, at a time when they still had it in their power to save themselves. But self-preservation is never a matter of consideration in the exalted mind of a British naval officer when the safety of his crew is at stake. Lord Keith and some of the officers were providentially on shore at Leghorn when the dreadful accident occurred. 20 commissioned and warrant officers, 2 servants, and 142 seamen are the whole of the crew that escaped destruction out of nearly 900 souls on board, that for nearly 4 hours exerted every nerve to avoid that dreadful termination which too surely awaited them. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy by Anonymous. Chapter 11, A Scene on the Atlantic Ocean. On the morning of the 5th of August, 1833, during a severe gale in latitude 46, longitude 31, Captain Dempsey of the ship Kingston discovered at a short distance to leeward a brig lying on her beam ends with flag of distress waving. Captain D instantly bore down towards her, when she proved to be the Albion of Cork, crowded with passengers. Having reached within hail of the unfortunate vessel, a heart-rending scene presented itself. We beheld, says Captain Dempsey, the brig reeling ere she took the farewell plunge, witnessed the cool intrepidity of the sailors even at such a moment, and listened with feelings the most harrowing to the piercing shrieks of the ill-fated passengers. The crew of the Kingston flung their best boat into the boiling Atlantic, but every exertion was vain. The angry ocean soon made her its prey. The Albion went down with every human soul on board. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Maxwell. Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy by Anonymous. Chapter 12. Shipwreck of the French frigate Medusa on the western coast of Africa by Madame Dard, one of the sufferers. In the year 1816, an expedition was fitted out by the French to go and resume possession of Senegal, which had been restored to them. My father was reinstated in his place of resident attorney, and taking with him his family, repaired immediately to Rochefort to embark on board the Medusa frigate. Early on the morning of the 12th of June, we were on our way to the boats that were to convey us on board the Medusa, which was riding at anchor off the island of Aix, distant about 4 leagues from Rochefort. The field through which we passed was sown with corn. Wishing before I left our beautiful France to make my farewell to the flowers, and whilst our family went leisurely forward to the place where we were to embark upon the Charente, I crossed the furrows and gathered a few bluebottles and poppies. We soon arrived at the place of embarkation, where we found some of our fellow passengers, who, like myself, seemed casting a last look to heaven, whilst they were yet on the French soil. We embarked, however, and left these happy shores. In descending the tortuous course of the Charente, contrary winds so impeded our progress that we did not reach the Medusa till the morrow, having taken 24 hours in sailing 4 leagues. At length we mounted the deck of the Medusa, of painful memory. When we got on board, we found our berths not provided for us, consequently were obliged to remain indiscriminately together till the next day. Our family, which consisted of 9 persons, was placed in a berth near the main deck. As the wind was still contrary, we lay at anchor for 17 days. On the 17th of June, at 4 in the morning, we set sail, as did the whole expedition, which consisted of the Medusa frigate, the Lorry store ship, the Argus brig, and the Echo corvette. The wind being favorable, we soon lost sight of the green fields of L'Anus. At 6 in the morning, however, the island of Rhe still appeared above the horizon. We fixed our eyes upon it with regret, to salute for the last time our dear country. Now, imagine the ship borne aloft and surrounded by huge mountains of water, which at one moment tossed it in the air, and in another plunged it into the profound abyss. The waves, raised by a stormy northwest breeze, came dashing in a horrible manner against the sides of our ship. I knew not whether it was a presentiment of the misfortune which menaced us that had made me pass the preceding night in the most cruel ineptitude. In my agitation, I sprang upon deck, and contemplated with horror the frigate winging its way upon the waters. The winds pressed against the sails with great violence, strained and whistled among the cordage, and the great bulk of wood seemed to split every time the surge broke upon its sides. On looking a little out to sea, I perceived at no great distance on our right all the other ships of the expedition, which quieted me very much. Towards 10 in the morning the wind changed. Immediately an appalling cry was heard, concerning which the passengers, as well as myself, were equally ignorant. The whole crew were in motion. Some climbed the rope ladders, and seemed to perch on the extremities of the yards. Others mounted to the highest parts of the mast, these bellowing and pulling the cordages in cadence, those crying, swearing, whistling, and filling the air with barbarous and unknown sounds. The officer on duty, in his turn, roaring out these words, starboard, larboard, hoist, luff, tack, which the helmsman repeated in the same tone. All this hubbub, however, produced its effect. The yards were turned on their pivots, the sails set, the cordage tightened, and the unfortunate sea-boys, having received their lessons, descended to the deck. Everything remained tranquil, except that the waves still roared, and the masts continued their cracking. However, the sails were swelled, the wind less violent though favorable, and the mariner, while he caroled his song, said we had a noble voyage. During several days we did indeed enjoy a delightful passage. All the ships of the expedition still kept together, but at length the breeze became changeable, and they all disappeared. The Echo, however, still kept in sight, and persisted in accompanying us, as if to guide us on our route. The wind becoming more favorable, we held due south, sailing at the rate of 62 leagues a day. The sea was so fine, and our journey so rapid, that I began to think it nearly as agreeable to travel by sea as by land, but my illusion was not of long duration. On the 28th of June, at 6 in the morning, we discovered the peak of Teneriffe, towards the south, the summit of whose cone seemed lost in the clouds. We were then distant about 2 leagues, which we made in less than a quarter of an hour. At 10 o'clock we brought to before the town of St. Croix. Several officers got to leave to go on shore to procure refreshments. While these gentlemen were away, a certain passenger, member of the self-instituted Philanthropic Society of Cape Verde, suggested that it was very dangerous to remain where we were, adding that he was well acquainted with the country, and had navigated in all these latitudes. M. Leroy Lachmares, captain of the Medusa, believing the pretended knowledge of the intriguing Richefort, gave him the command of the frigate. Various officers of the navy represented to the captain how shameful it was to put such confidence in a stranger, and they would never obey a man who had no character as a commander. The captain despised these wise remonstrances, and using his authority, commanded the pilots and all the crew, to obey Richefort, saying he was king, since the orders of the king were, that they should obey him. Immediately the impostor, desirous of displaying his great skill in navigation, made them change the route, for no purpose but that of showing his skill in maneuvering the ship. Every instant he changed the tack, went, came, and returned, and approached the very reefs, as if to brave them. In short, he beat about so much that the sailors at length refused to obey him, saying boldly that he was a vile impostor. But it was done. The man had gained the confidence of Captain Lachaumareys, who, ignorant of navigation himself, was doubtless glad to get someone to undertake his duty. But it must be told that this blind, inept confidence was the sole cause of the loss of the Medusa frigate, as well as all the crimes consequent upon it. Towards 3 in the afternoon, those officers who went on shore in the morning returned on board loaded with vegetables, fruits, and flowers. They laughed heartily at the maneuvers that had been going on during their absence, which doubtless did not please the captain, who flattered himself he had already found in his pilot Richefort a good and able seaman. Such were his words. At 4 in the afternoon we took a southerly direction. M. Richefort, then beaming with exultation for having, as he said, saved the Medusa from certain shipwreck, continued to give his pernicious counsels to the captain, persuading him that he had been often employed to explore the shores of Africa, and that he was perfectly well acquainted with the Arguin Bank. The journals of the 29th and 30th afford nothing very remarkable. The hot winds from the desert of Sahara began to be felt, which told us we approached the tropic. Indeed, the sun at noon seemed suspended perpendicularly above our heads, a phenomenon which few among us had ever seen. On the 1st of July we recognized Cape Bojador, and then saw the shores of Sahara. Towards 10 in the morning they set about the frivolous ceremony which the sailors have invented for the purpose of exacting something from those passengers who have never crossed the line. During the ceremony the frigate doubled Cape Barbas, hastening to its destruction. Captain Lachaumareys very good-humouredly presided at this species of baptism, while his dear Richefort promenaded the forecastle, and looked with indifference upon a shore bristling with dangers. However that may be, all passed on well, nay, it may even be said that the farce was well played off. But the route which we pursued soon made us forget the short-lived happiness we had experienced. Everyone began to observe the sudden change which had taken place in the color of the sea, as we ran upon the bank in shallow water. A general murmur arose among the passengers and officers of the navy. They were far from partaking in the blind confidence of the captain. On the 2nd of July, at 5 in the morning, the captain was persuaded that a large cloud, which was discovered in the direction of Cape Blanco, was that cape itself. After this pretended discovery, they ought to have steered to the west for about 50 leagues, to have gained sea room to double with certainty the Arguin Bank. Moreover, they ought to have conformed to the instructions the Minister of Marine had given to the ships which set out for Senegal. The other part of the expedition, from having followed these instructions, arrived in safety at their destination. During the preceding night, the Echo, which hitherto accompanied the Medusa, made several signals, but being replied to with contempt, abandoned us. Towards 10 in the morning, the danger which threatened us was again represented to the captain, and he was strongly urged, if he wished to avoid the Arguin Bank, to take a westerly course, but the advice was again neglected, and he despised the predictions. One of the officers of the frigate, from having wished to expose the intriguing Richefort, was put under arrest. My father, who had already twice made the voyage to Senegal, and who with various persons was persuaded they were going right upon the bank, also made his observations to the unfortunate pilot. His advice was no better received than those of Messrs. Reynaud, Espiau, Medeau, and Richefort, in the sweetest tone, replied, "My dear, we know our business. Attend to yours, and be quiet. I have already twice passed the Arguin Bank. I have sailed upon the Red Sea, and you see I am not drowned." What reply could be made to such a preposterous speech? My father, seeing it was impossible to get our route changed, resolved to trust to Providence to free us from our danger, and descended to our cabin, where he sought to dissipate his fears in the oblivion of sleep. At noon on the 2nd of July, soundings were taken. M. Maudet, ensign of the watch, was convinced we were upon the edge of the Arguin bank. The captain said to him, as well as to everyone, that there was no cause of alarm. In the meanwhile, the wind blowing with great violence impelled us nearer and nearer to the danger which menaced us. A species of stupor overpowered all our spirits, and everyone preserved a mournful silence, as if they were persuaded we would soon touch the bank. The color of the water entirely changed, a circumstance even remarked by the ladies. About 3 in the afternoon, being in 1930 north latitude and 1945 west longitude, a universal cry was heard upon deck. All declared they saw sand rolling among the ripple of the sea. The captain in an instant ordered to sound. The line gave 18 fathoms, but on a second sounding it only gave 6. He at last saw his error, and hesitated no longer on changing the route, but it was too late. A strong concussion told us the frigate had struck. Terror and consternation were instantly depicted on every face. The crew stood motionless, the passengers in utter despair. In the midst of this general panic, cries of vengeance were heard against the principal author of our misfortunes, wishing to throw him overboard, but some generous persons interposed, and endeavored to calm their spirits by diverting their attention to the means of our safety. The confusion was already so great that McPoinsignon, commandant of a troop, struck my sister Caroline a severe blow, doubtless thinking it was one of his soldiers. At this crisis my father was buried in profound sleep, but he quickly awoke, the cries and the tumult upon deck having informed him of our misfortunes. He poured out 1,000 reproaches on those whose ignorance and boasting had been so disastrous to us. However, they set about the means of averting our danger. The officers, with an altered voice, issued their orders, expecting every moment to see the ship go in pieces. They strove to lighten her, but the sea was very rough and the current strong. Much time was lost in doing nothing. They only pursued half measures, and all of them unfortunately failed. When it was discovered that the danger of the Medusa was not so great as was at first supposed, various persons proposed to transport the troops to the island of Arguin, which was conjectured to be not far from the place where we lay aground. Others advised to take us all successively to the coast of the desert of Sahara, by the means of our boats, and with provisions sufficient to form a caravan, to reach the island of St. Louis at Senegal. The events which afterwards ensued proved this plan to have been the best, and which would have been crowned with success. Unfortunately it was not adopted. M. Schmaltz, the governor, suggested the making of a raft of sufficient size to carry 200 men, with provisions, which latter plan was seconded by the 2 officers of the frigate, and put in execution. The fatal raft was then begun to be constructed, which would, they said, carry provisions for everyone. Masts, planks, boards, and cordage were thrown overboard. 2 officers were charged with the framing of these together. Large barrels were emptied and placed at the angles of the machine, and the workmen were taught to say that the passengers would be in greater security there, and more at their ease, than in the boats. However, it was forgotten to erect rails. Everyone supposed, and with reason, that those who had given the plan of the raft had had no design of embarking upon it themselves. When it was completed, the 2 chief officers of the frigate publicly promised that all the boats would tow it to the shore of the desert, and when there, stores of provisions and firearms would be given to us to form a caravan to take us all to Senegal. Why was not this plan executed? Why were these promises, sworn before the French flag, made in vain? But it is necessary to draw a veil over the past. I will only add that if these promises had been fulfilled, everyone would have been saved, and that, in spite of the detestable egotism of certain personages, humanity would not now have had to deplore the scenes of horror consequent on the wreck of the Medusa. On the 3rd of July the efforts were renewed to disengage the frigate, but without success. We then prepared to quit her. The sea became very rough, and the wind blew with great violence. Nothing now was heard but the plaintive and confused cries of a multitude, consisting of more than 400 persons, who, seeing death before their eyes, deplored their hard fate in bitter lamentations. On the 4th there was a glimpse of hope. At the hour the tide flowed, the frigate, being considerably lightened by all that had been thrown overboard, was found nearly afloat, and it is very certain, if on that day they had thrown the artillery into the water, the Medusa would have been saved. But M. Lachaumareys said he would not thus sacrifice the king's cannon, as if the frigate did not belong to the king also. However, the sea ebbed, and the ship sinking into the sand deeper than ever, made them relinquish that on which depended our last ray of hope. On the approach of night, the fury of the winds redoubled, and the sea became very rough. The frigate then received some tremendous concussions, and the water rushed into the hold in a most terrific manner, but the pumps would not work. We had now no alternative but to abandon her for the frail boats, which any single wave might overwhelm. Frightful gulfs environed us, mountains of water raised their liquid summits in the distance. How were we to escape so many dangers? Whither could we go? What hospitable land would receive us on its shores? My thoughts then reverted to our beloved country. Then, starting suddenly from my reverie, I exclaimed, "Oh, terrible condition! That black and boundless sea resembles the eternal night which will engulf us. All those who surround me seem yet tranquil, but that fatal calm will soon be succeeded by the most frightful torments. Fools, what had we to find in Senegal, to make us trust the most perfidious of elements? Did France not afford every necessary for our happiness? Happy, yes, thrice happy, they who never set foot on a foreign soil. Great God, succor all these unfortunate beings, save our unhappy family." My father perceived my distress, but how could he console me? What words could calm my fears, and place me above the apprehensions of those dangers to which we were exposed? How, in a word, could I assume a serene appearance, when friends, parents, and all that was most dear to me were, in all human probability, on the very verge of destruction? Alas, my fears were but too well founded, for I soon perceived that, although we were the only ladies, besides the Misses Schmaltz, who formed a part of the governor's suite, they had the barbarity of intending our family to embark upon the raft, where were only soldiers, sailors, and planters of Cape Verde, and some generous officers who had not the honor, if it could be accounted one, of being considered among the ignorant confidants of Messrs. Schmaltz and Lachaumareys. My father, indignant at a proceeding so indecorous, swore we would not embark upon the raft, and that, if we were not judged worthy of a place in one of the 6 boats, he would himself, his wife, and children remain on board the wreck of the frigate. The tone in which he spoke these words was that of a man resolute to avenge any insult that might be offered to him. The governor of Senegal, doubtless fearing the world would one day reproach him for his inhumanity, decided we should have a place in one of the boats. This having in some measure quieted our fears concerning our unfortunate situation, I was desirous of taking some repose, but the uproar among the crew was so great I could not obtain it. Towards midnight a passenger came to inquire of my father if we were disposed to depart. He replied we had been forbid to go yet. However, we were soon convinced that a great part of the crew and various passengers were secretly preparing to set off in the boats. A conduct so perfidious could not fail to alarm us, especially as we perceived among those so eager to embark unknown to us several who had promised, but a little while before, not to go without us. M. Schmaltz, to prevent that which was going on upon deck, instantly rose to endeavor to quiet their minds, but the soldiers had already assumed a threatening attitude, and holding cheap the words of their commander, swore they would fire upon whosoever attempted to depart in a clandestine manner. The firmness of these brave men produced the desired effect, and all was restored to order. The governor returned to his cabin, and those who were desirous of departing furtively were confused and covered with shame. The governor, however, was ill at ease, and as he had heard very distinctly certain energetic words which had been addressed to him, he judged it proper to assemble a council. All the officers and passengers being collected, M. Schmaltz there solemnly swore before them not to abandon the raft, and a second time promised that all the boats would tow it to the shore of the desert, where they would all be formed into a caravan. I confess this conduct of the governor greatly satisfied every member of our family, for we never dreamed he would deceive us, nor act in a manner contrary to what he had promised. About 3 in the morning, some hours after the meeting of the council, a terrible noise was heard in the powder room. It was the helm which was broken. All who were sleeping were aroused by it. On going on deck, everyone was more and more convinced that the frigate was lost beyond all recovery. Alas, the wreck was for our family but the commencement of a horrible series of misfortunes. The 2 chief officers then decided with one accord that all should embark at 6 in the morning, and abandon the ship to the mercy of the waves. After the decision followed a scene the most whimsical and at the same time the most melancholy that can be well conceived. To have a more distinct idea of it, let the reader transport himself in imagination to the midst of the liquid plains of the ocean. Let him then picture to himself a multitude of all classes, of every age, tossed about at the mercy of the waves upon a dismasted vessel, foundered and half submerged. Let him not forget these are thinking beings with a certain prospect before them of having reached the goal of their existence. Separated from the rest of the world by a boundless sea, and having no place of refuge but the wreck of a grounded vessel, the multitude addressed at first their vows to heaven and forgot for a moment all earthly concerns. Then suddenly starting from their lethargy, they began to look after their wealth, the merchandise they had in small ventures, utterly regardless of the elements which threatened them. The miser, thinking of the gold contained in his coffers, hastening to put it in a place of safety, either by sewing it into the lining of his clothes, or by cutting out for it a place in the waistband of his trousers. The smuggler was tearing his hair at not being able to save a chest of contraband which he had secretly got on board, and with which he had hoped to have gained 200 or 300%. Another, selfish to excess, was throwing overboard all his hidden money, and amusing himself by burning all his effects. A generous officer was opening his portmanteau, offering caps, stockings, and shirts to any who would take them. These had scarcely gathered together their various effects, when they learned that they could not take anything with them. Those were searching the cabin and storerooms to carry away everything that was valuable. Ship boys were discovering the delicate wines and fine liquors, which a wise foresight had placed in reserve. Soldiers and sailors were penetrating even into the spirit room, broaching casks, staving others, and drinking till they fell exhausted. Soon the tumult of the inebriated made us forget the roaring of the sea which threatened to engulf us. At last the uproar was at its height. The soldiers no longer listened to the voice of the captain. Some knit their brows and muttered oaths, but nothing could be done with those whom wine had rendered furious. Next, piercing cries mixed with doleful groans were heard. This was the signal of departure. At 6 o'clock on the morning of the 5th, a great part of the military were embarked upon the raft, which was already covered with a large sheet of foam. The soldiers were expressly prohibited from taking their arms. A young officer of infantry, whose brain seemed to be powerfully affected, put his horse beside the barricadoes of the frigate, and then, armed with 2 pistols, threatened to fire upon anyone who refused to go upon the raft. 40 men had scarcely descended when it sunk to the depth of about 2 feet. To facilitate the embarking of a greater number, they were obliged to throw over several barrels of provisions which had been placed upon it the day before. In this manner did this furious officer get about 150 heaped upon that floating tomb, but he did not think of adding one more to the number by descending himself, as he ought to have done, but went peaceably away and placed himself in one of the best boats. There should have been 60 sailors upon the raft, and there were but about 10. A list had been made out on the 4th, assigning each his proper place, but this wise precaution being disregarded, every one pursued the plan he deemed the best for his own preservation. The precipitation with which they forced 150 unfortunate beings upon the raft was such, that they forgot to give them one morsel of biscuit. However, they threw towards them 25 pounds in a sack, while they were not far from the frigate, but it fell into the sea, and was with difficulty recovered. During this disaster, the governor of Senegal, who was busied in the care of his own dear self, effeminately descended in an armchair into the barge, where were already various large chests, all kinds of provisions, his dearest friends, his daughter, and his wife. Afterwards the captain's boat received 27 persons, among whom were 25 sailors, good rowers. The shallop, commanded by M. Espiau, ensign of the ship, took 45 passengers and put off. The boat, called the Senegal, took 25, the pinnace 33, and the yawl, the smallest of the boats, took only 10. Almost all of the officers, the passengers, the mariners, the supernumeraries were already embarked, all but our weeping family, who still remained upon the boards of the frigate, till some charitable souls would kindly receive us into a boat. Surprised at this abandonment, I instantly felt myself roused, and, calling with all my might to the officers of the boats, besought them to take our unhappy family along with them. Soon after, the barge, in which were the governor of Senegal and all his family, approached the Medusa, as if still to take some passengers, for there were but few in it. I made a motion to descend, hoping that the Mrs. Schmaltz, who had, till that day, taken a great interest in our family, would allow us a place in their boat, but I was mistaken. Those ladies, who had embarked in a mysterious incognito, had already forgotten us, and M. Lachaumareys, who was still on the frigate, positively told me they would not embark along with us. Nevertheless, I ought to tell, what we learned afterwards, that the officer who commanded the pinnace had received orders to take us in, but, as he was already a great way from the frigate, we were certain he had abandoned us. My father, however, hailed him, but he persisted on his way to gain the open sea. A short while afterwards we perceived a small boat among the waves, which seemed desirous to approach the Medusa. It was the yawl. When it was sufficiently near, my father implored the sailors who were in it to take us on board, and to carry us to the pinnace, where our family ought to be placed. They refused. He then seized a firelock, which lay by chance upon deck, and swore he would kill every one of them if they refused to take us, adding that it was the property of the king, and that he would have advantage from it as well as another. The sailors murmured, but durst not resist, and received all our family, which consisted of 9 persons, viz. 4 children, our stepmother, my cousin, my sister Caroline, my father, and myself. A small box filled with valuable papers which we wished to save, 2 bottles of ratafia, which we had endeavored to preserve amidst our misfortunes, were seized and thrown overboard by the sailors of the yawl, who told us we would find in the pinnace everything we could wish for our voyage. We had then only the clothes which covered us, never thinking of dressing ourselves in 2 suits, but the loss which affected us most was that of several MSS, at which my father had been laboring for a long while. Our trunks, our linen, and various chests of merchandise of great value, in a word, everything we possessed, was left in the Medusa. When we boarded the pinnace, the officer who commanded it began excusing himself for having set off without forewarning us, as he had been ordered, and said 1,000 things in his justification. But without believing the half of his fine protestations, we felt very happy in having overtaken him, for it is most certain they had no intention of encumbering themselves with our unfortunate family. I say encumber, for it is evident that 4 children, one of whom was yet at the breast, were very indifferent beings to people who were actuated by a selfishness without all parallel. When we were seated in the longboat, my father dismissed the sailors with the yawl, telling them that he would ever gratefully remember their services. They speedily departed, but little satisfied with the good action they had done. My father, hearing their murmurs and the abuse they poured out against us, said, loud enough for all in the boat to hear, "We are not surprised sailors are destitute of shame, when their officers blush at being compelled to do a good action." The commandant of the boat feigned not to understand the reproaches conveyed in these words, and to divert our minds from brooding over our wrongs, endeavored to counterfeit the man of gallantry. All the boats were already far from the Medusa, when they were brought to form a chain in order to tow the raft. The barge, in which was the governor of Senegal, took the first tow, then all the other boats in succession joined themselves to that. M. Lachaumareys embarked, although there yet remained upon the Medusa more than 60 persons. Then the brave and generous Espiau, commander of the shallop, quitted the line of boats, and returned to the frigate, with the intention of saving all the wretches who had been abandoned. They all sprung into the shallop, but it was very much overloaded. 17 unfortunates preferred remaining on board, rather than expose themselves as well as their companions to certain death. But alas, the greater part afterwards fell victims to their fears or their devotion. 52 days after they were abandoned, no more than 3 of them were alive, and those looked more like skeletons than men. They told that their miserable companions had gone afloat upon planks and hencoops, after having waited in vain 42 days for the succor which had been promised them, and that all had perished. The shallop, carrying with difficulty all those she had saved from the Medusa, slowly rejoined the line of boats which towed the raft. M. Espiau earnestly besought the officers of the other boats to take some of them along with them, but they refused, alleging to the generous officer that he ought to keep them in his own boat, as he had gone for them himself. M. Espiau, finding it impossible to keep them all without exposing them to the utmost peril, steered right for a boat which I will not name. Immediately a sailor sprung from the shallop into the sea, and endeavored to reach it by swimming, and when he was about to enter it, an officer who possessed great influence pushed him back, and drawing his sabre, threatened to cut off his hands, if he again made the attempt. The poor wretch regained the shallop, which was very near the pinnace, which we were in. My father supplicated M. Laperere, the officer of the boat, to receive him on board, and had his arms already out to catch him, when M. Laperere instantly let go the rope which attached us to the other boats, and tugged off with all his force. At that same instant every boat imitated our execrable example, and wishing to shun the approach of the shallop, which sought for assistance, stood off from the raft, abandoning in the midst of the ocean and to the fury of the waves the miserable mortals whom they had sworn to land on the shores of the desert. Scarcely had these cowards broken their oath when we saw the French flag flying upon the raft. The confidence of those unfortunate persons was so great, that when they saw the first boat which had the tow removing from them, they all cried out, "The rope is broken! The rope is broken!" But when no attention was paid to their observation, they instantly perceived the treachery of the wretches who had left them so basely. Then the cries of "Vive le Roi" rose from the raft, as if the poor fellows were calling to their father for assistance, or as if they had been persuaded that, at that rallying word, the officers of the boats would return, and not abandon their countrymen. The officers repeated the cry of "Vive le Roi," without a doubt to insult them, but more particularly M. Lachaumareys, who, assuming a martial attitude, waved his hat in the air. Alas, what availed these false professions? Frenchmen, menaced with the greatest peril, were demanding assistance with the cries of "Vive le Roi," yet none were found sufficiently generous, nor sufficiently French, to go to aid them. After a silence of some minutes, horrible cries were heard. The air resounded with the groans, the lamentations, the imprecations of these wretched beings, and the echo of the sea frequently repeated, "Alas, how cruel you are to abandon us!" The raft already appeared to be buried under the waves, and its unfortunate passengers immersed. The fatal machine was drifted by currents far behind the wreck of the frigate, without cable, anchor, mast, sail, or oars; in a word, without the smallest means of enabling them to save themselves. Each wave that struck it made them stumble in heaps on one another. Their feet getting entangled among the cordage and between the planks, bereaved them of the faculty of moving. Maddened by these misfortunes, suspended and adrift upon a merciless ocean, they were soon tortured between the pieces of wood which formed the scaffold on which they floated. The bones of their feet and their legs were bruised and broken. Every time the fury of the waves agitated the raft, their flesh, covered with contusions and hideous wounds, dissolved, as it were, in the briny waves, while the roaring flood around them was covered with their blood. As the raft, when it was abandoned, was nearly 2 leagues from the frigate, it was impossible these unfortunate persons could return to it. They were soon after far out to sea. These victims still appeared above their floating tomb, and stretching out their supplicating hands toward the boats which fled from them, seemed yet to invoke, for the last time, the names of the wretches who had deceived them. O horrid day! A day of shame and reproach! Alas, that the hearts of those who were so well acquainted with misfortune should have been so inaccessible to pity. After witnessing that most inhumane scene, and seeing they were insensible to the cries and lamentations of so many unhappy beings, I felt my heart bursting with sorrow. It seemed to me that the waves would overwhelm all these wretches, and I could not suppress my tears. My father, exasperated to excess, and bursting with rage at seeing so much cowardice and inhumanity among the officers of the boats, began to regret that he had not accepted the place which had been assigned for us upon the fatal raft. At least, said he, we would have died with the brave, or would have returned to the wreck of the Medusa, and not have had the disgrace of saving ourselves with cowards. Although this produced no effect upon the officers, it proved very fatal to us afterwards, for on our arrival at Senegal it was reported to the governor, and very probably was the principal cause of all those evils and vexations which we endured in that colony. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Maxwell. Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy by Anonymous. Chapter 13. Wreck of the French frigate Medusa on the Arguin Bank, Part 2. Let us now turn our attention to the several situations of all those who were endeavoring to save themselves in the different boats, as well as to those left upon the wreck of the Medusa. We have already seen that the frigate was half sunk when it was deserted, presenting nothing but a hulk and wreck. Nevertheless, 17 still remained upon it, and had food, which, although damaged, enabled them to support themselves for a considerable time. While the raft was abandoned to float at the mercy of the waves upon the vast surface of the ocean. 150 wretches were embarked upon it, sunk to the depth of at least 3 feet on its forepart, and on its poop immersed even to the middle. What victuals they had were soon consumed, or spoiled by the salt water, and perhaps some, as the waves hurried them along, became food for the monsters of the deep. 2 only of all the boats which left the Medusa, and these with very few people in them, were provisioned with every necessary. These struck off with security and dispatch. But the condition of those who were in the shallop was but little better than those upon the raft. Their great number, their scarcity of provisions, their great distance from the shore, gave them the most melancholy anticipations of the future. Their worthy commander, M. Espiau, had no other hope but of reaching the shore as soon as possible. The other boats were less filled with people, but they were scarcely better provisioned, and as by a species of fatality, the pinnace, in which were our family, was destitute of everything. Our provisions consisted of a barrel of biscuit and a tierce of water, and, to add to our misfortune, the biscuit being soaked in the sea, it was almost impossible to swallow one morsel of it. Each passenger in our boat was obliged to sustain his wretched existence with a glass of water, which he could get only once a day. To tell how this happened, how this boat was so poorly supplied, while there was abundance left upon the Medusa, is far beyond my power. But it is at least certain that the greater part of the officers commanding the boats, the shallop, the pinnace, the Senegal boat, and the yawl, were persuaded, when they quitted the frigate, that they would not abandon the raft, but that all the expedition would sail together to the coast of Sahara, that when there, the boats would be again sent to the Medusa to take provisions, arms, and those who were left there, but it appears the chiefs had decided otherwise. After abandoning the raft, although scattered, all the boats formed a little fleet, and followed the same route. All who were sincere hoped to arrive the same day at the coast of the desert, and that everyone would get on shore. But Messrs. Schmaltz and Lachaumareys gave orders to take the route for Senegal. This sudden change in the resolutions of the chiefs was like a thunderbolt to the officers commanding the boats. Having nothing on board but what was barely necessary to enable us to allay the cravings of hunger for one day, We were all sensibly affected. The other boats, which, like ourselves, hoped to have got on shore at the nearest point, were a little better provisioned than we were. They had at least a little wine, which supplied the place of other necessaries. We then demanded some from them, explaining our situation, but none would assist us, not even the captain, who, drinking to a kept mistress, supported by 2 sailors, swore he had not 1 drop on board. We were next desirous of addressing the boat of the governor of Senegal, where we were persuaded were plenty of provisions of every kind, such as oranges, biscuit, cakes, comfits, plums, and even the finest liquors, but my father opposed it, so well was he assured we would not obtain anything. We will now turn to the condition of those on the raft, when the boats left them to themselves. If all the boats had continued dragging the raft forward, favored as we were by the breeze from the sea, we would have been able to have conducted them to the shore in less than 2 days, but an inconceivable fatality caused the generous plan to be abandoned which had been formed. When the raft had lost sight of the boats, a spirit of sedition began to manifest itself in furious cries. They then began to regard one another with ferocious looks, and to thirst for one another's flesh. Some one had already whispered of having recourse to that monstrous extremity, and of commencing with the fattest and youngest. A proposition so atrocious filled the brave Captain Dupont and his worthy Lieutenant M. L'Heureux with horror, and that courage which had so often supported them in the field of glory now forsook them. Among the first who fell under the hatchets of the assassins was a young woman who had been seen devouring the body of her husband. When her turn was come, she sought a little wine as a last favor, then rose, and without uttering a word threw herself into the sea. Captain Dupont, being described for having refused to partake of the sacrilegious viands with which the monsters were feeding on, was saved by a miracle from the hands of the butchers. Scarcely had they seized him to lead him to the slaughter, when a large pole, which served in place of a mast, fell upon his body, and believing that his legs were broken, they contented themselves by throwing him into the sea. The unfortunate captain plunged and disappeared, and they thought him already in another world. Providence, however, revived the strength of the unfortunate warrior. He emerged under the beams of the raft, and clinging with all his might, holding his head above water, he remained between 2 enormous pieces of wood, while the rest of his body was hid in the sea. After more than 2 hours of suffering, Captain Dupont spoke in a low voice to his lieutenant, who by chance was seated near the place of his concealment. The brave L'Heureux, with eyes glistening with tears, believed he heard the voice, and saw the shade of his captain, and trembling, was about to quit the place of horror. Oh, wonderful! He saw a head which seemed to draw its last sigh. He recognized it, he embraced it. Alas, it was his dear friend. Dupont was instantly drawn from the water, and L'Heureux obtained for his unfortunate comrade again a place upon the raft. Those who had been most inveterate against him, touched at what Providence had done for him in so miraculous a manner, decided with one accord to allow him entire liberty upon the raft. The 60 unfortunates who had escaped from the first massacre were soon reduced to 50, then to 40, and at last to 28. The least murmur or the smallest complaint, at the moment of distributing the provisions, was a crime punished with immediate death. In consequence of such a regulation, it may easily be presumed the raft was soon lightened. In the meanwhile the wine diminished sensibly, and the half rations very much displeased a certain chief of the conspiracy. On purpose to avoid being reduced to that extremity, the executive power decided it was much wiser to drown 13 people and to get full rations, than that 28 should have half rations. Merciful heaven, what a shame! After the last catastrophe, the chiefs of the conspiracy, fearing, doubtless of being assassinated in their turn, threw all the arms into the sea, and swore an inviolable friendship with the heroes which the hatchet had spared. On the 17th of July, in the morning, Captain Parnajon, commandant of the Argus brig, still found 15 men on the raft. They were immediately taken on board, and conducted to Senegal. 4 of the 15 were yet alive, viz. Captain Dupont, residing in the neighborhood of Maintenon, Lieutenant L'Heureux, since captain at Senegal, Savigny at Rochefort, and Corried, I know not where. On the 5th of July, at 10 in the morning, 1 hour after abandoning the raft, and 3 after quitting the Medusa, M. Laperere, the officer of our boat, made the first distribution of provisions. Each passenger had a small glass of water and nearly the fourth of a biscuit. Each drank his allowance of water at one draught, but it was found impossible to swallow one morsel of our biscuit, it being so impregnated with sea water. It happened, however, that some was found not quite so saturated. Of these we eat a small portion, and put back the remainder for a future day. Our voyage would have been sufficiently agreeable if the beams of the sun had not been so fierce. On the evening we perceived the shores of the desert, but as the two chiefs, Messrs. Schmaltz and Lachmaris, wished to go right for Senegal, notwithstanding we were still 100 leagues from it, we were not allowed to land. Several officers remonstrated, both on account of our want of provisions and the crowded condition of the boats, for undertaking so dangerous a voyage. Others urged with equal force that it would be dishonoring the French name if we were to neglect the unfortunate people on the raft, and insisted we should be set on shore, and whilst we wait there, 3 boats should return to look after the raft, and 3 to the wreck of the frigate, to take up the 17 who were left there, as well as a sufficient quantity of provisions to enable us to go to Senegal by way of Barbary. But Messrs. Schmaltz and Lachmaris, whose boats were sufficiently well provisioned, scouted the advice of their subalterns, and ordered them to cast anchor till the following morning. They were obliged to obey these orders, and to relinquish their designs. During the night, a certain passenger, who was doubtless no doctor, and who believed in ghosts and witches, was suddenly frightened by the appearance of flames, which he thought he saw on the waters of the sea, a little way from where our boat was anchored. My father and some others, who were aware that the sea is sometimes phosphorated, confirmed the poor credulous man in his belief, and added several circumstances which fairly turned his brain. They persuaded him the Arabic sorcerers had fired the sea to prevent us from travelling along their deserts. On the morning of the 6th of July, at 5 o'clock, all the boats were under way on the route to Senegal. The boats of Messrs. Schmaltz and Lachmaris took the lead along the coasts, and all the expedition followed. About 8, several sailors in our boat, with threats, demanded to be set on shore. But M. Lapierre not acceding to their request, the whole were about to revolt and seize the command, but the firmness of this officer quelled the mutineers. In a spring which he made to seize a firelock which a sailor persisted in keeping in his possession, he almost tumbled into the sea. My father fortunately was near him, and held him by his clothes, but he had instantly to quit him for fear of losing his hat, which the waves were floating away. A short while after this slight accident, the shallop, which we had lost sight of since the morning, appeared desirous of rejoining us. We plied all hands to avoid her, for we were afraid of one another, and thought that boat, encumbered with so many people, wished to board us to oblige us to take some of its passengers, as M. Espiau would not suffer them to be abandoned like those upon the raft. That officer hailed us at a distance, offering to take our family on board, adding he was anxious to take about 60 people to the desert. The officer of our boat, thinking that this was a pretense, replied we preferred suffering where we were. It even appeared to us that M. Espiau had hid some of his people under the benches of the shallop, but alas, in the end we deeply deplored being so suspicious, and of having so outraged the devotion of the most generous officer of the Medusa. Our boat began to leak considerably, but we prevented it as well as we could by stuffing the largest holes with oakum, which an old sailor had had the precaution to take before quitting the frigate. At noon the heat became so strong, so intolerable, that several of us believed we had reached our last moments. The hot winds of the desert even reached us, and the fine sand with which they were loaded had completely obscured the clearness of the atmosphere. The sun presented a reddish disk. The whole surface of the ocean became nebulous, and the air which we breathed, depositing a fine sand, an impalpable powder, penetrated to our lungs, already parched with a burning thirst. In this state of torment we remained till 4 in the afternoon, when a breeze from the northwest brought us some relief. Notwithstanding the privations we felt, and especially the burning thirst which had become intolerable, The cool air which we now began to breathe made us, in part, forget our sufferings. The heavens began again to resume the usual serenity of those latitudes, and we hoped to have passed a good night. A second distribution of provisions was made, each received a small glass of water, and the eighth part of a biscuit. Notwithstanding our meagre fare, everyone seemed content, in the persuasion we would reach Senegal by the morrow. But how vain were all our hopes, and what sufferings had we yet to endure! At 7:30 the sky was covered with stormy clouds. The serenity we had admired a little while before entirely disappeared, and gave place to the most gloomy obscurity. The surface of the ocean presented all the signs of a coming tempest. The horizon on the side of the desert had the appearance of a long hideous chain of mountains piled on one another, the summits of which seemed to vomit fire and smoke. Bluish clouds, streaked with dark copper color, detached themselves from that shapeless heap, and came and joined with those which floated over our heads. In less than half an hour the ocean seemed confounded with the terrible sky which canopied us. The stars were hid. Suddenly a frightful noise was heard from the west, and all the waves of the sea rushed to founder our frail bark. A fearful silence succeeded to the general consternation. Every tongue was mute, and none durst communicate to his neighbor the horror with which his mind was impressed. At intervals the cries of the children rent our hearts. At that instant a weeping and agonized mother bared her breast to her dying child, but it yielded nothing to appease the thirst of the little innocent who pressed it in vain. O night of horrors! What pen is capable to paint thy terrible picture? How describe the agonizing fears of a father and mother at the sight of their children tossed about and expiring of hunger in a small boat, which the winds and waves threatened to engulf at every instant? Having full before our eyes the prospect of inevitable death, we gave ourselves up to our unfortunate condition, and addressed our prayers to heaven. The winds growled with the utmost fury, the tempestuous waves arose exasperated. In their terrific encounter a mountain of water was precipitated into our boat, carrying away one of the sails, and the greater part of the effects which the sailors had saved from the Medusa. Our bark was nearly sunk, the females and the children lay rolling in its bottom, drinking the waters of bitterness, and their cries, mixed with the roaring of the waves and the furious north wind, increased the horrors of the scene. My unfortunate father then experienced the most excruciating agony of mind. The idea of the loss which the shipwreck had occasioned to him, and the danger which still menaced all he had held dearest in the world, plunged him into a swoon. The tenderness of his wife and children recovered him, but alas! his recovery was to still more bitterly deplore the wretched situation of his family. He clasped us to his bosom, he bathed us with his tears, and seemed as if he was regarding us with his last looks of love. Every soul in the boat was seized with the same perturbation, but it manifested itself in different ways. One part of the sailors remained motionless, in a bewildered state. The other cheered and encouraged one another. The children, locked in the arms of their parents, wept incessantly. Some demanded drink, vomiting the salt water which choked them. Others, in short, embraced as for the last time, intertwining their arms and vowing to die together. In the meanwhile the sea became rougher and rougher. The whole surface of the ocean seemed a vast plain furrowed with huge blackish waves fringed with white foam. The thunder growled around us, and the lightning discovered to our eyes all that our imagination could conceive most horrible. Our boat, beset on all sides by the winds, and at every instant tossed on the summit of mountains of water, was very nearly sunk in spite of our every effort in bailing it, when we discovered a large hole in its poop. It was instantly stuffed with everything we could find, old clothes, sleeves of shirts, shreds of coats, shawls, useless bonnets, everything was employed, and secured us as far as it was possible. During the space of 6 hours we rode suspended alternately between hope and fear, between life and death. At last, towards the middle of the night, heaven, which had seen our resignation, commanded the floods to be still. Instantly the sea became less rough, the veil which covered the sky became less obscure, the stars again shone out, and the tempest seemed to withdraw. A general exclamation of joy and thankfulness issued at one instant from every mouth. The winds calmed, and each of us sought a little sleep, while our good and generous pilot steered our boat on a still very stormy sea. The day at last, the day so desired, entirely restored the calm, but it brought no other consolation. During the nights, the currents, the waves, and the winds had taken us so far out to sea, that on the dawning of the 7th of July we saw nothing but sky and water, without knowing whither to direct our course, for our compass had been broken during the tempest. In this hopeless condition we continued to steer sometimes to the right, sometimes to the left, until the sun arose and at last showed us the east. On the morning of the 7th of July we again saw the shores of the desert, notwithstanding we were a great distance from it. The sailors renewed their murmurings, wishing to get on shore, with the hope of being able to get some wholesome plants, and some more palatable water than that of the sea, but as we were afraid of the Moors, their request was opposed. However, M. Laperere proposed to take them as near as he could to the first breakers on the coast, and when there, those who wished to go on shore should throw themselves into the sea and swim to land. 11 accepted the proposal, but when we had reached the first waves, none had the courage to brave the mountains of water which rolled between them and the beach. Our sailors then betook themselves to their benches and oars, and promised to be more quiet for the future. A short while after, a third distribution was made since our departure from the Medusa, and nothing more remained than 4 pints of water and 1/2 dozen biscuits. What steps were we to take in this cruel situation? We were desirous of going on shore, but we had such dangers to encounter. However, we soon came to a decision when we saw a caravan of Moors on the coast. We then stood a little out to sea. According to the calculation of our commanding officer, we would arrive at Senegal on the morrow. Deceived by that false account, we preferred suffering 1 day more, rather than be taken by the Moors of the desert, or perish among the breakers. We had now no more than a small half glass of water, and the 7th of a biscuit. Exposed as we were to the heat of the sun, which darted its rays perpendicularly on our heads, that ration, though small, would have been a great relief to us, but the distribution was delayed to the morrow. We were then obliged to drink the bitter sea water, ill as it was calculated to quench our thirst. Must I tell it, thirst had so withered the lungs of our sailors that they drank water saltier than that of the sea. Our numbers diminished daily, and nothing but the hope of arriving at the colony on the following day sustained our frail existence. My young brothers and sisters wept incessantly for water. The little Laura, aged 6 years, lay dying at the feet of her mother. Her mournful cries so moved the soul of my unfortunate father, that he was on the eve of opening a vein to quench the thirst which consumed his child, but a wise person opposed his design, observing that all the blood in his body would not prolong the life of his infant 1 moment. The freshness of the night wind procured us some respite. We anchored pretty near to the shore, and though dying of famine, each got a tranquil sleep. On the morning of the 8th of July, at break of day, we took the route for Senegal. A short while after the wind fell, and we had a dead calm. We endeavored to row, but our strength was exhausted. A 4th and last distribution was made, and in the twinkling of an eye our last resources were consumed. We were 42 people who had to feed upon 6 biscuits and about 4 pints of water, with no hope of a farther supply. Then came the moment for deciding whether we were to perish among the breakers, which defended the approach to the shores of the desert, or to die of famine in continuing our route. The majority preferred the last species of misery. We continued our progress along the shore, painfully pulling our oars. Upon the beach were distinguished several downs of white sand and some small trees. We were thus creeping along the coast, observing a mournful silence, when a sailor suddenly exclaimed, "Behold the Moors!" We did, in fact, see various individuals upon the rising ground, walking at a quick pace, and whom we took to be the Arabs of the desert. As we were very near the shore, we stood farther out to sea, fearing that these pretended Moors, or Arabs, would throw themselves into the sea, swim out, and take us. Some hours after, we observed several people upon an eminence, who seemed to make signals for us. We examined them attentively, and soon recognized them to be our companions in misfortune. We replied to them by attaching a white handkerchief to the top of our mast. Then we resolved to land at the risk of perishing among the breakers, which were very strong towards the shore, although the sea was calm. On approaching the beach, we went towards the right, where the waves seemed less agitated, and endeavored to reach it, with the hope of being able more easily to land. Scarcely had we directed our course to that point, when we perceived a great number of people standing near to a little wood surrounding the sandhills. We recognized them to be the passengers of that boat, which, like ourselves, were deprived of provisions. Meanwhile, we approached the shore, and already the foaming surge filled us with terror. Each wave that came from the open sea, each billow that swept beneath our boat, made us bound into the air, so we were sometimes thrown from the poop to the prow, and from the prow to the poop. Then, if our pilot had missed the sea, we would have been sunk, the waves would have thrown us aground, and we would have been buried among the breakers. The helm of the boat was again given to the old pilot, who had already so happily steered us through the dangers of the storm. He instantly threw into the sea the mast, the sails, and everything that could impede our proceedings. When we came to the first landing point, several of our shipwrecked companions, who had reached the shore, ran and hid themselves behind the hills, not to see us perish. Others made signs not to approach at that place. Some covered their eyes with their hands. Others, at last despising the danger, precipitated themselves into the waves to receive us in their arms. We then saw a spectacle that made us shudder. We had already doubled 2 ranges of breakers, but those which we had still to cross raised their foaming waves to a prodigious height, then sunk with a hollow and monstrous sound, sweeping along a long line of the coast. Our boat, sometimes greatly elevated, and sometimes engulfed between the waves, seemed, at the moment, of utter ruin. Bruised, battered, and tossed about on all hands, it turned of itself, and refused to obey the kind hand which directed it. At that instant a huge wave rushed from the open sea and dashed against the poop. The boat plunged, disappeared, and we were all among the waves. Our sailors, whose strength had returned at the presence of danger, redoubled their efforts, uttering mournful sounds. Our bark groaned, the oars were broken, and it was thought aground, but it was stranded, it was upon its side. The last sea rushed upon us with the impetuosity of a torrent. We were all up to the neck in water, the bitter sea froth choked us, the grapnel was thrown out. The sailors threw themselves into the sea, they took the children in their arms, returned and took us upon their shoulders, and I found myself seated upon the sand on the shore, by the side of my stepmother, my brothers and sisters, almost dead. Every one was upon the beach except my father and some sailors, but that good man arrived at last, to mingle his tears with those of his family and friends. Instantly our hearts joined in addressing our prayers and praises to God. I raised my hands to the heaven, and remained some time immovable upon the beach. Everyone also hastened to testify his gratitude to our old pilot, who next to God justly merited the title of our preserver. M. Dumege, a naval surgeon, gave him an elegant gold watch, the only thing he had saved from the Medusa. Let the reader now recollect all the perils to which we had been exposed in escaping from the wreck of the frigate to the shores of the desert, all that we had suffered during our 4 days' voyage, and he will perhaps have a just notion of the various sensations we felt on getting on shore on that strange and savage land. Doubtless the joy we experienced at having escaped, as by a miracle, the fury of the floods was very great, but how much was it lessened by the feelings of our horrible situation? Without water, provisions, and the majority of us nearly naked, was it to be wondered at that we should be seized with terror on thinking of the obstacles which we had to surmount, the fatigues, the privations, the pains and sufferings we had to endure, with the dangers we had to encounter in the immense and frightful desert we had to traverse before we could arrive at our destination? Almighty Providence, it was in Thee alone I put my trust. After we had a little recovered from the fainting and fatigue of our getting on shore, our fellow sufferers told us they had landed in the forenoon, and cleared the breakers by the strength of their oars and sails, but they had not all been so lucky as we were. One unfortunate person, too desirous of getting quickly on shore, had his legs broken under the shallop, and was taken and laid on the beach, and left to the care of Providence. M. Espiau, commander of the shallop, reproached us for having doubted him when he wished to board us to take our family along with him. It was most true he had landed 63 people that day. A short while after our refusal, he took the passengers of the yawl, who would infallibly have perished in the stormy nights of the 6th and the 7th. The boat named the Senegal, commanded by M. Medusa, had made the shore at the same time with M. Espiau. The boats of Messrs. Schmaltz and Lachaumareys were the only ones which continued the route for Senegal, while 9/10 of the Frenchmen entrusted to these gentlemen were butchering each other on the raft, or dying of hunger on the burning sands of Sahara. About 7 in the morning, a caravan was formed to penetrate into the interior, for the purpose of finding some fresh water. We did accordingly find some at a little distance from the sea, by digging among the sand. Everyone instantly flocked round the little wells, which furnished enough to quench our thirst. This brackish water was found to be delicious, although it had a sulphurous taste. Its color was that of whey. As all our clothes were wet and in tatters, and as we had nothing to change them, some generous officers offered theirs. My stepmother, my cousin, and my sister were dressed in them. For myself, I preferred keeping my own. We remained nearly an hour beside our beneficent fountain, then took the route for Senegal, that is, a southerly direction, for we did not know exactly where that country lay. It was agreed that the females and children should walk before the caravan, that they might not be left behind. The sailors voluntarily carried the youngest on their shoulders, and everyone took the route along the coast. Notwithstanding it was nearly 7 o'clock, the sand was quite burning, and we suffered severely, walking without shoes, having lost them while landing. As soon as we arrived on the shore, we went to walk on the wet sand, to cool us a little. Thus we traveled during all the night, without encountering anything but shells, which wounded our feet. On the morning of the 9th, we saw an antelope on the top of a little hill, which instantly disappeared, before we had time to shoot it. The desert seemed to our view one immense plain of sand, on which was not seen one blade of verdure. However, we still found water by digging in the sand. In the forenoon, 2 officers of marine complained that our family incommoded the progress of the caravan. It is true the females and the children could not walk so quickly as the men. We walked as fast as it was possible for us, nevertheless we often fell behind, which obliged them to halt till we came up. These officers, joined with other individuals, considered among themselves whether they would wait for us, or to abandon us in the desert. I will be bold to say, however, that but few were of the latter opinion. My father, being informed of what was plotting against us, stepped up to the chiefs of the conspiracy, and reproached them in the bitterest terms for their selfishness and brutality. The dispute waxed hot. Those who were desirous of leaving us drew their swords, and my father put his hand upon a poignard, with which he provided himself on quitting the frigate. At this scene we threw ourselves in between them, conjuring him rather to remain in the desert with his family, than seek the assistance of those who were, perhaps, less human than the Moors themselves. Several people took our part, particularly M. Bernier, captain of infantry, who quieted the dispute by saying to his soldiers, "My friends, you are Frenchmen, and I have the honor of being your commander. Let us never abandon an unfortunate family in the desert, so long as we are able to be of use to them." This brief but energetic speech caused those to blush who wished to leave us. All then joined with the old captain, saying that they would not leave us on condition we would walk quicker. M. Bernier and his soldiers replied they did not wish to impose conditions on those to whom they were desirous of doing a favor, and the unfortunate family of Picard were again on the road with the whole caravan. About noon hunger was felt so powerfully among us, that it was agreed upon to go to the small hills of sand which were near the coast, to see if any herbs could be found fit for eating. But we only got poisonous plants, among which were various kinds of euphorbium. Convolvulaceae of a bright green carpeted the downs, but on tasting their leaves we found them as bitter as gall. The caravan rested in this place, while several officers went farther into the interior. They came back in about an hour, loaded with wild purslain, which they distributed to each of us. Everyone instantly devoured his bunch of herbage, without leaving the smallest branch, but as our hunger was far from being satisfied with this small allowance, the soldiers and sailors betook themselves to look for more. They soon brought back a sufficient quantity, which was equally distributed and devoured upon the spot. So delicious had hunger made that food to us. For myself, I declare I never eat anything with so much appetite in all my life. Water was also found in this place, but it was of an abominable taste. After this truly frugal repast, we continued our route. The heat was insupportable in the last degree. The sands on which we trod were burning. Nevertheless, several of us walked on these scorching coals without shoes, and the females had nothing but their hair for a cap. When we reached the seashore, we all ran and laid down among the waves. After remaining there some time, we took our route along the wet beach. On our journey we met with several large crabs, which were of considerable service to us. Every now and then we endeavored to slake our thirst by sucking their crooked claws. About 9 at night we halted between two pretty high sand hills. After a short talk concerning our misfortunes, all seemed desirous of passing the night in this place, notwithstanding we heard on every side the roaring of leopards. We deliberated on the means of securing ourselves, but sleep soon put an end to our fears. Scarcely had we slumbered a few hours when a terrible roaring of wild beasts awoke us and made us stand on our defense. It was a beautiful moonlight night, and in spite of my fears and the horrible aspect of the place, nature never appeared so sublime to me before. Instantly something was announced that resembled a lion. This information was listened to with the greatest emotion. Everyone being desirous of verifying the truth, fixed upon something he thought to be the object. One believed he saw the long teeth of the king of the forest. Another was convinced his mouth was already open to devour us. Several, armed with muskets, aimed at the animal, and advancing a few steps, discovered the pretended lion to be nothing more than a shrub fluctuating in the breeze. However, the howlings of ferocious beasts had so frightened us, being yet heard at intervals, that we again sought the seashore, on purpose to continue our route towards the south. Some of our companions were desirous of making observations in the interior, and they did not go in vain. They instantly returned and told us they had seen 2 Arab tents upon a slight rising ground. We instantly directed our steps thither. We had to pass great downs of sand very slippery, and arrived in a large plain streaked here and there with verdure, but the turf was so hard and piercing we could scarcely walk over it without wounding our feet. Our presence in these frightful solitudes put to flight 3 or 4 Moorish shepherds, who herded a small flock of sheep and goats in an oasis. At last we arrived at the tents, after which we were searching, and found in them 3 Mooresses and 2 little children, who did not seem in the least frightened by our visit. A negro servant, belonging to an officer of marine, interpreted between us, and the good women, who, when they had heard of our misfortune, offered us millet and water for payment. We bought a little of that grain at the rate of 30 pence a handful. The water was got for 3 francs a glass. It was very good, and none grudged the money it cost. As a glass of water, with a handful of millet, was but a poor dinner for famished people, my father bought 2 kids, which they would not give him under 20 piastres. We immediately killed them, and our Mooresses boiled them in a large kettle. While our repast was preparing, my father, who could not afford the whole of the expense, got others to contribute to it, but an old officer of marine, who was to have been captain of the port of Senegal, was the only person who refused, notwithstanding he had about him nearly 3,000 francs, which he boasted of in the end. Several soldiers and sailors had seen him count it in round pieces of gold on coming ashore on the desert, and reproached him for his sordid avarice, but he seemed insensible to their reproaches, nor eat the less of his portion of the kid with his companions in misfortune. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Maxwell. Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy by Anonymous. Chapter 14. Wreck of the French frigate Medusa on the Arguin Bank. Part 3. When about to resume our journey, we saw several Moors approaching us armed with lances. Our people instantly seized their arms and put themselves in readiness to defend us in case of an attack. 2 officers, followed by several soldiers and sailors, with our interpreter, advanced to discover their intentions. They instantly returned with the Moors, who said that far from wishing to do us harm, they had come to offer us their assistance, and to conduct us to Senegal. This offer being accepted of with gratitude by all of us, the Moors, of whom we had been so afraid, became our protectors and friends, verifying the old proverb, there are good people everywhere. As the camp of the Moors was at some considerable distance from where we were, we set off all together to reach it before night. After having walked about 2 leagues through the burning sands, we found ourselves again upon the shore. Towards night, our conductors made us strike again into the interior, saying we were near their camp, which is called in their language Berkelet. But the short distance of the Moors was found very long by the females and the children, on account of the downs of sand which we had to ascend and descend every instant, also of prickly shrubs over which we were frequently obliged to walk. Those who were barefooted felt most severely at this time the want of their shoes. I myself lost among the bushes various shreds of my dress, and my feet and legs were all streaming with blood. At length, after 2 hours of walking and suffering, we arrived at the camp of that tribe to which belonged our Arab conductors. We had scarcely got into the camp, when the dogs, the children, and the Moorish women began to annoy us. Some of them threw sand in our eyes, others amused themselves by snatching at our hair, on pretense of wishing to examine it. This pinched us, that spit upon us. The dogs bit our legs, whilst the old harpies cut the buttons from the officers' coats, or endeavored to take away the lace. Our conductors, however, had pity on us, and chased away the dogs and the curious crowd, who had already made us suffer as much as the thorns which had torn our feet. The chiefs of the camp, our guides, and some good women, at last set about getting us some supper. Water in abundance was given us without payment, and they sold us fish dried in the sun, and some bowls full of sour milk at a reasonable price. We found a Moor in the camp who had previously known my father at Senegal, and who spoke a little French. As soon as he recognized him, he cried, "Tiens toi, Picard, n'y a pas connaître moi Emet?" Hark ye, Picard, know you not Emet? We were all struck with astonishment at these French words coming from the mouth of a Moor. My father recollected having employed long ago a young goldsmith at Senegal, and discovering the Moor Emet to be the same person, shook him by the hand. After that good fellow had been made acquainted with our shipwreck, and to what extremities our unfortunate family had been reduced, he could not refrain from tears, and this perhaps was the first time a Mussulman had ever wept over the misfortunes of a Christian. Emet was not satisfied with deploring our hard fate. He was desirous of proving that he was generous and humane, and instantly distributed among us a large quantity of milk and water free of any charge. He also raised for our family a large tent of the skins of camels, cattle, and sheep, because his religion would not allow him to lodge with Christians under the same roof. The place appeared very dark, and the obscurity made us uneasy. Ahmet and our conductors lighted a large fire to quiet us, and at last, bidding us good night, and retiring to his tent, said, "Sleep in peace, the God of the Christians is also the God of the Mussulman." We had resolved to quit this truly hospitable place early in the morning, but during the night some people, who had probably too much money, imagined the Moors had taken us to their camp to plunder us. They communicated their fears to others, and pretending that the Moors, who had walked up and down among their flocks, and cried from time to time to keep away the ferocious beasts, had already given the signal for pursuing and murdering us. Instantly a general panic seized all our people, and they wished to set off forthwith. My father, although he well knew the perfidy of the inhabitants of the desert, endeavored to assure them we had nothing to fear, because the Arabs were too frightened for the people of Senegal, who would not fail to avenge us if we were insulted. But nothing could quiet their apprehensions, and we had to take the route during the middle of the night. The Moors, being soon acquainted with our fears, made us all kinds of protestations, and seeing we persisted in quitting the camp, offered us asses to carry us as far as the Senegal. These beasts of burden were hired at the rate of 12 francs a day, for each head, and we took our departure under the guidance of those Moors who had before conducted us to the camp. Ahmet's wife being unwell, he could not accompany us, but recommended us strongly to our guides. My father was able to hire only 2 asses for the whole of our family, and as it was numerous, my sister Caroline, my cousin, and myself were obliged to crawl along, whilst my unfortunate father followed in the suite of the caravan, which in truth went much quicker than we did. A short distance from the camp, the brave and compassionate Captain Bernier, seeing we still walked, obliged us to accept of the ass he had hired for himself, saying he would not ride when young ladies exhausted with fatigue followed on foot. The king afterwards honorably recompensed this worthy officer, who ceased not to regard our unfortunate family with a care and attention I will never forget. During the remainder of the night we travelled in a manner sufficiently agreeable, mounting alternately the ass of Captain Bernier. At 5 in the morning of the 11th of July we regained the seashore. Our asses, fatigued with the long journey among the sand, ran instantly and lay down among the breakers, in spite of our utmost exertions to prevent them. This caused several of us to take a bath we wished not. I myself held under my ass in the water, and had great difficulty in saving one of my young brothers who was floating away. But in the end, as this incident had no unfortunate issue, we laughed and continued our route, some on foot and some on the capricious asses. Towards 10 o'clock, perceiving a ship out at sea, we attached a white handkerchief to the muzzle of a gun, waving it in the air, and soon had the satisfaction of seeing it was noticed. The ship having approached sufficiently near the coast, the Moors who were with us threw themselves into the sea and swam to it. It must be said we had very wrongfully supposed that these people had had a design against us, for their devotion could not appear greater than when 5 of them darted through the waves to endeavor to communicate between us and the ship, notwithstanding it was still a good quarter of a league distance from where we stood on the beach. In about half an hour we saw these good Moors returning, making float before them 3 small barrels. Arrived on shore, one of them gave a letter to M. Espiau from M. Parnajan. This gentleman was the captain of the Argus brig, sent to seek after the raft, and to give us provisions. This letter announced a small barrel of biscuit, a tierce of wine, a half tierce of brandy, and a Dutch cheese. O fortunate event! We were very desirous of testifying our gratitude to the generous commander of the brig, but he instantly set out and left us. We staved the barrels which held our small stock of provisions, and made a distribution. Each of us had a biscuit, about a glass of wine, a half glass of brandy, and a small morsel of cheese. Each drank his allowance of wine at 1 gulp. The brandy was not even despised by the ladies. I, however, preferred quantity to quality, and exchanged my ration of brandy for that of wine. To describe our joy, while taking this repast, is impossible. Exposed to the fierce rays of a vertical sun, exhausted by a long train of suffering, deprived for a long while the use of any kind of spirituous liquors, when our portions of water, wine, and brandy mingled in our stomachs, we became like insane people. Life, which had lately been a great burden, now became precious to us. Foreheads, lowering and sulky, began to unwrinkle. Enemies became most brotherly. The avaricious endeavored to forget their selfishness and cupidity. The children smiled for the first time since our shipwreck. In a word, everyone seemed to be born again from a condition, melancholy and dejected. I even believe the sailors sung the praises of their mistresses. This journey was the most fortunate for us. Some short while after our delicious meal, we saw several Moors approaching, who brought milk and butter, so that we had refreshments in abundance. It is true we paid a little dear for them. The glass of milk cost not less than 3 francs. After reposing about 3 hours, our caravan proceeded on its route. About 6 in the evening, my father, finding himself extremely fatigued, wished to rest himself. We allowed the caravan to move on, while my stepmother and myself remained near him, and the rest of the family followed with their asses. We all 3 soon fell asleep. When we awoke, we were astonished at not seeing our companions. The sun was sinking in the west. We saw several Moors approaching us, mounted on camels, and my father reproached himself for having slept so long. Their appearance gave us great uneasiness. and we wished much to escape from them, but my stepmother and myself felt quite exhausted. The Moors with long beards having come quite close to us, one of them alighted and addressed us in the following words: "Be comforted, ladies, under the costume of an Arab, you see an Englishman who is desirous of serving you. Having heard at Senegal that Frenchmen were thrown ashore upon these deserts, I thought my presence might be of some service to them, as I was acquainted with several of the princes of this arid country." These noble words from the mouth of a man we had first taken to be a Moor instantly quieted our fears. Recovering from our fright, we rose and expressed to the philanthropic Englishman the gratitude we felt. Mr. Carnet, the name of the generous Briton, told us that our caravan which he had met waited for us at about the distance of 2 leagues. He then gave us some biscuit, which we ate, and we then set off together to join our companions. Mr. Carnet wished us to mount his camels, but my stepmother and myself, being unable to persuade ourselves we could sit securely on their hairy haunches, continued to walk on the moist sand, whilst my father, Mr. Carnet, and the Moors who accompanied him proceeded on the camels. We soon reached a little river, called in the country Marigot des Marigouins. We wished to drink of it, but found it as salt as the sea. Mr. Carnet desired us to have patience, and we should find some at the place where our caravan waited. We forded that river knee deep. At last, having walked about an hour, we rejoined our companions, who had found several wells of fresh water. It was resolved to pass the night in this place, which seemed less arid than any we saw near us. The soldiers being requested to go and seek wood to light a fire, for the purpose of frightening the ferocious beasts which were heard roaring around us, refused, but Mr. Carnet assured us that the Moors who were with him knew well how to keep all such intruders from our camp. In truth, during the whole of the night these good Arabs promenaded round our caravan, uttering cries at intervals like those we had heard in the camp of the generous Ahmet. We passed a very good night, and at 4 in the morning continued our route along the shore. Mr. Carnet left us to endeavor to procure some provisions. Till then our asses had been quite docile, but annoyed with their riders so long upon their backs, they refused to go forward. A fit took possession of them, and all at the same instant threw their riders on the ground or among the bushes. The Moors, however, who accompanied us, assisted to catch our capricious animals, who had nearly scampered off, and replaced us on the hard backs of these headstrong creatures. At noon the heat became so violent that even the Moors themselves bore it with difficulty. We then determined on finding some shade behind the high mounds of sand which appeared in the interior. But how were we to reach them? The sands could not be hotter. We had been obliged to leave our asses on the shore, for they would neither advance nor recede. The greater part of us had neither shoes nor hats, notwithstanding we were obliged to go forward almost a long league to find a little shade. The heat reflected by the sands of the desert could be compared to nothing but the mouth of an oven at the moment of drawing out the bread. Nevertheless, we endured it, but not without cursing those who had been the occasion of all our misfortunes. Arrived behind the heights for which we searched, we stretched ourselves under the mimos gommier, the acacia of the desert. Several broke branches of the asclepia, swallowwort, and made themselves a shade. But whether from want of air or the heat of the ground on which we were seated, we were nearly all suffocated. I thought my last hour was come. Already my eyes saw nothing but a dark cloud, when a person of the name of Berner, who was to have been a smith at Senegal, gave me a boot containing some muddy water, which he had had the precaution to keep. I seized the elastic vase, and hastened to swallow the liquid in large draughts. One of my companions, equally tormented with thirst, envious of the pleasure I seemed to feel, and which I felt effectually, drew the foot from the boot and seized it in his turn, but it availed him nothing. The water which remained was so disgusting that he could not drink it, and spilled it on the ground. Captain Bernier, who was present, judging by the water which fell how loathsome this must have been which I drank, offered me some crumbs of biscuit, which he kept most carefully in his pocket. I chewed that mixture of bread, dust, and tobacco, but I could not swallow it, and gave it all masticated to one of my young brothers, who had fallen from inanimation. We were about to quit this furnace, when we saw our generous Englishman approaching, who brought us provisions. At this sight I felt my strength revive, and ceased to desire death, which I had before called on to release me from my sufferings. Several Moors accompanied Mr. Carnet, and every one was loaded. On their arrival we had water, with rice and dried fish in abundance. Every one drank his allowance of water, but had not ability to eat, although the rice was excellent. We were all anxious to return to the sea, that we might bathe ourselves, and the caravan put itself on the road to the breakers of Sahara. After an hour's march of great suffering, we regained the shore, as well as our asses who were lying in the water. We rushed among the waves, and after a bath of half an hour, we reposed ourselves upon the beach. My cousin and I went to stretch ourselves upon a small rising ground, where we were shaded with some old clothes which we had with us. My cousin was clad in an officer's uniform, the lace of which strongly attracted the eyes of Mr. Carnet's Moors. Scarcely had we laid down, when one of them, thinking we were asleep, came to endeavor to steal it, but seeing we were awake, contented himself by looking at us very steadily. About 3 in the morning, a northwest wind having sprang up, and a little refreshed us, our caravan continued its route, our generous Englishmen again taking the task of procuring us provisions. At 4 o'clock the sky became overcast, and we heard thunder in the distance. We all expected a great tempest, which happily did not take place. Near 7 we reached the spot where we were to wait for Mr. Carnet, who came to us with a bullock he had purchased. Then, quitting the shore, we went into the interior to seek a place to cook our supper. We fixed our camp beside a small wood of acacias, near to which were several wells or cisterns of fresh water. Our ox was instantly killed, skinned, cut to pieces, and distributed. A huge fire was kindled, and each was occupied in dressing his meal. At this time I caught a smart fever, notwithstanding I could not help laughing at seeing every one seated round a large fire, holding his piece of beef on the point of his bayonet, a saber, or some sharp-pointed stick. The flickering of the flames on the different faces, sunburned and covered with long beards, rendered more visible by the darkness of the night, joined to the noises of the waves and the roaring of ferocious beasts, which we heard in the distance, presented a spectacle at once laughable and imposing. While these thoughts were passing across my mind, sleep overpowered my senses. Being awakened in the middle of the night, I found my portion of beef in the shoes which an old sailor had lent me for walking among the thorns. Although it was a little burned, and smelt strongly of the dish in which it was contained, I ate a good part of it, and gave the rest to my friend the sailor. That seaman, seeing I was ill, offered to exchange my meat for some which he had had the address to boil in a small tin box. I prayed him to give me a little water if he had any, and he instantly went and fetched me some in his hat. My thirst was so great that I drank it out of his nasty hat without any repugnance. At 9 o'clock we met upon the shore a large flock herded by young Moors. These shepherds sold us milk, and one of them offered to lend my father an ass for a knife which he had seen him take out of his pocket. My father accepted the proposal. The Moor left his companion to accompany us as far as Senegal, from which we were yet 2 good leagues. Suddenly we left the shore. Our companions appearing quite transported with joy, some of us ran forward, and having gained a slight rising ground, discovered the Senegal at no great distance. We hastened our march, and for the first time since our shipwreck, a smiling picture presented itself to our view. The trees always green, with which that noble river is shaded, the humming-birds, the red-birds, the parquets, the promerops, etc., who flitted among their long yielding branches, caused in us emotions difficult to express. We could not satiate our eyes with gazing on the beauties of this place, verdure being so enchanting to the sight, especially after having traveled through the desert. Before reaching the river we had to descend a little hill covered with thorny bushes. My ass, stumbling, threw me into the midst of one, and I tore myself in several places, but was easily consoled when I at length found myself on the banks of a river of fresh water. Everyone having quenched his thirst, we stretched ourselves under the shade of a small grove, while the beneficent Mr. Carnet and 2 of our officers set forward to Senegal to announce our arrival, and to get us boats. In the meanwhile, some took a little repose, and others were engaged in dressing the wounds with which they were covered. At 2 in the afternoon we saw a small boat beating against the current of the stream with oars. It soon reached the spot where we were. 2 Europeans landed, saluted our caravans, and inquired for my father. One of them said he came on the part of Messrs. Artigue and Labor, inhabitants of Senegal, to offer assistance to our family. The other added, that he had not waited for the boats which were getting ready for us at the island of St. Louis, knowing too well what would be our need. We were desirous of thanking them, but they instantly ran off to a boat and brought us provisions, which my father's old friends had sent him. They placed before us a large basket containing several loaves, cheese, a bottle of Madeira, a bottle of filtered water, and dresses for my father. Everyone who, during our journey, had taken any interest in our unfortunate family, and especially the brave Captain Bernier, had a share of our provisions. We experienced a real satisfaction in partaking with them, and giving them this small mark of our gratitude. A young aspirant of marine, who had refused us a glass of water in the desert, pressed with hunger, begged us some bread. He got it, also a small glass of Madeira. It was 4 o'clock before the boats of the government arrived, and we all embarked. Biscuit and wine were found in each of them, and all were refreshed. That in which our family was commanded by M.R.T., captain of the port, and one of those who sent us provisions. My father and he embraced as two old friends who had not seen one another for 8 years, and congratulated themselves that they had been permitted to meet once more before they died. We had already made a league upon the river, when a young navy clerk, M. Mollien, was suddenly taken ill. We put him ashore, and left him to the care of a negro to conduct him to Senegal when he should recover. It would be in vain for me to paint the various emotions of my mind at that delicious moment. I am bold to say all the colony, if we except Messrs. Schmaltz and Lachaumareys, were at the port to receive us from our boats. M.R.T., going on shore first to acquaint the English governor of our arrival, met him coming to us on horseback, followed by our generous conductor Mr. Carnet, and several superior officers. We went on shore carrying our brothers and sisters in our arms. My father presented us to the English governor, who had alighted. He appeared to be sensibly affected with our misfortunes. The females and children chiefly excited his commiseration, and the native inhabitants and Europeans tenderly shook the hands of the unfortunate people. The negro slaves even seemed to deplore our disastrous fate. The governor placed the most sickly of our companions in a hospital. Various inhabitants of the colony received others into their houses. M.R.T. obligingly took charge of our family. Arriving at his house, we there found his wife, 2 ladies, and an English lady, who begged to be allowed to assist us. Taking my sister Caroline and myself, she conducted us to her house, and presented us to her husband, who received us in the most affable manner, after which she led us to her dressing room, where we were combed, cleansed, and dressed by the domestic negresses, and were most obligingly furnished with linen from her own wardrobe, the whiteness of which was strongly contrasted with our sable countenances. In the midst of my misfortunes my soul had preserved all its strength, but this sudden change of situation affected me so much, that I thought my intellectual faculties were forsaking me. We were so confused by our agitation, that we scarcely heard the questions which were put to us, having constantly before our eyes the foaming waves and the immense tract of sand over which we had passed. The following is the substance, abridged from Messrs. Courier and Savigny, of what took place on the raft during 13 days before the sufferers were taken up by the Argus brig. After the boats had disappeared, the consternation became extreme. All the horrors of thirst and famine passed before our imagination. Besides, we had to contend with a treacherous element, which already covered the half of our bodies. The deep stupor of the soldiers and sailors instantly changed to despair. All saw their inevitable destruction, and expressed by their moans the dark thoughts which brooded in their minds. Our words were at first unavailing to quiet their fears, which we participated with them, but by which a greater strength of mind enabled us to dissemble. At last an unmoved countenance, and our proffered consolations, quieted them by degrees, but could not entirely dissipate the terror with which they were seized. When tranquillity was a little restored, we began to search about the raft for the charts, the compass, and the anchor, which we presumed had been placed upon it after what we had been told at the time of quitting the frigate. These things of the first importance had not been placed upon our machine. Above all, the want of a compass the most alarmed us, and we gave vent to our rage and vengeance. M. Corred then remembered he had seen one in the hands of the principal workman under his command. He spoke to the man, who replied, "Yes, yes, I have it with me." This information transported us with joy, and we believed that our safety depended upon this futile resource. It was about the size of a crown piece, and very incorrect. Those who have not been in situations in which their existence was exposed to extreme peril, can have but a faint knowledge of the price one attaches then to the simplest objects, with what avidity one seizes the slightest means capable of mitigating the rigor of that fate against which they contend. The compass was given to the commander of the raft, but an accident deprived us of it forever. It fell and disappeared between the pieces of wood which formed our machine. We had kept it but a few hours, and after its loss had nothing to guide us but the rising and setting of the sun. We had all gone afloat without taking any food. Hunger beginning to be imperiously felt, we mixed our paste of sea biscuit with a little wine, and distributed it thus prepared. Such was our first meal, and the best we had, during our stay upon the raft. An order, accompanying to our numbers, was established for the distribution of our miserable provisions. The ration of wine was fixed at 3/4 a day. We will speak no more of the biscuit, it having been entirely consumed at the first distribution. The day passed away sufficiently tranquil. We talked of the means by which we would save ourselves. We spoke of it as a certain circumstance, which reanimated our courage, and we sustained that of the soldiers by cherishing in them the hope of being able, in a short time, to revenge themselves on those who had abandoned us. This hope of vengeance, it must be avowed, equally animated us all, and we poured out 1,000 imprecations against those who had left us a prey to so much misery and danger. The officer who commanded the raft being unable to move, M. Savigny took it upon himself to the duty of erecting the mast. He caused them to cut in two one of the poles of the frigate's masts, and fixed it with the rope which had been served to tow us, and of which we made stays and shrouds. It was placed on the anterior third of the raft. We put up for a sail the main top gallant, which trimmed very well, but was of very little use, except when the wind served from behind, and to keep the raft in this course we were obliged to trim the sail as if the breeze blew athwart us. In the evening our hearts and our prayers, by a feeling natural to the unfortunate, were turned towards heaven. Surrounded by inevitable dangers, we addressed that invisible being who has established and who maintains the order of the universe. Our vows were fervent, and we experienced from our prayers the cheering influence of hope. It is necessary to have been in similar situations, before one can rightly imagine what a charm is the sublime idea of a God protecting the unfortunate to the heart of the sufferer. One consoling thought still soothed our imaginations. We persuaded ourselves that the little divisions had gone to the Isle of Arguin, and that after it had set a part of its people on shore, the rest would return to our assistance. We endeavored to impress this idea on our soldiers and sailors, which quieted them. The night came without our hope being realized. The wind freshened, and the sea was considerably swelled. What a horrible night! The thought of seeing the boats on the morrow a little consoled our men, the greater part of whom, being unaccustomed to the sea, fell on one another at each movement of the raft. M. Savigny, seconded by some people who still preserved their presence of mind amidst the disorder, stretched cords across the raft, by which the men held, and were better able to resist the swell of the sea. Some were even obliged to fasten themselves. In the middle of the night the weather was very rough. Huge waves burst upon us, sometimes overturning us with great violence. The cries of the men mingled with the flood, whilst the terrible sea raised us at every instant from the raft, and threatened to sweep us away. This scene was rendered still more terrible by the horrors inspired by the darkness of the night. Suddenly we believed we saw fires in the distance at intervals. We had had the precaution to hang at the top of the mast the gunpowder and pistols which we had brought from the frigate. We made signals by burning a large quantity of cartridges. We even fired some pistols, but it seems the fire we saw was nothing but an error of vision, or perhaps nothing more than the sparkling of the waves. We struggled with death during the whole of the night, holding firmly by the ropes which were made very secure, tossed by the waves from the back to the front, and then from the front to the back, and sometimes precipitated into the sea, floating between life and death, Mourning our misfortunes, certain of perishing, we disputed, nevertheless, the remainder of our existence with that cruel element which threatened to engulf us. Such was our condition till daybreak. At every instant were heard the lamentable cries of the soldiers and sailors. They prepared for death, bidding farewell to one another, imploring the protection of heaven, and addressing fervent prayers to God. Everyone made vows to him, in spite of the certainty of never being able to accomplish them. Frightful situation! How is it possible to have any idea of it which will not fall far short of the reality? Towards 7 in the morning the sea fell a little, the wind blew with less fury, but what a scene presented itself to our view! 10 or 12 unfortunates, having their inferior extremities fixed in the openings between the pieces of the raft, had perished by being unable to disengage themselves. Several others were swept away by the violence of the sea. At the hour of repast we took the numbers anew. We had lost 20 men. We will not affirm that this was the exact number, for we perceived some soldiers who, to have more than their share, took rations for 2, and even 3. We were so huddled together that we found it absolutely impossible to prevent this abuse. In the midst of these horrors, a touching scene of filial piety drew our tears. 2 young men raised and recognized their father, who had fallen, and was lying insensible among the feet of the people. They believed him at first dead, and their despair was expressed in the most affecting manner. It was perceived, however, that he still breathed, and every assistance was rendered for his recovery in our power. He slowly revived, and was restored to life and to the prayers of his sons, who supported him closely folded in their arms. Whilst our hearts were softened by this affecting episode in our melancholy adventures, we had soon to witness the sad spectacle of a dark contrast. 2 shipboys and a baker feared not to seek death, and threw themselves into the sea, after having bid farewell to their companions in misfortune. Already the minds of our people were singularly altered. Some believed that they saw land, others ships which were coming to save us. All talked aloud of their fallacious visions. We lamented the loss of our unfortunate companions. At this moment we were far from anticipating the still more terrible scene which took place on the following night. Far from that, we enjoyed a positive satisfaction, so well were we persuaded that the boats would return to our assistance. The day was fine, and the most perfect tranquillity reigned all the while on our raft. The evening came and no boats appeared. Despondency began again to seize our men, and then a spirit of insubordination manifested itself in cries of rage. The voice of the officers was entirely disregarded. Night fell rapidly in. The sky was obscured by dark clouds. The wind, which, during the whole day, had blown rather violently, became furious and swelled the sea, which in an instant became very rough. The preceding night had been frightful, but this was more so. Mountains of water covered us at every instant, and burst with fury into the midst of us. Very fortunately we had the wind from behind, and the strongest of the sea was a little broken by the rapidity with which we were driven before it. We were impelled towards the land. The men, from the violence of the sea, were hurried from the back to the front. We were obliged to keep to the center, the firmest part of the raft, and those who could not get there almost all perished. Before and behind the waves dashed impetuously, and swept away the men in spite of all their resistance. At the center the pressure was such that some unfortunates were suffocated by the weight of their comrades, who fell upon them at every instant. The officers kept by the foot of the little mast, and were obliged every moment to call to those around them to go to one or the other side to avoid the waves, for the sea coming nearly athwart us, gave our raft nearly a perpendicular position, to counteract which they were forced to throw themselves upon the side raised by the sea. The soldiers and sailors, frightened by the presence of almost inevitable danger, doubted not that they had reached their last hour. Firmly believing they were lost, they resolved to soothe their last moments by drinking till they lost their senses. We had no power to oppose this disorder. They seized a cask which was in the center of the raft, made a little hole in the end of it, and with small tin cups each took a pretty large quantity, but they were obliged to cease, for the sea water rushed into the hole they had made. The fumes of the wine failed not to disorder their brains, already weakened by the presence of danger and want of food. Thus excited, these men became deaf to the voice of reason. They wished to involve, in one common ruin, all their companions in misfortune. They avowedly expressed their intention of freeing themselves from their officers, who they said wished to oppose their design, and then to destroy the raft by cutting the ropes which united its different parts. Immediately after they resolved to put their plans into execution. One of them advanced upon the side of the raft with a boarding axe, and began to cut the cords. This was the signal of revolt. We stepped forward to prevent these insane mortals, and he who was armed with the hatchet, with which he even threatened an officer, fell the first victim. A stroke of a saber terminated his existence. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Maxwell. Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy by Anonymous. Chapter 15. This man was an Asiatic, and a soldier in a colonial regiment. Of a colossal stature, short hair, a nose extremely large, an enormous mouth and dark complexion, he made a most hideous appearance. At first he had placed himself in the middle of the raft, and at each blow of his fist knocked down every one who opposed him. He inspired the greatest terror, and none durst approach him. Had there been 6 such, our destruction would have been certain. Some men, anxious to prolong their existence, armed and united themselves with those who wished to preserve the raft. Among this number were some subaltern officers and many passengers. The rebels drew their sabers, and those who had none armed themselves with knives. They advanced in a determined manner upon us. We stood on our defense. The attack commenced. Animated by despair, one of them aimed a stroke at an officer. The rebel instantly fell, pierced with wounds. This firmness awed them for an instant, but diminished nothing of their rage. They ceased to advance, and withdrew, presenting to us a front bristling with sabers and bayonets, to the back part of the raft to execute their plan. One of them feigned to rest himself on the small railings on the sides of the raft, and with a knife began cutting the cords. Being told by a servant, one of us sprung upon him. A soldier, wishing to defend him, struck at the officer with his knife, which only pierced his coat. The officer wheeled round, seized his adversary, and threw both him and his comrade into the sea. There had been as yet but partial affairs. The combat became general. Someone cried to lower the sail. A crowd of infuriated mortals threw themselves in an instant upon the halyards and the shrouds, and cut them. The fall of the mast almost broke the thigh of a captain of infantry, who fell insensible. He was seized by the soldiers, who threw him into the sea. We saved him, and placed him on a barrel, whence he was taken by the rebels, who wished to put out his eyes with a penknife. Exasperated by so much brutality, we no longer restrained ourselves, but pushed in upon them, and charged them with fury. Sword in hand, we traversed the line which the soldiers had formed, and many paid with their lives the errors of their revolt. Various passengers, during these cruel moments, evinced the greatest courage and coolness. M. Coriad fell into a sort of swoon, but hearing at every instant the cries, "To arms! With us, comrades! We are lost!" joined with the groans and imprecations of the wounded and dying, was soon roused from his lethargy. All this horrible tumult speedily made him comprehend how necessary it was to be upon his guard. Armed with his saber, he gathered together some of his workmen on the front of the raft, and there charged them to hurt no one unless they were attacked. He almost always remained with them, and several times they had to defend themselves against the rebels, who, swimming round to that point of the raft, placed M. Coriad and his little troop between 2 dangers, and made their position very difficult to defend. At every instant he was opposed to men armed with knives, sabers, and bayonets. Many had carabines which they wielded as clubs. Every effort was made to stop them by holding them off at the point of their swords, but in spite of the repugnance they experienced in fighting with their wretched countrymen, they were compelled to use their arms without mercy. Many of the mutineers attacked with fury, and they were obliged to repel them in the same manner. Some of the laborers received severe wounds in this action. Their commander could show a great number received in the different engagements. At last their united efforts prevailed in dispersing this mass who had attacked them with such fury. During this combat, M. Correard was told by one of his workmen who remained faithful, that one of their comrades, named Dominique, had gone over to the rebels, and that they had seized and thrown him into the sea. Immediately forgetting the fault and treason of this man, he threw himself in at the place whence the voice of the wretch was heard calling for assistance, seized him by the hair, and had the good fortune to restore him on board. Dominique had got several sabre wounds in a charge, one of which had laid open his head. In spite of the darkness we found out the wound, which seemed very large. One of the workmen gave his handkerchief to bind and stop the blood. Our care recovered the wretch, but, when he had collected strength, the ungrateful Dominique, forgetting at once his duty and the signal service which we had rendered him, went and rejoined the rebels. So much baseness and insanity did not go unrevenged, and soon after he found, in a fresh assault, that death from which he was not worthy to be saved, but which he might in all probability have avoided if, true to honor and gratitude, he had remained among us. Just at the moment we finished dressing the wounds of Dominique, another voice was heard. It was that of the unfortunate female who was with us on the raft, and whom the infuriated beings had thrown into the sea, as well as her husband, who had defended her with courage. M. Correard, in despair at seeing two unfortunates perish, whose pitiful cries, especially the woman's, pierced his heart, seized a large rope which he found on the front of the raft, which he fastened round his middle, and throwing himself a second time into the sea, was again so fortunate as to save the woman, who invoked with all her might the assistance of Our Lady of Land. Her husband was rescued at the same time by the head workman Lavillet. We laid these unfortunate upon the dead bodies, supporting their backs with a barrel. In a short while they recovered their senses. The first thing the woman did was to acquaint herself with the name of the person who saved her, and to express to him her liveliest gratitude. Finding, doubtless, that her words but ill expressed her feelings, she recollected she had in her pocket a little snuff, and instantly offered it to him. It was all she possessed. Touched with the gift, but unable to use it, M. Correard gave it to a poor sailor, which served him for 3 or 4 days. But it is impossible for us to describe a still more affecting scene, the joy this unfortunate couple testified when they had sufficiently recovered their senses, at finding that they were both saved. The rebels being repulsed, as it had been stated above, left us a little repose. The moon lighted with her melancholy rays this disastrous raft, this narrow space on which were found united so many torturing anxieties, so many cruel misfortunes, a madness so insensate, a courage so heroic, and the most generous, the most amiable sentiments of nature and humanity. The man and wife, who had been but a little before stabbed with swords and bayonets, and thrown both together into a stormy sea, could scarcely credit their senses when they found themselves in one another's arms. The woman was a native of the Upper Alps, which place she had left 24 years before, and during which time she had followed the French armies in the campaigns in Italy and other places as a sutler. "Therefore preserve my life," said she to M. Correard. "You see I am a useful woman. Ah, if you knew how often I have ventured upon the field of battle, and braved death to carry assistance to our gallant men. Whether they had money or not, I always let them have my goods. Sometimes a battle would deprive me of my poor debtors, but after the victory others would pay me double or triple for what they had consumed before the engagement. Thus I came in for a share of their victories. Unfortunate woman, she little knew what a horrible fate awaited her among us. They expressed so vividly that happiness which they alas so shortly enjoyed, that would have drawn tears from the most obdurate heart. But in that horrible moment, when we scarcely breathed from the most furious attack, when we were obliged to be continually on our guard, not only against the violence of the men, but a most boisterous sea, few among us had time to attend to scenes of conjugal affection. After this second check, the rage of the soldiers was suddenly appeased, and gave place to the most abject cowardice. Several threw themselves at our feet, and implored our pardon, which was instantly granted. Thinking that order was reestablished, we returned to our station in the center of the raft, only taking the precaution of keeping our arms. We, however, had soon to prove the impossibility of counting on the permanence of any honest sentiment in the hearts of these beings. It was nearly midnight, and after an hour of apparent tranquillity, the soldiers rose afresh. Their mind was entirely gone. They ran upon us in despair with knives and sabers in their hands. As they yet had all their physical strength, and besides were armed, we were obliged again to stand on our defense. Their revolt became still more dangerous, as in their delirium they were entirely deaf to the voice of reason. They attacked us, we charged them in our turn, and immediately the raft was strewed with their dead bodies. Those of our adversaries who had no weapons endeavored to tear us with their sharp teeth. Many of us were cruelly bitten. M. Savigny was torn on the legs and the shoulder. He also received a wound on the right arm, which deprived him the use of his fourth and little finger for a long while. Many others were wounded, and many cuts were found in our clothes from knives and sabers. One of our workmen was also seized by 4 of the rebels, who wished to throw him into the sea. One of them had laid hold of his right leg, and had bit most unmercifully the tendon above the heel. Others were striking him with great slashes of their sabers, and with the butt of their guns, when his cries made us hasten to his assistance. In this affair, the brave Lavallee, ex-sergeant of the foot artillery of the Old Guard, behaved with a courage worthy of the greatest praise. He rushed upon the infuriated beings in the manner of M. Correard, and soon snatched the workman from the danger which menaced him. Some short while after, in a fresh attack of the rebels, Sub-Lieutenant Lozache fell into their hands. In their delirium, they had taken him for Lieutenant Danglas, of whom we had formerly spoken, and who had abandoned the raft at the moment when we were quitting the frigate. The troop, to a man, eagerly sought this officer, who had seen little service, and whom they reproached for having used them ill during the time they garrisoned the Isle of Ré. We believed this officer lost, but hearing his voice, we soon found it still possible to save him. Immediately Messrs. Claret, Savigny, L'Heureux, Lavallee, Codin, Correard, and some workmen formed themselves into small platoons, and rushed upon the insurgents with great impetuosity, overturning every one in their way, and retook M. Lozache and placed him on the center of the raft. The preservation of this officer cost us infinite difficulty. Every moment the soldiers demanded he should be delivered to them, designating him always by the name of Danglas. We endeavored to make them comprehend their mistake, and told them that they themselves had seen the person for whom they sought return on board the frigate. They were insensible to everything we said. Everything before them was Danglas. They saw him perpetually, and furiously and unceasingly demanded his head. It was only by force of arms we succeeded in repressing their rage and quieting their dreadful cries of death. Horrible night! Thou shrouded with thy gloomy veil these frightful combats, over which presided the cruel demon of despair. We had also to tremble for the life of M. Codin. Wounded and fatigued by the attacks which he had sustained with us, and in which he had shown a courage superior to everything, he was resting himself on a barrel, holding in his arms a young sailor boy of 12 years of age, to whom he had attached himself. The mutineers seized him with his barrel, and threw him into the sea with the boy, whom he still held fast. In spite of his burden, he had the presence of mind to lay hold of the raft, and to save himself from this extreme peril. We cannot yet comprehend how a handful of men should have been able to resist such a number so monstrously insane. We are sure we were not more than 20 to combat all these madmen. Let it not, however, be imagined that in the midst of all these dangers we had preserved our reason entire. Fear, anxiety, and the most cruel privations had greatly changed our intellectual faculties. But being somewhat less insane than the unfortunate soldiers, we energetically opposed their determination of cutting the cords of the raft. Permit us now to make some observations concerning the different sensations with which we were affected. During the first day, M. Griffin entirely lost his senses. He threw himself into the sea, but M. Savigny saved him with his own hands. His words were vague and unconnected. A second time he threw himself in, but, by a sort of instinct, kept hold of the cross pieces of the raft and was again saved. The following is what M. Savigny experienced in the beginning of the night. His eyes closed in spite of himself, and he felt a general drowsiness. In this condition the most delightful visions flitted across his imagination. He saw around him a country covered with the most beautiful plantations, and found himself in the midst of objects delightful to his senses. Nevertheless, he reasoned concerning his condition, and felt that courage alone could withdraw him from this species of non-existence. He demanded some wine from the master gunner, who got it for him, and he recovered a little from this stupor. If the unfortunates who were assailed with these primary symptoms had not strength to withstand them, their death was certain. Some became furious, others threw themselves into the sea, bidding farewell to their comrades with the utmost coolness. Some said, "Fear nothing, I am going to get you assistance, and will return in a short while." In the midst of this general madness, some wretches were seen rushing upon their companions, sword in hand, demanding a wing of a chicken and some bread to appease the hunger which consumed them. Others asked for their hammocks to go, they said, between the decks of the frigate to take a little repose. Many believed they were still on the Medusa, surrounded by the same objects they there saw daily. Some saw ships, and called to them for assistance, or a fine harbor in the distance of which was an elegant city. M. Corread thought he was travelling through the beautiful fields of Italy. An officer said to him, "I recollect we have been abandoned by the boats, but fear nothing, I am going to write to the governor, and in a few hours we shall be saved." M. Corread replied in the same tone, as if he had been in his ordinary condition, "Have you a pigeon to carry your orders with such celerity?" The cries and the confusion soon roused us from this languor, but when tranquillity was somewhat restored, we again fell into the same drowsy condition. On the morrow we felt as if we had awoke from a painful dream, and asked our companions if during their sleep they had not seen combats and heard cries of despair. Some replied that the same visions had continually tormented them, and that they were exhausted with fatigue. Everyone believed he was deceived by the illusions of a horrible dream. After these different combats, overcome with toil, with want of food and sleep, we laid ourselves down and reposed till the morrow dawned, and showed us the horror of the scene. A great number in their delirium had thrown themselves into the sea. We found that 60 or 65 had perished during the night. A fourth part at least, we supposed, had drowned themselves in despair. We only lost 2 of our own numbers, neither of whom were officers. The deepest dejection was painted on every face. Each, having recovered himself, could now feel the horrors of his situation, and some of us, shedding tears of despair, bitterly deplored the rigor of our fate. A new misfortune was now revealed to us. During the tumult, the rebels had thrown into the sea 2 barrels of wine, and the only 2 casks of water which we had upon the raft. 2 casks of wine had been consumed the day before, and only 1 was left. We were more than 60 in number, and we were obliged to put ourselves on half rations. At the break of day, the sea calmed, which permitted us again to erect our mast. When it was replaced, we made a distribution of wine. The unhappy soldiers murmured and blamed us for privations which we equally endured with them. They fell exhausted. We had taken nothing for 48 hours, and we had been obliged to struggle continually against a strong sea. We could, like them, hardly support ourselves. Courage alone made us still act. We resolved to employ every possible means to catch fish, and, collecting all the hooks and eyes from the soldiers, made fish hooks of them, but all was of no avail. The currents carried our lines under the raft, where they got entangled. We bent a bayonet to catch sharks. One bit at it, and straightened it, and we abandoned our project. Something was absolutely necessary to sustain our miserable existence, and we tremble with horror at being obliged to tell that of which we made use. We feel our pen fall from our hands, a mortal cold congeals all our members, and our hair bristles erect on our foreheads. Readers, we implore you, feel not indignant towards men already overloaded with misery. Pity their condition, and shed a tear of sorrow for their deplorable fate. The wretches, whom death had spared during the disastrous night we have described, seized upon the dead bodies with which the raft was covered, cutting them up by slices, which some even instantly devoured. Many nevertheless refrained. Almost all the officers were of this number. Seeing that this monstrous food had revived the strength of those who had used it, it was proposed to dry it to make it a little more palatable. Those who had firmness to abstain from it took an additional quantity of wine. We endeavored to eat shoulder belts and cartouche boxes, and contrived to swallow some small bits of them. Some eat linen, others the leathers of their hats, on which was a little grease, or rather dirt. We had recourse to many expedients to prolong our miserable existence, to recount which would only disgust the heart of humanity. The day was calm and beautiful. A ray of hope beamed for a moment to quiet our agitation. We still expected to see the boats or some ships, and addressed our prayers to the Eternal, on whom we placed our trust. The half of our men were extremely feeble, and bore upon their faces the stamp of approaching dissolution. The evening arrived, and we found no help. The darkness of the third night augmented our fears, but the wind was still and the sea less agitated. The sun of the fourth morning since our departure shone upon our disaster, and showed us 10 or 12 of our companions stretched lifeless upon the raft. This sight struck us most forcibly, as it told us we would be soon extended in the same manner in the same place. We gave their bodies to the sea for a grave, reserving only one to feed those who, but the day before, had held his trembling hands, and sworn to him eternal friendship. This day was beautiful. Our souls, anxious for more delightful sensations, were in harmony with the aspect of the heavens, and got again a new ray of hope. Towards 4 in the afternoon, an unlooked-for event happened which gave us some consolation. A shoal of flying fish passed under our raft, and as there were an infinite number of openings between the pieces which composed it, the fish were entangled in great quantities. We threw ourselves upon them, and captured a considerable number. We took about 200 and put them in an empty barrel. We opened them as we caught them, and took out what is called their milt. This food seemed delicious, but one man would have required 1,000. Our first emotion was to give to God renewed thanks for this unhoped-for favor. An ounce of gunpowder having been found in the morning, was dried in the sun during the day, which was very fine. A steel, gunflints, and tinder made also a part of the same parcel. After a good deal of difficulty, we set fire to some fragments of dry linen. We made a large opening in the side of an empty cask, and placed at the bottom of it several wet things. Upon this kind of scaffolding we set our fire, all of which we placed on a barrel that the sea water might not extinguish it. We cooked some fish, and eat them with extreme avidity, but our hunger was such, and our portion so small, that we added to it some of the sacrilegious viands, which with the cooking rendered less revolting. This some of the officers touched for the first time. From this day we continued to eat it, but we could no longer dress it, the means of making a fire having been entirely lost. The barrel having caught fire, we extinguished it without being able to preserve anything to rekindle it on the morrow. The powder and tinder were entirely gone. This meal gave us all additional strength to support our fatigues. The night was tolerable, and would have been happy, had it not been signalized by a new massacre. Some Spaniards, Italians, and Negroes had formed a plot to throw us all into the sea. The negroes had told them that they were very near the shore, and that, when there, they would enable them to traverse Africa without danger. We had to take our arms again, the sailors, who had remained faithful to us, pointing out to us the conspirators. The first signal for battle was given by a Spaniard, who, placing himself behind the mast, holding fast by it, made the sign of the cross with one hand, invoking the name of God, and with the other held a knife. The sailors seized him and threw him into the sea. An Italian, servant to an officer of the troops, who was in the plot, seeing all was discovered, armed himself with the only boarding axe left on the raft, made his retreat to the front, enveloped himself in a piece of drapery he wore across his breast, and of his own accord threw himself into the sea. The rebels rushed forward to avenge their comrades. A terrible conflict again commenced. Both sides fought with desperate fury, and soon the fatal raft was strewed with dead bodies and blood, which should have been shed by other hands, and in another cause. In this tumult we heard them again demanding, with horrid rage, the head of Lieutenant Danglas. In this assault the unfortunate sutler was a second time thrown into the sea. M. Coudin, assisted by some workmen, saved her, to prolong for a little while her torment and her existence. In this terrible night Lavilette failed not to give proofs of the rarest intrepidity. It was to him, and some of those who had survived the sequel of our misfortunes, that we owed our safety. At last, after unheard of efforts, the rebels were once more repulsed and quiet restored. Having escaped this new danger, we endeavored to get some repose. The day at length dawned upon us for the 5th time. We were now no more than 30 in number. We had lost 4 or 5 of our faithful sailors, and those who survived were in the most deplorable condition. The sea water had almost entirely excoriated the skin of our lower extremities. We were covered with contusions or wounds, which, irritated by the salt water, extorted from us the most piercing cries. About 20 of us only were capable of standing upright or walking. Almost all our fish were exhausted. We had but 4 days' supply of wine. In 4 days, said we, nothing will be left, and death will be inevitable. Thus came the 7th day of our abandonment. In the course of the day 2 soldiers had glided behind the only barrel of wine that was left, pierced it, and were drinking by means of a reed. We had sworn that those who used such means should be punished with death, which law was instantly put in execution, and the 2 transgressors were thrown into the sea. This day saw the close of the life of a child named Leon, aged 12 years. He died like a lamp which ceases to burn for want of aliment. All spoke in favor of this young and amiable creature, who merited a better fate. His angelic form, his musical voice, the interest of an age so tender increased still more by the courage he had shown, and the services he had performed, for he had already made in the preceding year a campaign in the East Indies, inspired us all with the greatest pity for this young victim, devoted to so horrible and premature a death. Our old soldiers, and all our people in general, did everything they could to prolong his existence, but all was in vain. Neither the wine which they gave him without regret, nor all the means they employed could arrest his melancholy doom, and he expired in the arms of M. Coudin, who had not ceased to give him the most unwearied attention. Whilst he had strength to move, he ran incessantly from one side to the other, loudly calling for his unhappy mother, for water and food. He trod indiscriminately on the feet and legs of his companions in misfortune, who, in their turn, uttered sorrowful cries, but these were very rarely accompanied with menaces. They pardoned all which the poor boy had made them suffer. He was not in his senses, consequently could not be expected to behave as if he had had the use of his reason. There now remained but 27 of us. 15 of that number seemed able to live yet some days. The rest, covered with large wounds, had almost entirely lost the use of their reason. They still, however, shared in the distributions, and would, before they died, consume to 30 or 40 bottles of wine, which to us were inestimable. We deliberated, that by putting the sick on half allowance was but putting them to death by halves; but after a council, at which presided the most dreadful despair, it was decided they should be thrown into the sea. This means, however repugnant, however horrible it appeared to us, procured the survivors 6 days' wine. But after the decision was made, who durst execute it? The habit of seeing death ready to devour us, the certainty of our infallible destruction without this monstrous expedient, all, in short, had hardened our hearts to every feeling but that of self-preservation. 3 sailors and a soldier took charge of this cruel business. We looked aside and shed tears of blood at the fate of these unfortunates. Among them were the wretched sutler and her husband. Both had been grievously wounded in the different combats. The woman had a thigh broken between the beams of the raft, and a stroke of the saber had made a deep wound in the head of her husband. Everything announced their approaching end. We consoled ourselves with the belief that our cruel resolution shortened but a brief space the term of their existence. Ye who shudder at the cry of outraged humanity, recollect that it was other men, fellow countrymen, comrades who had placed us in this awful situation. This horrible expedient saved the 15 who remained, for when we were found by the Argus brig we had very little wine left, and it was the 6th day after the cruel sacrifice we have described. The victims, we repeat, had not more than 48 hours to live, and by keeping them on the raft, we would have been absolutely destitute of the means of existence 2 days before we were found. Weak as we were, we considered it as a certain thing that it would have been impossible for us to have lived only 24 hours more without taking some food. After this catastrophe, we threw our arms into the sea. They inspired us with a horror we could not overcome. We only kept one saber in case we had to cut some cordage or some piece of wood. A new event, for everything was an event to wretches to whom the world was reduced to the narrow space of a few toises, and for whom the winds and waves contended in their fury as they floated above the abyss. An event happened which diverted our minds from the horrors of our situation. All on a sudden a white butterfly, of a species common in France, came fluttering above our heads, and settled on our sails. The first thought this little creature suggested was, that it was a harbinger of approaching land, and we clung to the hope with a delirium of joy. It was the 9th day we had been upon the raft. The torments of hunger consumed our entrails, and the soldiers and sailors already devoured with haggard eyes this wretched prey, and seemed ready to dispute about it. Others, looking upon it as a messenger from heaven, declared that they took it under their protection, and would suffer none to do it harm. It is certain we could not be far from land, for the butterflies continued to come on the following days, and flutter about our sail. We had also on the same day another indication not less positive, by a Golland which floated around our raft. This second visitor left us no doubt that we were fast approaching the African soil, and we persuaded ourselves we would be speedily thrown upon the coast by the force of the currents. This same day a new care employed us. Seeing we were reduced to so small a number, we collected all the little strength we had left, detached some planks on the front of the raft, and with some pretty long pieces of wood, raised on the center a kind of platform, on which we reposed. All the effects we could collect were placed upon it, and rendered to make it less hard, which also prevented the sea from passing with such facility through the spaces between the different planks, but the waves came across, and sometimes covered us completely. On this new theater we resolved to meet death in a manner becoming Frenchmen, and with perfect resignation. Our time was almost wholly spent in speaking of our unhappy country. All our wishes, our last prayers, were for the prosperity of France. Thus passed the last days of our abode upon the raft. Soon after our abandonment, we bore with comparative ease the immersions during the night, which are very cold in these countries, but latterly, every time the waves washed over us, we felt a most painful sensation, and we uttered plaintive cries. We employed every means to avoid it. Some supported their heads on pieces of wood, and made with what they could find a sort of little parapet to screen them from the force of the waves. Others sheltered themselves behind 2 empty casks. But these means were very insufficient. It was only when the sea was calm that it did not break over us. An ardent thirst, redoubled in the day by the beams of a burning sun, consumed us. An officer of the army found by chance a small lemon, and it may be easily imagined how valuable such a fruit would be to him. His comrades, in spite of the most urgent entreaties, could not get a bit of it from him. Signs of rage were already manifested, and he had not partly listened to the solicitations of those around him, they would have taken it by force, and he would have perished the victim of his selfishness. We also disputed about 30 cloves of garlic, which were found in the bottom of a sack. These disputes were for the most part accompanied with violent menaces, and if they had been prolonged, we might perhaps have come to the last extremities. There was found also 2 small vials, in which was found a spirituous liquid for cleaning the teeth. He who possessed them kept them with care, and gave with reluctance 1 or 2 drops in the palm of the hand. This liquor, which, we think, was a tincture of guaiacum, cinnamon, cloves, and other aromatic substances, produced on our tongues an agreeable feeling, and for a short while removed the thirst which destroyed us. Some of us found small pieces of powder, which made, when put into the mouth, a kind of coolness. One plan generally employed was to put into a hat a quantity of sea water, with which we washed our faces for a while, repeating it at intervals. We also bathed our hair and held our hands in the water. Misfortune made us ingenious, and each thought of 1,000 means to alleviate his sufferings. Emaciated by the most cruel privations, the least agreeable feeling was to us a happiness supreme. Thus we sought with avidity a small empty phial which one of us possessed, and in which had once been some essence of roses, and every one as he got hold of it respired with delight the odor it exhaled, which imparted to his senses the most soothing impressions. Many of us kept our ration of wine in a small tin cup, and sucked it out with a quill. This manner of taking it was of great benefit to us, and allayed our thirst much better than if we had gulped it off at once. 3 days passed in inexpressible anguish. So much did we despise life, that many of us feared not to bathe in the sight of the sharks which surrounded our raft. Others placed themselves naked upon the front of our machine, which was under water. These expedients diminished a little ardor of their thirst. A species of mollusca, known to seamen by the name of gatier, was sometimes driven in great numbers on our raft, and when their long arms rested on our naked bodies, they occasioned us the most cruel sufferings. Will it be believed that amidst these terrible scenes, struggling with inevitable death, some of us uttered pleasantries, which made us yet smile, in spite of the horrors of our situation? One besides others said jestingly, "If the brig is sent to search us, pray God it has the eyes of Argus," in allusion to the name of the vessel we presumed would be sent to our assistance. This consolatory idea never left us an instant, and we spoke of it frequently. On the 16th, reckoning we were very near land, 8 of the most determined among us resolved to endeavor to gain the coast. A second raft, of smaller dimensions, was formed for transporting them thither, but it was found insufficient, and they at length determined to await death in their present situation. Meanwhile night came on, and its somber veil revived in our minds the most afflicting thoughts. We were convinced there were not above 12 or 15 bottles of wine in our barrel. We began to have an invincible disgust at the flesh which had till then scarcely supported us, and we may say that the sight of it inspired us with feelings of horror, doubtless produced by the idea of our approaching destruction. On the morning of the 17th the sun appeared free from clouds. After having addressed our prayers to the Eternal, we divided among us a part of our wine. Each, with delight, was taking his small portion, when a captain of infantry, casting his eyes on the horizon, perceived a ship, announced it to us by an exclamation of joy. We knew it to be a brig, but it was at a great distance, we could distinguish the masts. The sight of this vessel revived in us emotions difficult to describe. Each believed his deliverance sure, and we gave 1,000 thanks to God. Fears, however, mingled with our hopes. We straightened some hoops of casks, to the ends of which we fixed handkerchiefs of different colors. A man, with our united assistance, mounted to the top of the mast, and waved these little flags. For more than half an hour we were tossed between hope and fear. Some thought the vessel grew larger, and others were convinced its course was from us. These last were the only ones whose eyes were not blinded by hope, for the ship disappeared. From the delirium of joy we passed to that of despondency and sorrow. We envied the fate of those whom we had seen perish at our sides, and we said to ourselves, "When we shall be in want of everything, and when our strength begins to forsake us, we will wrap ourselves up as well as we can, we will stretch ourselves on this platform, the witness of the most cruel sufferings, and there await death with resignation." At length, to calm our despair, we sought for consolation in the arm of sleep. The day before, we had been scorched by the beams of a burning sun. Today, to avoid the fierceness of his rays, we made a tent with the mainsail of the frigate. As soon as it was finished, we laid ourselves under it, Thus all that was passing without was hid from our eyes. We proposed then to write upon a plank an abridgment of our adventures, and to add our names at the bottom of the recital, and fix it to the upper part of the mast, in the hope it would reach the government and our families. After having passed 2 hours, a prey to the most cruel reflections, the master gunner of the frigate, wishing to go to the front of the raft, went out from below the tent. Scarcely had he put out his head when he turned to us, uttering a piercing cry. Joy was painted on his face. His hands were stretched towards the sea. He breathed with difficulty. All he was able to say was, "Saved! See the brig upon us!" And in fact it was not more than half a league distant, having every sail set, and steering right upon us. We rushed from our tent, even those whom enormous wounds in their inferior extremities had confined for many days, dragged themselves to the back of the raft, to enjoy a sight of the ship which had come to save us from certain death. We embraced one another with a transport which looked much like madness, and tears of joy trickled down our cheeks, withered by the most cruel privations. Each seized handkerchiefs or some pieces of linen to make signals to the brig, which was rapidly approaching us. Some fell on their knees, and fervently returned thanks to Providence for this miraculous preservation of our lives. Our joy redoubled when we saw at the top of the foremast a large white flag, and we cried, "It is then to Frenchmen we will owe our deliverance." We instantly recognized the brig to be the Argus. It was then about 2 gunshots from us. We were terribly impatient to see her reef her sails, which at last she did, and fresh cries of joy arose from our raft. The Argus came and laid to on our starboard, about half a pistol shot from us. The crew, ranged upon the deck and on the shrouds, announced to us, by the waving of their hands and hats, the pleasure they felt at coming to the assistance of their unfortunate countrymen. In a short time we were all transported on board the brig, where we found the lieutenant of the frigate, and some others who had been wrecked with us. Compassion was painted on every face, and pity drew tears from every eye which beheld us. We found some excellent broth on board the brig, which they had prepared, and when they had perceived us, they added to it some wine, and thus restored our nearly exhausted strength. They bestowed on us the most generous care and attention. Our wounds were dressed, and on the morrow many of our sick began to revive. Some, however, still suffered much, for they were placed between decks, very near the kitchen, which augmented the almost insupportable heat of these latitudes. This want of space arose from the small size of the vessel. The number of the shipwrecked was indeed very considerable. Those who did not belong to the navy were laid upon cables, wrapped in flags, and placed under the fire of the kitchen. Here they had almost perished during the course of the night, fire having broken out between decks about 10 in the evening, but timely assistance being rendered, we were saved for the second time. We had scarcely escaped when some of us became again delirious. An officer of infantry wished to throw himself into the sea, to look for his pocket book, and would have done it had he not been prevented. Others were seized in a manner not less frenzied. The commander and officers of the brig watched over us, and kindly anticipated our wants. They snatched us from death, by saving us from our raft. Their unremitting care revived within us the spark of life. The surgeon of the ship, M. Renaud, distinguished himself for his indefatigable zeal. He was obliged to spend the whole of the day in dressing our wounds, and during the 2 days we were in the brig he bestowed on us all the aid of his art, with an attention and gentleness which merit our eternal gratitude. In truth, it was time we should find an end of our sufferings. They had lasted 13 days, in the most cruel manner. The strongest among us might have lived 48 hours or so longer. M. Correard felt that he must die in the course of the day. He had, however, a presentiment we would be saved. He said that a series of events so unheard of would not be buried in oblivion, that Providence would at least preserve some of us to tell to the world the melancholy story of our misfortunes. Such is the faithful history of those who were left upon the memorable raft. Of 150, 15 only were saved. 5 of that number never recovered from their fatigue, and died at St. Louis. Those who yet live are covered with scars, and the cruel sufferings to which they have been exposed have materially shaken their constitutions. End of Chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy by Anonymous. The Loss of the Royal George. On the 29th of August, 1782, it was found necessary that the Royal George, a line of battle ship of 108 guns, which had lately arrived at Spithead from a cruise, should, previously to her going again to sea, undergo the operation which seamen technically call a Parliament heel. In such cases the ship is inclined in a certain degree on one side, while the defects below the water mark on the other side are examined and repaired. This mode of proceeding is, we believe, at the present day, very commonly adopted where the defects to be repaired are not extensive, or where, as was the case with the Royal George, it is desirable to avoid the delay of going into dock. The operation is usually performed in still weather and smooth water, and is attended with so little difficulty and danger that the officers and crew usually remain on board, and neither the guns nor stores are removed. The business was commenced on the Royal George early in the morning, a gang of men from the Portsmouth dockyard coming on board to assist the ship's carpenters. It is said that, finding it necessary to strip off more of the sheathing than had been intended, the men, in their eagerness to reach the defect in the ship's bottom, were induced to heel her too much, when a sudden squall of wind threw her wholly on her side, and the gun ports being opened, and the cannon rolling over to the depressed side, the ship was unable to right herself, instantaneously filled with water, and went to the bottom. The fatal accident happened about 10 o'clock in the morning. Admiral Kelpenfeld was writing in his cabin, and the greater part of the people were between decks. The ship, as is usually the case upon coming into port, was crowded with people from the shore, particularly women, of whom it is supposed there were not less than 300 on board. Amongst the sufferers were many of the wives and children of the petty officers and seamen who, knowing the ship was shortly to sail on a distant and perilous service, eagerly embraced the opportunity of visiting their husbands and fathers. The admiral, who, with many brave officers, and most of those who were between decks, perished. The greater number of the guard, and those who happened to be on the upper deck, were saved by the boats of the fleet. About 70 others were likewise saved. The exact number of persons on board at the time could not be ascertained, but it was calculated that from 800 to 1,000 were lost. Captain Waghorn, whose gallantry in the North Sea battle under Admiral Parker had procured him the command of this ship, was saved, though he was severely bruised and battered, but his son, a lieutenant in the Royal George, perished. Such was the force of the whirlpool, occasioned by the sudden plunge of so vast a body in the water, that a victualler which lay alongside the Royal George was swamped, and several small craft at a considerable distance were in imminent danger. Admiral Kempenfeld, who was nearly 70 years of age, was peculiarly and universally lamented. In point of general science and judgment, he was one of the first naval officers of his time, and, particularly in the art of maneuvering a fleet, he was considered by the commanders of that day as unrivaled. His excellent qualities as a man are said to have equaled his professional merits. This melancholy occurrence has been recorded by the poet Cowper in the following beautiful lines: Toll for the brave that are no more, all sunk beneath the wave, fast by our native shore. 800 of the brave, whose courage well was tried, had made the vessel heel, and laid her on her side. A land breeze shook the shrouds, and she was overset. Down went the Royal George, with all her crew complete. Toll for the brave! Brave Kempenfelt is gone, his last sea fight is fought, his work of glory done. It was not in the battle, no tempest gave the shock, she sprang no fatal leak, she ran upon no rock. His sword was in his sheath, his fingers held the pen, when Kempenfeld went down with twice 400 men. Weigh the vessel up, once dreaded by our foes, and mingle with our cup the tear that England owes. Her timbers yet are sound, and she may float again, full charged with England's thunder, and plough the distant main. But Kempenfeld is gone, his victories are over, and he and his 800 shall plough the wave no more. End of The Loss of the Royal George. Chapter 17 of Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy by Anonymous. Chapter 17. Loss of the Aeneas Transport. The Aeneas transport sailed with 347 souls on board, including a party of men belonging to the 100th Regiment of Foot. Also, some officers, together with several women and children. About 4 in the morning of the 23rd of October, 1805, the vessel struck violently on a rock, and received such damage that her total wreck soon became evident to all on board. For the first few minutes of this alarming occurrence, the women and children clung to their husbands and fathers, but in a short time a prodigious wave swept not less than 250 of those miserable people into the ocean. The rock whereon the vessel had struck speedily forced its way through the decks, and then it appears, from her parting, 35 of the survivors were driven on a small island before 8 in the morning, about a quarter of a mile distant, but when she had entirely gone to pieces. The narrative of these events was collected from one of the survivors, a soldier of the 100th Regiment, who could give no correct account of how he and the others got ashore, but he supposed they were floated in by part of the wreck. He remembered to have observed one of the boys endeavoring to save Major Bertram, whose arm was broken by some timber, and he was on the point of sinking. He held him up as long as his strength permitted, but to save his own life was forced to let go his hold, and the Major perished. The 35 men who gained the shore consisted of part of the regiment, 2 of whom were officers, Lieutenant Dawson and Ensign Faulkner, and 7 sailors. Immediately on landing, the wind unfortunately changed, so that not an article of any kind was saved from the wreck. Mr. Faulkner was aware of the real situation they had reached, judging the mainland, which they saw about a mile distant, to be Newfoundland, and that they were about 300 miles distant from the town of St. John's. After passing one night on the little island, they constructed a raft by means of which 30 of them arrived on the mainland. Previous to this, however, 4 survivors of the shipwreck had died, among whom was the poor fellow who had endeavored to save Major Bertram. Another, who had both his legs broken, was missing, and he crawled away from his comrades that he might die in quiet. But 8 days afterwards he was found alive, though in a shocking state, as his feet were frozen off. Yet he survived all this and reached Quebec at a future period. Most of the party set out, leaving 3 behind them who were unable to walk from bruises, and directed their course toward the rising sun. But when the first day had elapsed, Lieutenant Dawson became incapable of keeping up with the remainder, and 2 soldiers stayed to attend him. These 3 toiled onwards without any food, except the berries which they found, and Lieutenant Dawson was then unable to stand unless supported. On reaching the banks of a river, one of the soldiers attempted to carry him across on his back, but having waded up to the neck, he was obliged to return and lay him down on the bank. There Mr. Dawson entreated his faithful attendants to make the best of their way and leave him to his fate, and at the same time affectionately squeezed their hands. He entreated them to inform his father of his melancholy end. Here the soldier, who was one of them, and who related these affecting incidents, burst into a flood of tears before he could proceed. "We stayed with him," he said, "until we did not know whether he was alive or dead." The 2 survivors continued wandering in a weak and feeble state for 12 days longer, making 26 days in all from the period of their shipwreck, and subsisting on what they could find on a barren and inhospitable land. But after the first 4 or 5 days, they suffered no hunger, for, as they themselves said, their misfortunes were so great as to banish its influence and to deprive them of the sense of feeling. The snow, besides, was so deep during the last 2 days as to prevent them from getting the berries as usual. At last they were found by a man belonging to a hunting party, who, little suspecting to see human beings in that desolate region, took them at a distance for deer, and had concealed himself behind a fallen tree with his gun pointed towards one of them, when his dog, leaping towards them, began to bark, and shewed his error. When they related their shipwreck, and the sufferings they had endured, tears stole down the cheeks of the huntsman, and taking the moccasins from his feet, gave them to the poor miserable creatures. He invited them to his hunting cabin, saying it was only a mile off, though the real distance was at least 12 miles. But by degrees he enticed them to proceed, and at length they gained it. On approaching the hut, 4 or 5 men came out with long, bloody knives in their hands, when the narrator, turning to his comrade, exclaimed, "After all we have escaped, are we brought here to be butchered and ate up?" But they soon discovered their mistake, for the men had been cutting up some deer, the fruit of their chase, and the appearance of the unfortunate soldiers quickly exciting sentiments of pity in their breast. They produced a bottle of rum, wherewith they were refreshed. Every possible comfort was ministered by the hunters to the unfortunate wanderers, and, from the accounts and descriptions given to them, they set out in quest of others. They luckily succeeded in finding the man who remained the first day on the island, and also the other 2 who were unable to leave the shore. The 2 men who had accompanied Lieutenant Dawson appeared to have made but little progress during 26 days of traveling, for they were discovered in a place not very remote from whence they set out. Thus involved among the woods, they must have returned over the same ground that they had passed. Those who the huntsman first met endeavored to make them understand where they might find the remains of Lieutenant Dawson and Ensign Faulkner and his party, but they could speak so vaguely, and where they had themselves been, to give any pointed directions on the subject. But 2 of the latter were found by a man on another hunting excursion, about 90 miles distant, apparently lifeless, though on being carried to an adjacent settlement, they recovered. Of the whole 35 who survived the wreck of the transport, accounts could be heard only of these 5. Ensign Faulkner was a strong, active, enterprising man, and fully capable of adopting whatever means could be devised for preservation. He and Lieutenant Dawson, who was scarce more than 17 years of age, were of the greatest promise. While the transport lay about 3 miles from Portsmouth, they are said to have swam to the ship, when the former climbed up her side, but the latter was nearly exhausted. A brig from port, which touched at Newfoundland, carried 5 of the survivors from thence to Quebec, and when they arrived there in the barrack square, a most affecting scene ensued. Men and women eagerly flocked around them, with anxious inquiries for some friend or brother who was on board the ill-fated vessel. But all they could answer was, "If you do not see him here, be assured he has perished." For of 347 souls, we 5 Irish lads and 2 sailors are all that remain alive. The tears and exclamations following these words can scarce be described. End of chapter 17. Loss of the Aeneas transport. Chapter 18 of Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy by Anonymous. Chapter 18, The Absent Ship. Fair ship, I saw thee bounding o'er the deep, thy white wings glancing in the morning ray, and many a sparkling eye in vain did weep for the bold hearts that steered thee on thy way. Long days of grief have lingered into years. Return, return, and charm away those tears. I listened till the music and the song died on the waters as she swept along. I watched her stately beauty till it grew a fading shadow on the distant blue. Less and still less, the waters are alone. Queen of the ocean, whither art thou gone? A wintry storm hath sighed itself to sleep, yet still thou lingerest on the faithless deep. Have calmer seas and skies of deeper blue charmed thee to bid thine island home adieu? Long has yon dark-eyed maiden wept in vain. Return, return, and bid her smile again. Long mayst thou weep, but never shalt thou see thy fair-haired mariner return to thee. Clasp thy young beauty in a long embrace, and read his pardon in thy happy face. Thy gentle prayers, fair mourner, could not save. Thy sailor sleeps within the stormy wave. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Maxwell. Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy by Anonymous. Chapter 19. Loss of the Halswell. The catastrophe which is now about to be related made a deep impression on the public mind. The circumstances attending it were too aggravating not to excite the highest degree of commiseration, whether from the flattering prospects held forth in the outset of the voyage, or from a peculiar feeling towards the condition of the sufferers. The Halswell East Indiaman, of 758 tons burthen, commanded by Captain Richard Pierce, was taken up by the directors of the East India Company to make her third voyage to coast and bay. On the 16th of November, 1785, she fell down to Gravesend, where she completed her lading. Ladies and other passengers being taken on board at the Hope, she hailed through the Downs on Sunday, the 1st of January, 1786, and, when abreast of Dunnos next morning, the weather fell calm. This was one of the finest ships in the service, and judged to be in the most perfect condition for her voyage. Her commander was of distinguished ability and exemplary character, his officers of approved fidelity and unquestionable knowledge in their profession, and the crew not only as numerous as the East India establishment admits, but the best seamen that could be collected. To these were added a considerable body of soldiers, destined to recruit the forces of the East India Company in Asia. The passengers were 7 ladies, 2 of whom were daughters to the captain, and other 2 his relations. Miss Elizabeth Blackburn, daughter of Captain Blackburn, Miss Mary Haggard, sister to an officer on the Madras establishment, and Miss Anne Mansell, a child of European parents residing in Madras, returning from her education in England. There was also Mr. John George Schultz, returning to collect part of his fortune which he had left behind him in India. The ladies were equally distinguished by their beauty and accomplishments, the gentlemen of amiable manners, and of a highly respectable character. Mr. Burston, the chief mate, was also related to Captain Pierce's lady, and the whole formed a happy society united in friendship. Nothing could be more pleasing or encouraging than the outset of the voyage. On Monday, the 2nd of January, a breeze from the south sprung up at 3 in the afternoon, when the ship ran in shore to land the pilot. Very thick weather coming in on the evening, and the wind baffling, she was obliged to anchor, at 9 o'clock, in 18 fathom water. The topsails were furled, but the people could not furl the courses, the snow falling thick and freezing as it fell. The next morning at 4 a strong gale came on from east-northeast, and the ship shivering, they were obliged to cut the cables and run out to sea. At noon they spoke with a brig bound to Dublin, and, having put the pilot on board of her, immediately bore down the channel. The wind freshening at 8 in the evening, and coming round to the southward, such sails were reefed as were judged necessary. It blew a violent gale at 10 o'clock from the south, whence they were obliged to carry a press of sail to keep the ship off shore. In doing this, the hawse plugs, which, according to a late improvement, were put inside, were washed in, and the hawse bags washed away, in consequence of which the vessel shipped a large quantity of water on the gun deck. On sounding the well, and finding the ship had sprung a leak, and now had 5 feet water in the hold, the people clewed up the main topsail, hauled up the mainsail, and immediately endeavored to furl both, but could not effect it. On discovering the leak, all the pumps were set to work. At 2 in the morning of Wednesday the 4th, they tried to wear the ship, but without success, and judging it necessary to cut away the mizzenmast, this was immediately done, when another attempt made to wear her was equally fruitless as the former. The ship had now 7 feet water in the hold, which was gaining fast on the pumps. Therefore, for her preservation it was considered expedient to cut away the mainmast, as she appeared to be in immediate danger of foundering. In the fall of the mast, Jonathan Morton, coxswain, and 4 men were either drawn along with the wreck or fell overboard and were drowned. By 8 in the morning the wreck was cleared, and the ship got before the wind, in which position she was kept 2 hours. Meantime the pumps reduced the water in the hold 2 feet, and the ship's head was brought to the eastward with the foresail only. At 10 in the morning the wind abated considerably, but the ship, laboring extremely, rolled the fore topmast over on the larboard side, and, in the fall, the wreck went through the foresail, tearing it to pieces. At 11 the wind came to the westward, and the weather clearing up, the Berryhead was distinguishable, bearing north and by east, distant 4 or 5 leagues. Another foresail was now immediately bent, a jury main mast erected, and a top gallant sail set for a mainsail, under which sail Captain Pierce bore up for Portsmouth, and employed the remainder of the day in getting up a jury mizzenmast. At 2 the next morning the wind came to the southward, blowing fresh, the weather being very thick. Portland was seen at noon, bearing north and by east, distant 2 or 3 leagues. At night it blew a strong gale at south, at which time the Portland lights were then seen, bearing northwest, distant 4 or 5 leagues. The ship was then wore, and her head got round to the westward, but finding she lost ground on that tack, the captain wore her again, and kept stretching on to the eastward, in hopes to have weathered Peveril Point, in which case he intended to have anchored in Studland Bay. It cleared at 11 at night, and St. Albans Head was seen 1.5 miles to leeward, on which sail was instantly taken in, and the small bower anchor let go, which brought up the ship at a whole cable. She rowed for about an hour, but then drove. The sheet anchor was now let go, and a whole cable wore away, and the ship rowed for about 2 hours longer, when she drove again. While in this situation, the captain sent for Mr. Henry Meriton, the second mate, and asked his opinion as to the probability of saving the lives of those on board, to which he replied with equal calmness and candor, that he apprehended there was very little hope of it, as the ship was driving fast on shore, and might every moment be expected to strike. The boats were then mentioned, but it was agreed, that although at that time they could be of very little use, yet in case an opportunity of making them serviceable should present itself, it was proposed that the officers should be confidentially requested to reserve the longboat for the ladies and themselves, and this precaution was immediately taken. About 2 in the morning of Friday the 6th of January, the ship still driving, and approaching very fast to the shore, the same officer went again into the cuddy, where the captain then was. Another conversation taking place, Captain Pierce expressed extreme anxiety for the preservation of his beloved daughters, and earnestly asked the officer if he could devise any method of saving them. On his answering with great concern that he feared it would be impossible, but that their only chance would be to wait for morning, the captain lifted up his hands in silent and distressful ejaculation. At this dreadful moment the ship struck, with such violence as to dash the heads of those standing in the cuddy against the deck above them, and the shock was accompanied by a shriek of horror that burst at one instant from every quarter of the ship. Many of the seamen, who had been remarkably inattentive and remiss in their duty during a great part of the storm, now poured upon deck, where no exertions of the officers could keep them, while their assistance might have been useful. They had actually skulked in their hammocks, leaving the working of the pumps and other necessary labors to the officers of the ship, and the soldiers, who had made uncommon exertions. Roused by a sense of their danger, the same seamen, at this moment in frantic exclamations, demanded of heaven and their fellow sufferers that succor which their own efforts timely made might possibly have procured. The ship continued to beat on the rocks, and soon bilging, fell with her broadside towards the shore. When she struck, a number of men climbed up the ensign's staff, under an apprehension of her immediately going to pieces. Mr. Meriton, the second mate, at this crisis offered to these unhappy beings the best advice which could be given. He recommended that all should come to the side of the ship lying lowest on the rocks, and singly to take the opportunities which might then offer, of escaping to the shore. Thus having provided to the utmost of his power for the safety of the desponding crew, he returned to the round house, where, by this time, all the passengers and most of the officers had assembled. The latter were employed in offering consolation to the unfortunate ladies, and with unparalleled magnanimity, suffering their compassion for the fair and amiable companions of their misfortunes to prevail over the sense of their own danger. In this charitable work of comfort Mr. Meriton now joined, by assurances of his opinion that the ship would hold together till the morning, when all would be safe. Captain Pierce, observing one of the young gentlemen loud in his exclamations of terror, and frequently cry that the ship was parting, cheerfully bid him be quiet, remarking that though the ship should go to pieces, he would not, but would be safe enough. It is difficult to convey a correct idea of the scene of this deplorable catastrophe, without describing the place where it happened. The Halswell struck on the rocks near Seacombe, on the island of Purbeck, between Perival Point and St. Albans Head, at a part of the shore where the cliff is of vast height, and rises almost perpendicular from its base. But at this particular spot the foot of the cliff is excavated into a cavern of 10 or 12 yards in depth, and of breadth equal to the length of a large ship. The sides of the cavern are so nearly upright as to be of extremely difficult access, and the bottom is strewed with sharp and uneven rocks, which seem, by some convulsion of the earth, to have been detached from its roof. The ship lay with her broadside opposite to the mouth of this cavern, with her whole length stretched almost from side to side of it, but when she struck it was too dark for the unfortunate persons on board to discover the real magnitude of their danger, and the extreme horror of such a situation. Even Mr. Meriton entertained a hope that she might keep together till daylight, and endeavored to cheer his drooping friends, and in particular the unhappy ladies, with this comfortable expectation as an answer to the captain's inquiries what he thought of their condition. In addition to the company already in the round house, they had admitted 3 black women and 2 soldiers' wives, who, with the husband of one of them, had been allowed to come in, though the seamen, who had tumultuously demanded entrance to get the lights, had been opposed and kept out by Mr. Rogers and Mr. Brimmer, the 3rd and 5th mates. The numbers there were therefore now increased to near 50. Captain Pierce sat on a chair, a cot, or some other movable, with a daughter on each side, whom he alternately pressed to his affectionate breast. The rest of the melancholy assembly were seated on the deck, which was strewed with musical instruments and the wreck of furniture and other articles. Here also Mr. Meriton, after having cut several wax candles in pieces and stuck them up in various parts of the round house, and lighted up all the glass lanthorns he could find, took his seat, intending to wait the approach of dawn, and then assist the partners of his danger to escape. But observing that the poor ladies appeared parched and exhausted, he brought a basket of oranges, and prevailed on some of them to refresh themselves by sucking a little of the juice. At this time they were all tolerably composed, except Miss Mansell, who was in hysteric fits on the floor of the deck of the round house. But on Mr. Meriton's return to the company, he perceived a considerable alteration in the appearance of the ship. The sides were visibly giving way, the deck seemed to be lifting, and he discovered other strong indications that she could not hold much longer together. On this account he attempted to go forward to look out, but immediately saw that the ship had separated in the middle, and that the forepart, having changed its position, lay further towards the sea. In such an emergency, when the next moment might plunge him into eternity, he determined to seize the present opportunity, and follow the example of the crew and soldiers, who were now quitting the ship in numbers, and making their way to the shore, though quite ignorant of its nature and description. Among other expedients, the ensign's staff had been unshipped, and attempted to be laid between the ship's side and some of the rocks, but without success, for it snapped asunder before it reached them. However, by the light of a lanthorn which a seaman handed through a skylight of the round house to the deck, Mr. Meriton discovered a spar which appeared to be laid from the ship's side to the rocks, and on this spar he resolved to attempt his escape. Accordingly, lying down upon it, he thrust himself forward. However, he soon found that it had no communication with the rock. He reached the end of it, and then slipped off, receiving a very violent bruise in his fall, and before he could recover his legs he was washed off by the surge. He now supported himself by swimming, until a returning wave dashed him against the back part of the cavern. Here he laid hold of a small projection in the rock, but was so much benumbed that he was on the point of quitting it, when a seaman, who had already gained a footing, extended his hand, and assisted him until he could secure himself a little on the rock, from which he clambered on a shelf still higher, and out of the reach of the surf. Mr. Rogers, the 3rd mate, remained with the captain, and the unfortunate ladies and their companions, nearly 20 minutes after Mr. Meriton had quitted the ship. Soon after, the latter left the round house. The captain asked what was become of him, to which Mr. Rogers replied that he was gone on deck to see what could be done. After this, a heaving sea breaking over the ship, the ladies exclaimed, "Oh, poor Meriton! He is drowned! Had he stayed with us he would have been safe," and they all, particularly Miss Mary Pierce, expressed great concern at the apprehension of his loss. On this occasion Mr. Rogers offered to go and call in Mr. Meriton, but it was opposed by the ladies, from an apprehension that he might share the same fate. The sea was now breaking in at the forepart of the ship, and reached as far as the mainmast. Captain Pierce gave Mr. Rogers a nod, and they took a lamp and went together into the stern gallery, where, after viewing the rocks for some time, Captain Pierce asked Mr. Rogers if he thought there was any possibility of saving the girls, to which he replied he feared there was none, for they could only discover the black face of the perpendicular rock, and not the cavern which afforded shelter to those who escaped. They then returned to the round house, where Mr. Rogers hung up the lamp, and Captain Pierce sat down between his 2 daughters, struggling to suppress the paternal tears which burst into his eyes. The sea continuing to break in very fast, Mr. McManus, a midshipman, and Mr. Schultz asked Mr. Rogers what they could do to escape. "Follow me," he replied, and they all went into the stern gallery, and from thence to the upper quarter gallery on the poop. While there, a very heavy sea fell on board, and the round house gave way. Mr. Rogers heard the ladies shriek at intervals as if the water reached them, the noise of the sea at other times drowning their voices. Mr. Brimmer had followed him to the poop, where they remained together about 5 minutes, when on the breaking of this heavy sea they jointly seized a hen coop. The same wave which proved fatal to some of those below carried him and his companion to the rock, on which they were violently dashed and miserably bruised. Here on the rock were 27, but it now being lower water, and as they were convinced that on the flowing of the tide all must be washed off, many tried to get to the back or the sides of the cavern, beyond the reach of the returning sea. Scarcely more than 6, besides Mr. Rogers and Mr. Brimmer, succeeded. Of the others, some shared the fate which they had apprehended, and others perished in their efforts to get into the cavern. Mr. Rogers and Mr. Brimmer both reached it, however, and scrambled up the rock, on narrow shelves of which they fixed themselves. Mr. Rogers got so near his friend Mr. Meriton as to exchange mutual congratulations with him. A warm friendship indeed subsisted between these two gentlemen. They had made a long and painful voyage together, in another Indiaman, where they survived an uncommon mortality by which the crew were visited. They returned to England, and an interval of only 25 days elapsed before they again embarked in the Hoswell. Mr. Rogers, on gaining this station, was so nearly exhausted that had his exertions been protracted only a few minutes longer, he must have sunk under them. He was now prevented from joining Mr. Meriton by at least 20 men between them, none of whom could move without the imminent peril of his life. They found that a very considerable number of the crew, seamen and soldiers, and some petty officers, were in the same situation as themselves, though many who had reached the rocks below perished in attempting to ascend. They could yet discern some part of the ship, and in their dreary station solaced themselves with the hope of its remaining entire until daybreak, for in the midst of their own distress, the sufferings of the females on board affected them with the most poignant anguish, and every sea that broke inspired them with terror for their safety. But alas, their apprehensions were too soon realized. Within a very few minutes of the time that Mr. Rogers gained the rock, a universal shriek, which long vibrated in their ears, in which the voice of female distress was lamentably distinguished, announced the dreadful catastrophe. In a few moments all was hushed, except the roaring of the winds and the dashing of the waves. The wreck was buried in the deep, and not an atom of it was ever afterwards seen. The shock which this gave to the trembling wretches in the cavern was awful. Though themselves hardly rescued from the sea, and still surrounded by impending dangers, they wept for the destiny of their unhappy companions. But this was not all. Many who had gained a precarious station, weakened with injuries, benumbed and battered by the tempest, forsook their holdfasts, and, tumbling on the rocks below, perished beneath the feet of their miserable companions. Their dying groans and exclamations for pity only tended to awaken more painful apprehensions, and increase the terror of the survivors. At length, after 3 hours, which appeared so many ages, day broke, but instead of bringing relief to the sufferers, it only served to disclose the horrors of their situation. They now found, that had the country been alarmed by the guns of distress which they had continued to fire for many hours before the ship struck, but which were not heard, owing to the violence of the storm, they could neither be observed by the people from above, nor could any boat live below. They were completely overhung by the cliff, so that no ropes let down could reach them, nor did any part of the wreck remain as a guide to their retreat. The only prospect of saving themselves was to creep along the side of the cavern to its outward extremity, and on a ledge scarcely as broad as a man's hand, to turn the corner and endeavor to clamber up the precipice, almost perpendicular, and nearly 200 feet high from the bottom. And in this desperate effort some did succeed, while others, trembling with fear, and exhausted by the preceding conflict, lost their footing and perished in the attempt. The first who gained the top were the cook and James Thompson, the quartermaster. The moment they reached it, they hastened to the nearest house, and made known the condition of their comrades. This was Eastington, the habitation of Mr. Garland, steward to the proprietors of the Purbeck quarries. He immediately collected the workmen, and procuring ropes with all possible dispatch, made the most humane and zealous exertions for the relief of the surviving people. Mr. Meriton made a similar attempt to that of the two others, and almost reached the edge of the precipice. A soldier who preceded him had his feet on a small projecting rock or stone, on which also Meriton had fastened his hands to aid his progress. At this critical moment the quarrymen arrived, and seeing a man so nearly within their reach, they dropped a rope to him, of which he immediately laid hold, and in a vigorous effort to avail himself of this advantage, loosened the stone on which he stood, and which supported Mr. Meriton. It giving way, Mr. Meriton must have been precipitated to the bottom, had not a rope at that instant providentially been lowered to him, which he seized, when absolutely in the act of falling, and was safely drawn to the summit. But the fate of Mr. Brimmer was peculiarly severe. Only 9 days before the ship sailed, he had been married to a beautiful young lady, the daughter of Captain Norman of the Royal Navy, in which service he was a lieutenant, and now on a visit to an uncle at Madras. After getting ashore with Mr. Rogers and up the side of the cavern, he remained until morning, when he crawled out. A rope being thrown to him, he was either so benumbed with cold as to fasten it insecurely about his body, or from some other cause or agitation, to neglect doing it completely. At the moment when about to be rescued from his perilous stand, he fell and was dashed to pieces in the presence of his companions. More assistance was obtained as the day advanced, and as the efforts of the survivors permitted, they crawled to the extremities of the cavern, and presented themselves to their preservers above, who stood prepared to assist them. The means of doing so was by two men boldly approaching the very brink of the precipice, a rope being tied round them and fastened to a strong iron bar fixed in the ground. Behind them were two more, the like number further back, and so on. A strong rope, also properly secured, passed round them, by which they might hold, and preserve themselves from falling. They then let down a rope, with a noose made ready, below to the cavern, and the wind blowing hard, it was, in some instances, forced under the projecting rock, sufficiently for the sufferers to reach it without creeping out. Whoever caught it, put the noose round his body and was drawn up. The distance from the top of the rock to the cavern was at least 100 feet, and the rock projected about 8. 10 feet formed a declivity to the edge, and the rest was perpendicular. Many, however, in attempting to secure themselves, shared the fate of Mr. Brimmer, and unable, from weakness or perturbation, to benefit by the assistance offered from above, they were at last precipitated from the cliff, and were either dashed to pieces on the rocks below, or perished in the waves. Among those unhappy sufferers was one who, being washed off the rock, or falling into the sea, was carried out by the return of the waves beyond the breakers, within which his utmost efforts could never again bring him, but he was always further withdrawn by the sea. He swam remarkably well, and continued to struggle in sight of his companions until his strength being exhausted, he sunk to rise no more. It was late in the day before all the survivors gained the land. One, indeed a soldier, remained in this precarious station until the morning of Saturday the 7th of January, exposed to the utmost danger and distress. When the officers, seamen, and soldiers were mustered at the house of Mr. Garland, they were found to amount to 74, and these were the only persons saved out of rather more than 240 that were on board when the ship sailed through the Downs, including the passengers. It was supposed that about 50 of the remainder reached the rocks, but were then washed off or fell from the cliffs, and that 50 or more sunk with the captain and the ladies in the roundhouse, when the after part went to pieces. An accurate account of the whole numbers in the ship could never be attained, as the last returns dispatched from her did not arrive. The whole who reached the summit of the rock survived, excepting 2 or 3 who were supposed to have expired while drawing up, and a black who died soon afterwards, though many were severely bruised. Mr. Meriton and Mr. Rogers, having been supplied with the necessary means of making their journey by Mr. Garland, set off from London to carry the tidings of this disaster to the India House, where they arrived at noon on Sunday the 8th. On the way they acquainted the magistrates of the towns through which they passed, that a number of shipwrecked seamen would soon be on the road to the metropolis. This they did to avert any suspicions of their travelling for some other intent. It is truly deserving of communication that the master of the Crown Inn at Blandford, Dorsetshire, not only sent for all the distressed seamen to his house, where he liberally refreshed them, but presented each with a half-crown on his departure. By this unfortunate shipwreck all the passengers perished. The ladies were peculiarly endowed with beauty and accomplishments. The captain was a man of distinguished worth, humane and generous. He left, besides those 2 daughters who suffered along with him, 6 other children and a widow to deplore his loss. Most of the officers also perished. One of them, Mr. Thomas Jean, a midshipman, who was also under the immediate care of Captain Pierce, after gaining the rock was swept off by the waves. Swimming well, he again reached it, but unable to support the weakness which assailed him and the beating of the storm, he yielded his hold and perished in the sea. End of chapter 19.
Section 20 of Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Gould. Thrilling Narratives of Mutiny, Murder, and Piracy by Anonymous. Chapter 20. An account of 4 Russian sailors abandoned on the island of East Spitzbergen. In the year 1743, a merchant of Meissen, in Russia, fitted out a vessel for the Greenland whale fishery. She carried 14 men and was destined for Spitzbergen. For 8 successive days after their sailing the wind was fair, but on the 9th it changed, so that instead of getting to the coast of Spitzbergen, the usual rendezvous of the Dutch ships, they were driven eastward, and after some days elapsed they found themselves near an island, called by the Russians Little Brown. Approaching within 3 versts, or 2 English miles of this island, the vessel was suddenly surrounded by ice, and the crew were reduced to an extremely dangerous situation. In this alarming state, a council was held when the mate, Alexei Nimkov, informed his comrades that some of the people of Meissen formerly intended wintering on this island, and for that purpose had carried timber hither, fit for building a hut, and actually erected one at some distance from the shore. The whole crew therefore concluded to winter there if the hut, as they hoped, still existed, because they were exposed to imminent danger by remaining in the ship, and they would infallibly perish if they did so. 4 of the crew were, on that account, dispatched in search of it or any other assistance they might meet with. The names of these 4 were Alexei Nimkov, Ivan Nimkov, Stephen Sharapov, and Fyodor Verigin. 2 miles of ice intervened between them and the shore, which, being loose and driven together by the wind, rendered their approach difficult and dangerous. Providing themselves with a musket, a powder horn containing 12 charges of powder, with as many balls, an axe, a kettle, about 20 pounds of flour, a knife, a tinder box, some tobacco, and each his wooden pipe, they soon arrived on the island. Their first employment was exploring the country, when they discovered the hut alluded to about 1.5 miles from the shore. It was 36 feet long, 18 broad, and 18 high, and consisted of 2 chambers. Rejoicing greatly at their success, they passed the night in it, though having been built a considerable time, it had suffered much from the weather. Next morning the 4 men hastened to the shore, impatient to communicate their good fortune to their comrades, likewise designing to get such stores, ammunition, and necessaries from the vessel as to enable them to winter on the island. But the reader may conceive their sorrow and astonishment when, on reaching the place where they had landed, nothing was to be seen but an open sea, instead of the ice which only the day preceding had covered it. Doubtless a violent storm which arose during the night had operated the change. It was not known, however, whether the vessel had been beat to pieces by the ice, or whether she had been carried by the current to the ocean, not an uncommon event in Greenland. Whatever accident befell her, certain it is they saw her no more, whence it is probable that she sunk, and that all on board perished. This unfortunate occurrence deprived them of the hope of ever being able to quit the island, and, full of horror and despair, they returned to the hut. but their first attention was directed to the means of providing subsistence and repairing their habitation. The 12 charges of powder procured them as many reindeer, for the island, fortunately for them, abounded with these animals. Though there were many crevices in the building, the wood of the hut was still sound and unimpaired. Therefore the deficiency was supplied and done the more easily, because the lower class of Russians are expert carpenters. Here they had plenty of moss to assist them. The intense cold of the climate prevents the growth of vegetables, and no species of tree or shrub is found on the islands of Spitzbergen. The Russians, however, collected a quantity of wood on the shore, which at first consisted of the wrecks of vessels, and afterwards of whole trees with their roots, the produce of some more hospitable climate, though unknown. Fortunately they found several bits of old iron, some nails 5 or 6 inches long, and an iron hook on a few wooden boards washed in by the sea. They likewise found the root of a fir tree, bent and nearly fashioned into the shape of a bow. By the help of a knife, a bow was soon formed, but wanting a string and arrows. Unable at present to procure either, they resolved to make 2 lances to defend themselves against the white bears. The iron hook was therefore fashioned into a hammer, by widening a hole which it happened to have about the middle, with one of the largest nails. A large pebble served for an anvil, and a couple of reindeer horns served for the tongs. By means of such tools 2 spearheads were made, which were tied fast with thongs to sticks about the thickness of a man's arm. Thus equipped, the Russians ventured to attack a white bear, and, after a most dangerous encounter, succeeded in killing it. This was a new supply of provisions. They relished the flesh exceedingly, and easily divided the tendons into filaments, which, besides other uses, served for strings to their bow. The Russians, in the next place, proceeded to forge some bits of iron into smaller pieces, resembling the head of spears, and these were fitted to arrows by fastening them to fir rods. Thus they had a complete bow and arrows, and were more easily enabled to obtain food. With these, during their abode on the island, they killed no less than 250 reindeer, and a great number of blue and white foxes. They fed on the flesh of these animals, and used their skins for clothing. They killed only 10 white bears during their residence, and that at the utmost hazard, for these creatures are amazingly strong, and defended themselves with surprising vigor and fury. The first was attacked intentionally. The other 9 were killed in self-defense, for the animals even ventured to enter the outer room of the hut to devour them. Some, less ferocious than others, were repulsed on the first attempt, but a repetition of their attacks exposed the sailors to the continual apprehension of being destroyed. As they could not afford wood for a constant fire, they dried a portion of their provision in the open air, and afterwards hung it up in the hut, which was always full of smoke. Prepared in this way, they used it for bread, because they were under the necessity of eating their other flesh half raw. Unfortunately, one of the Russians was attacked by the scurvy. Ivan Nemkov, who had wintered several times on the coast of West Spitzbergen, advised his companions to swallow raw and frozen meat in small pieces, to drink the blood of the reindeer as it flowed warm from the veins of the animal, and to eat scurvy grass, although it was not very abundant. Those who followed his injunctions found an effectual antidote, but Fyodor Veregin, being naturally of an indolent disposition, averse to drinking the reindeer blood, and unwilling to leave the hut when he could possibly avoid it, was soon seized with the scurvy. Under this afflicting distemper he passed nearly 6 years, enduring the greatest sufferings. At length he became so weak that he could not sit erect, nor even raise his hand to his mouth, so that his humane companions were obliged to attend on and feed him like a newborn infant until the hour of his death. In the course of their excursions through the island, the seamen had met with a slimy loam, or kind of clay, of which they contrived to make a lamp, and proposed to keep it constantly burning with the fat of the animals they should kill. Thus they filled it with reindeer's fat, and stuck a bit of twisted linen for a wick. but, to their mortification, always as the fat melted, it not only was absorbed by the clay, but fairly run through it on all sides. On this account they formed another lamp, which they dried thoroughly in the air, and heated red hot. It was next quenched in their kettle, wherein they had boiled a quantity of flour down to the consistence of thin starch. When filled with melted fat, they found to their great joy that it did not leak. Encouraged by this attempt, they made another, that at all events they might not be destitute of light, and saved the remainder of their flour for similar purposes. Oakum thrown ashore, as also cordage found among the wrecks of vessels, served for wicks, and when these resources failed, they converted their shirts and drawers to the same purpose. By such means they kept a lamp burning from soon after their arrival on the island, until the day of their embarkation for their native country. Clothes in so rigorous a climate next became an object of necessity. The uses to which they had applied what they had brought with them exposed them still more to its severity. The skins of reindeer and foxes had hitherto served for bedding. It was essential to devise some method of tanning them, the better to withstand the weather. This was accomplished, in a certain degree, by soaking the skins in water until the hair could be rubbed off, and then putting reindeer fat upon them. The leather by such a process became soft and pliant. The want of awls and needles was supplied by bits of iron occasionally collected. Of them they made a kind of wire, which, being heated red hot, was pierced with a knife, ground to a sharp point, which formed the eye of a needle. The sinews of bears and reindeer, split into threads, served for sewing the pieces of leather together, which enabled the Russians to procure jackets and trousers for summer dress, and a long fur gown with a hood for their winter apparel. The wants of these unfortunate persons being thus provided for, the only reflections disturbing them were regret for those left behind at home, or the apprehensions of some one of them surviving all his companions, and then either famishing for want of food, or becoming a prey to wild beasts. The mate, Alexei Nimkov, had a wife and 3 children, who were constantly in his mind, and he was unhappy from the dread of never seeing them more. Excepting white bears, foxes, and reindeer, with which the island abounds, no other animals inhabit it. A few birds are seen in summer, such as geese, ducks, and other waterfowl. Whales seldom approach the shore, but there are great numbers of seals. Other fish are scarce, and indeed their being in plenty would little avail the Russians, who were unprovided with the means of taking them. Sometimes they found the teeth and jaws of seals on the shore, but never an entire carcass, for when these animals die on land, the white bears immediately eat them. The common food of this ferocious creature, however, is the flesh of dead whales, which are frequently seen floating about in the polar regions, and are sometimes cast on shore. When this provision fails, they fall upon seals, devouring them and other animals sleeping on the beach. The island had many mountains and steep rocks of stupendous height, perpetually covered with snow and ice. Not a tree, nor even the poorest shrub, was to be met with. Neither is there any vegetable but scurvy grass, although plenty of moss grows in every part. The Russians found no river. However, there were many small rivulets rising among the rocks and mountains, which afforded a quantity of water. They saw the sun moving for months together round the horizon during summer, and in winter they were an equal length of time in total darkness. But the aurora borealis, which was then frequent, contributed to lessen the gloominess of so long a night. Thick cloudy weather, great quantities of snow, and almost incessant rain at certain seasons often obscured the stars. The snow totally covered the hut in winter, and left them no way of getting out of it, excepting by a hole which they had made in the roof of one of the chambers. When the unfortunate mariners had passed nearly 6 years in this dismal abode, Fyodor Verigin, who had all along been in a languid state, died, after suffering the most excruciating pains. Though his companions were thus freed of the trouble of attending on him, and the grief of witnessing his misery, they were deeply affected by his death. They saw their number lessened, and each wished to be the next to follow him. Having died in winter, a grave as deep as possible was dug in the snow to receive his corpse, and the survivors then covered it over to the best of their power to prevent the white bears from getting at it. While the melancholy reflections excited by Varigin's death were still fresh in the minds of his comrades, and while each expected to pay the like duties to the companions of his misfortunes that they had done to him, or to be himself the first to receive them, a Russian vessel unexpectedly came in view on the 15th of August, 1749. This vessel belonged to a trader who had come to Archangel, and intended to winter in Nova Zembla. But fortunately it was proposed to him to winter at West Spitzbergen, to which, after many objections, he assented. Contrary winds on the passage prevented the ship from reaching the place of her destination, and drove her toward East Spitzbergen, directly opposite to the residence of the mariners. As soon as they perceived her, they hastened to light fires on the nearest hills, and then ran to the beach waving a flag made of a reindeer skin fastened to a pole. The people on board, observing these signals, concluded there were men ashore imploring their assistance, and therefore came to an anchor near the island. To describe the joy of the unfortunate mariners at seeing the moment of their deliverance so near is impossible. They soon agreed with the master of the vessel to take them and all their riches on board, for which they should work during the voyage, and pay him 80 rubles on arriving in Russia. Therefore they embarked, carrying with them 2,000 weight of reindeer fat, many hides of the same animals, the skins of the blue and white foxes and bears they had killed. Neither did they neglect to carry away their spears, their knife and axe, which were almost worn out, or their awls and needles, which were carefully preserved in a box very ingeniously made of bone. After spending 6 years and 3 months in this rueful solitude, they arrived safe at Archangel on the 25th of September, 1749. But the moment of landing was nearly fatal to the affectionate wife of Alexei Nimkov, who happened to be present when the vessel came into port. Immediately recognizing her husband, she ran with such eagerness to embrace him that she slipped into the water, and very narrowly escaped being drowned. All the 3 survivors were strong and healthy, having lived so long without bread they could not be reconciled to the use of it. Neither could they bear spirituous liquors, and drank nothing but water. As they were vassals of Count Shuvalov, who then had a grant of the whale fishery, Monsieur Leroy requested of him that they might be sent from Archangel to St. Petersburg, where he could satisfy himself respecting their adventures. Accordingly 2 of them arrived, Alexei Nimkov, aged about 50, and Ivan Nimkov, about 30. They brought some curious specimens of their workmanship, so neatly executed that it was doubtful with what tools it could have been done. From their account, both to Monsieur Klingstadt, auditor of the Admiralty at Archangel, and what they now communicated, Monsieur Leroy composed the preceding narrative. For centuries past, Spitzbergen has been greatly resorted to on account of the profitable whale fishery of the surrounding seas, and several shipwrecks, as well as incidents similar to the preceding, have occurred there, and in the vicinity. Spitzbergen is a bleak and barren country, and received its name from the lofty pointed mountains by which it is covered. Perpetual snow prevails, few plants spring from the soil, and it is destitute of wood. But to compensate in some measure for the scanty productions of nature by land, its seas, abundantly stored with fish, can afford a copious supply both of food and clothing to mankind. End of chapter 20. Recording by Philip Gould.